This young man was trapped in hell for 100,000 years. His power has long since rivaled the gods. Even though he had everything in this world, he still had only one single dream, and that was to return to Earth. Even if the price was losing all of his power, he didn't hesitate for a second. It turns out his real name is KuBI. One day he accidentally fell into hell. All he had with him was a powerful desire to survive. And just like that, the young man grinded hard from the 1,000th floor of hell to the 9,000th floor. Over all those years, KuBI devoured hundreds of thousands of demons, and even 7 strongholds surrendered to him. But now, despite having everything, including immortality, KuBI still decided to return to Earth, even if it meant giving it all up. Why? Because the food in this hell tastes like crap, and the girls are ugly as hell. Ignoring the pleas of the crowd, he resolutely pressed forward to claim the reward that belonged to him. KuBI's eyes flashed as he commanded Balak, "Prepare that thing." Balak hesitantly asked again, "Prepare that thing, king of gods?" KuBI closed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Balak." He stared the demon down. Behind him, the silhouette of a monster appeared. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Terrified, Balak bowed repeatedly. "I am sorry, my lord." "I will prepare it immediately." He ordered the other demons, "All of you, summon Amun at once. Prepare the artifacts for the 7 great wonders." They shouted in unison, "Understood." Elsewhere, a monster with a truly horrific appearance was mumbling an incantation, surrounded by statues holding something in their hands. A light appeared within one of the statues. It looked like octopus tentacles. Balak bowed in greeting. "Demon King, the preparations are now complete." KuBI grunted in response. "Yeah." Lilith watched with tearful, lingering eyes. Not just her, even Balak was welling up with tears. Demon King KuBI took off his badass armor, revealing a super-hot muscular physique. He quickly climbed the stairs to the very top. Amun was already waiting there and spoke softly. "Demon King, if we channel a massive amount of mana into the artifacts of the 7 great wonders, and then warp the boundaries of space and time, we can force open a rift in space-time." This old monster was the dark wizard Amun. KuBI nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, begin." He thought happily to himself, "Finally I get to go home." His entire body was enveloped in a deep purple aura, incredibly mysterious. This phenomenon was called the 100,000 demon cores. The orb of water shattered, meaning it was being released. Powerful waves of water soared into the air. KuBI's entire body was completely covered by that purple light. Even standing from a distance, Amun could barely withstand the immense pressure that defied the heavens. He had to brace himself and marvel. As expected of the mana from 100,000 demon cores, indeed, it was overwhelming and enchanting just to look at. The 4 surrounding statues stood firm without budging. Amidst the massive torrent of energy pouring down, suddenly, the eyes of the giant statues suddenly flashed. The surroundings were blinded by the light. Amun shouted in shock, "My Demon King, all 7 pieces of the artifact have reacted! The gate will open soon." In his mind, he was vaguely worried about something else. If I return, what if my family, my friends, and even my lover are no longer there? KuBI reassured himself. But at least, that place is nothing like this godforsaken hole. So that's good enough. A crack appeared in space. KuBI pulled a cloth cloak over himself and waved. "I'm off," Lilith called out sadly. "My Demon King." Balak was terrified. She frantically ran after him, trying to stop him. "Lilith!" Suddenly, KuBI's eyes widened in surprise. Behind him was Lilith's tear-streaked face. "My lord, are you really going to abandon me like this?" He looked down, calmly turned his head, and comforted her. "Don't cry." But in his mind, he wasn't calm at all. "How terrifying, she's rambling again. The words you spoke to me were so gentle. How—" Little Lilith felt like her heart was about to explode. With the king's love on the hem of her skirt, white bubbles suddenly emerged, and right after that they suddenly burst, splashing water everywhere. Her clingy, coquettish voice continued to echo. KuBI's disgusted expression was clear. "Ugh! Little Lilith wants to go with the king." Terrified, he jumped into that damn rift immediately. Lilith from behind still tried to call out, "My Demon King, Lilith!" "Will follow you no matter what." The rift closed. KuBI's mouth curled into a slight smirk. He smiled brightly, feeling incredibly refreshed. He flipped the bird and cursed in his head. "I don't ever want to see you again. I've been in hell for over 10,000 years. I don't want to change the past or go to any specific future. I just need to see the earth that I used to know." KuBI set foot in a new place. "Now, I'm really returning to Earth." Finally, his joyful expression suddenly froze when he saw strange sparks of electricity appearing. "What's going on?" A system window appeared. Rift core detected. System protection mechanism. Rift thorns activated. Tangled red lines appeared all around. Kangu remained dazed and confused. What is happening? What kind of situation is this? A series of notifications popped up in mid-air. Warning, core energy exceeds limit. Activating interdimensional defense mechanism. He puzzledly muttered, "What the hell is this?" Thorn system is overloading. Waves of electrical bolts appeared, striking Kangu's body, making him scream in pain. The system continued to issue strange notifications. Failure, failure. Unable to completely eliminate the rift core. Veins popped out on his face from the agony. Seal limit initiated. Kangu still struggled to reach his hand out, but after a moment he couldn't take it anymore and passed out. "Don't push yourself like that. You damn bastard!" He grimaced and opened his eyes to see that the scenery around him had changed. Sunlight and a lush green forest. Is this Earth? Kangu wondered doubtfully. First, I need to check my physical condition. Suddenly, a new notification appeared, initializing status window. He sat up, puzzled, rubbing his aching head. Oh, Kangu. Level 1. Initial Awakening. Initial Awakener Attributes. Hunting power level reached. Most attribute powers have been sealed. Phase 2 Awakener Attributes. Revealed upon reaching level 10. Innate class. Strength 8, Constitution 7. Intelligence 8, Agility 9, Mana 12. Wits 7. He was bewildered. What? What, my powers are sealed? Suddenly a loud screech rang out. Kangu turned his head in surprise, only to see some extraordinarily ugly goblins. These little shits. They lunged toward him. While he thought in confusion, the Earth I know didn't have creatures like these. Kangu didn't hesitate to use his power to strike them. I'll just deal with them first. But before he could strike, his mana vanished. He was annoyed. The mana from the 100,000 cores is weak as hell. The goblins jumped and pounced on Kangu, laughing gleefully. He had to use another way. Then, Kangu clenched his fist and thought, I'll have to use this. He unleashed a god-tier skill with insane speed. Everywhere he glided, the goblins' bodies were sliced in half. Then Kangu followed up with another move. Demonic power shattered sword style. His eyes were filled with determination and a hint of rage. A purple goblin charged forward, but right after that the system sent a notification. You have successfully eliminated an E-rank monster, goblin. Kangu's movements were lightning fast. A notification popped up, EXP increased. At this moment Kangu was absolutely fierce. In a flash he had wiped out the entire group of goblins. Another notification arrived. Level 4 reached. Done with the fight. Now he was starting to feel puzzled and curious. What the hell are these things? He turned around and looked with disgust. And what's with this experience point stuff? Sounds so cringe, but it's true that I've gotten stronger. Goblins lay scattered all over the ground. Kangu just watched without making any further comments. He raised his hand while still lost in thought. I need to find out more about this place. Kangu absorbed all the mana inside the goblins. This was known as hunting. A power of the Demon King, O Kangu. He was still wondering about something. He tried to identify the physiological traits of these creatures, but he couldn't find any information about this world at all. A system notification arrived. Mana increased by 1 point. Reading this notification, Kangu was completely shocked. What? Mana? He cursed angrily. Damn it! Does that power which only exists in hell actually exist in this place too? Then this place might not be Earth. Kangu clutched his head in horror. No, it can't be. The reason I held on, all those years down in that hell, it was to find a chance to return to Earth. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream rang out. Kangu snapped back to reality. A scream? He turned toward the direction of the sound. That wasn't the scream of a monster. The scream echoed once more. Kangu quickly looked back. A person? A human? He immediately used his skill to rush toward the source of the noise. Valfar's power, super speed. Kangu was both excited and praying in his heart. 10,000 years. Throughout these 10,000 years, day after day, I've seen nothing but monsters with dozens of tentacles, or thousands of hideous hands, so I don't care what that person looks like. It's fine even if they're scary, as long as they have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. As long as it's a human, that's enough. Please, just don't have any tentacles. The memory of Lilith made him even more terrified. No tentacles. Please, no! He reached a spot where a girl was surrounded by goblins. Kangu was overjoyed but secretly anxious. I found her, please! He pleaded in his soul, just be a human for the love of God. Looking at her, the girl was terrified to the point of tears. He silently counted every part of her body. 2 eyes down to the lower face, 1 nose, and finally a complete body. Kangu started whimpering. No, no tentacles! He was so happy he almost cried and rushed over to her. A goblin was about to attack her. She leaned against a tree trunk in fear, tears pouring down as she braced for the end. But nothing happened to her. The girl, not understanding what was going on, slowly peeked out to look. Kangu had already dealt with all the goblins. He immediately ran close to her. Kangu reached out a hand to her. The beautiful girl looked at him with wide, round eyes, then slowly raised her hand. Gratefully, she gently placed her hand in Kangu's. He looked like he'd lost his soul, staring blankly while screaming with joy inside. Kangu was shaking, which made the girl blush too. She was too shy to even speak a word of thanks. She happily introduced herself. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Han Seola." Kangu kept shaking, making her a bit worried. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, he grabbed Seola's hand, startling her. Then he made a desperate, eager proposal. "Will you marry me?" Kangu's eyes were full of expectation as he proposed to Seola. "Let's get married." She was shocked, having no idea what was happening. "Huh? What?" Seola stammered, asking again, "What did you just say?" Only then did Kangu realize he'd gotten way too excited. He immediately let go of her hand and introduced himself. "I'm sorry, my name is Kangwoo. You said you're Han Seola, right?" Kangwoo anxiously asked if her wound was okay. Seola replied gently. "Oh yes, the injury isn't that bad." But in reality, her leg was bleeding profusely. Kangwoo shouted in panic, "Miss Seola!" She lost her balance and fell into Kangwoo, catching him off guard. "Are you okay?" A phone also fell out of Seola's pocket. Seeing it, Kangwoo curiously thought about that square object. He was overjoyed. "Is that a phone? I really am back on Earth." After that, Kangwoo helped her sit down and advised her. "Don't push yourself too hard. Rest for a bit while I give you some first aid." Seola replied gratefully, "Thank you so much." Kangwoo cheerfully said, "It's nothing." He thought to himself, "Now that I look at it, she and I can actually communicate." While Kangwoo was bandaging Seola, he recalled how he had banned the demonic tongue in hell and forced them to use Korean, so that he wouldn't forget his language when he returned. The demon's pronunciation was messed up and sounded hilarious. "Hell's weather is freezing today." Upon hearing that, Kangwoo snapped irritably, "Pronounce it properly." Meeting Seola now made him even happier. I can finally use Korean with a human, and not just with demons. After finishing with the wound, Kangwoo told Seola, "If you keep it still like this, it'll feel much better." She was extremely grateful to Kangwoo. "Thank you for taking care of me." He replied happily and handed her the phone. "Don't mention it. And here's your phone." While handing it over, Kangwoo caught a glimpse of the time, 2023. Seola took it. Thank you." Kangwoo was lost in thought. "Has it been 5 years since I fell into hell?" His mind was full of questions. "I'm certain I calculated the time precisely. Did monsters like this start appearing on Earth during that same year?" Kangwoo further told Seola, "It's hard to move right now, so take a little rest before we go." She complied and replied, "Oh, okay." Meanwhile, Kangwoo was still pondering. "There's way too much I don't know. I don't have enough information." Kangwoo curiously asked, "By the way, why are you here?" She shyly explained, "I ran into some trouble. I was hunting alone inside a gate. I just awakened as a player yesterday, and I went solo hunting in an E-rank gate. I'm so stupid." Kangwoo had many questions about player hunting teams. He curiously asked, "So what's your level?" Seola replied, "Oh, I'm level 6, since I just awakened." "But what is a player like you, Kangwoo, doing here?" Hearing that, Kangwoo thought to himself, "My level is probably even lower." He could only laugh it off. "I also ran into a few situations." Kangwoo looked at her gently and thought, well, it's only natural for her to think that way. Suddenly, Seola seemed to remember something. She said, "I understand now." Seola's face suddenly turned bright red. She immediately stood up and asked Kangwoo, "So, shall we go?" But he was still worried. "Your wound looks serious. Will you be okay?" Seola forced a smile. "Yes, I'm fine, thanks to—" Suddenly, she let out a startled cry. It was Kangwoo taking Seola's hand, making her blush. "I'll help you walk." Seola turned red and quickly declined. "Oh, no, I shouldn't be a burden to you anymore." But Kangwoo was determined to help her. "It's not good to refuse at a time like this. I'll take you there." "Which way do we need to go?" Seola had no choice but to follow. "Then please head that way. Just helping me to the exit will be enough," Kangwoo cheerfully replied. "All right, I got it." He thought, "This is my first conversation with a human in 10,000 years. The two helped each other out of that place. Kangwoo was truly happy. Aside from overreacting a bit at the start, I didn't make any mistakes. And it seems she doesn't suspect my identity at all. If this keeps up, I'll blend right into Earth society." Arriving at the spot, Seola pointed it out to Kangwoo. "We've reached the exit, Mr. Kangwoo." At a massive ancient tree, a magic circle appeared. Kangwoo was surprised. "Is this a gate?" He analyzed it. Traveling through these spatial rifts must mean this isn't exactly Earth. Kangoo looked around to assess the situation. I don't see any devices for creating rifts, so how can a gate this massive sustain itself? Upon arrival, Seola let go of his arm and said, Mr. Kangoo, I think I'm feeling much better now. Kangoo fumbled. Oh, right. Then she urged, let's get out of here. The two of them stepped into the gate. A surge of power forced Kangoo to shield his face. Maybe he still wasn't used to this place. Emerging from the gate, Kangoo slowly opened his eyes. He seemed stunned by what he saw. A man was calling out, we're recruiting for a hunting party. Goblins in an E-rank gate. But what Kangoo noticed was that the man had two eyes. Elsewhere, two people were chatting. I didn't see any oil tankers today either. Kangoo started counting again, just like when he met Seola. One nose. Kangoo continued observing. One mouth. Over on this side, someone was trying to sign up for the goblin hunt. Do you guys take ex-cons? And Kangoo only focused on one thing. No tentacles. The soldier quickly rejected the man. I'm sorry, but ex-cons are a bit... Kangoo took it all in. It's nothing but humans. Everywhere. He trembled with emotion, making Seola curious. Am I really back? Kangoo was so happy he was moved to tears. He thought to himself, I'm back. Seola noticed Kangoo's cloak was torn in many places. Looking down at the bandage he tore to give her first aid, Seola softly spoke up, Mr. Kangoo. He turned and replied, yes? Seola shyly said, if it's okay with you. She shyly brushed her hair and invited him. Would you like to have a meal with me at my place? Hearing that, Kangoo's entire face turned red. Seola continued shyly, I'm so grateful and sorry, so I want to at least treat you to a meal to pay you back. That dork Kangoo felt like he was floating on cloud 9. Spring is finally here. He grinned, acting cool. I did say it's not cool to refuse, so I guess I shouldn't. Suddenly, someone called them, you two over there, hold on. Two soldiers walked up and demanded, hello, we need to verify both of your player IDs. Kangoo was blank, thinking, huh, IDs? Seola happily pulled out her ID. Please wait a moment. Seeing Kangoo hesitate, one soldier urged him, you there, show us your player ID. Kangoo cursed under his breath, damn it. He pretended to reach for his ID. Yes, I understand. But Kangoo was secretly calculating, this won't work. I have no choice but to use it. His eyes turned blue. Kangoo held out his empty hand and said, here. He used his ability to warp the target's perception. The power to manipulate the target's vision at will. Authority of Dantalian vision. Kangoo held up his middle finger, but the soldier's eyes were clouded. He replied, yes, verification complete. Kangoo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. He turned and smiled at Seola. Miss Seola, shall we go? Behind them, the two soldiers still didn't know they'd been played. They even started scolding each other. Hey, wake up, our shift is almost over. Seola replied to Kangoo, yes. They arrived at a building. Seola introduced it. This is my home. She was a bit embarrassed. Our apartment doesn't have an elevator, so we have to climb the stairs a little. Kangoo didn't care about that at all. His face turned red as he said, oh, it's fine. Kangoo felt completely at ease. The smell of an old apartment, he sensed everything. The narrow stairs. None of these things existed in hell. The cool handrails. Every little thing made Kangoo feel at peace. The dusty windows. Everything felt real now. And what he liked most of all was, yet especially that out of all the places on Earth, this was Seola's home. A happy future will surely unfold from now on. His mother was getting ahead of herself, chuckling inwardly. Surely from now on, I'll have a bright future for sure. But as soon as Seola got home, she called for her mother. A voice echoed from inside the house. Are you back already? Kangoo was shook, panicked by her mother. Seola's mother asked with concern, oh, my dear daughter, are you hurt anywhere? Did you go there with the large group like I told you to? Seola smiled, but had to tell a lie. Of course I did. Kangoo snapped out of it. Her mother was really here. Could she really just want to have a simple meal? After the mother and daughter reunited, Seola introduced him. Oh, I almost forgot. This gentleman is Kangoo. He saved me from danger today. I invited him over for a meal. Kangoo bowed politely. Hello. Seola's mother was surprised. Oh my goodness. She took Kangoo's hand. Thank you, Seola's mother said tearfully. Thank you for saving my Seola. Honestly, I don't even know how to repay you. Kangoo replied a bit awkwardly. It's nothing at all. Then she invited him inside. Please come in. It might not be the best, but I'll try to make the most delicious meal possible. Kangoo replied happily. Thank you. But he felt a bit let down, so I won't be eating with her alone. She also felt it was a pity. Then again, he felt lucky. Thinking back to his life in hell, this was already very precious. Seola's mother happily said to Seola, Honey, help me cook. Seola quickly took off her shoes and replied, Yes, Mom. Seola prepared to change her clothes and check her phone. Let me change first and then I'll help you. Mom, did you text me? Her mother replied. I did, Seola. Look, next time you go somewhere dangerous, at least after you get out, you have to contact me. Seola comforted her. I'm sorry, Mom. Hearing that, Kang Yu suddenly remembered he needed a phone. I need to find a way to gather information about Earth. He spoke up, Excuse me? Miss Seola, I'm sorry, but I wonder if I could borrow your phone? I lost my phone. Seola happily agreed, Sure, of course you can. She handed her phone to him. Feel free to use it and just wait a bit. Food will be ready soon. He took it, thank you. Kang Yu was absolutely fascinated by the phone. This feeling of putting a finger on this screen, returning after 10,000 years, everything is truly amazing. He sat at the table, hung his cloak on the chair, and started getting down to business. But this isn't the time to focus on that. I have to gather information first. Kang Yu's hands typed while he was lost in thought. Since I was dragged into hell 5 years ago, let's try to find some news from 2018. The news began to appear. The day the disaster occurred, 2018, it changed the entire world. Monsters suddenly appeared from hundreds of gates. Firepower was useless. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers were killed. Emergency Disaster Response Alliance. World was established. South Korea was the 9th nation to join. The first player appeared in the U.S. Who is she? The number of players continues to surge all over the world. Could they be humanity's only hope? Kang Yu read through everything. Suddenly, he scrolled onto an article. A mysterious gate appeared in the middle of Seoul on the very day the disaster broke out. Reporter Kim, curious about 2018, he remembered that day as the day he was dragged to hell. Kang Yu organized his thoughts. Was I dragged into one of those gates that suddenly appeared that day? He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, These news stories are just straight-up guesses. I'll have to dig up more info later. Then Seola's mother called out, The food's ready? Kang Yu put the phone down and said, Thank you very much. The meal at Seola's house surprised him. It was a delicious pot of kimchi stew placed right before Kang Yu's eyes. Seola's mother said, Enjoy your meal. Kang Yu, I hope this is to your liking. He was still stunned. Kimchi stew! Kang Yu picked up a spoon, dazed that it was kimchi stew. He scooped up a spoonful of kimchi stew. Seola's mother said, Eat up, sweetie. And she replied, Yes, Mom. Kang Yu held a spoonful, ready to eat while mumbling to himself. Kim? His words caught Seola's attention. Kimchi stew. Kang Yu's hand trembled as he brought the spoonful of soup to his mouth. He ate under the watchful eyes of Seola and her mother. Kang Yu swallowed the first bite, then immediately went for a second spoonful. He just kept chewing without any expression yet. Kang Yu scooped another mouthful of rice. He ate like a starving beast, leaving the two women across from him in total shock. Kang Yu thought back to 5 years ago, no, 10,000 years ago, after suddenly falling into hell. To survive, I had to consume demonic power and transformed into a biological form, similar to a demon. However, because I kept my humanity, my appetite, and taste buds could never be satisfied by anything in hell, the demons I was forced to eat to stay alive tasted absolutely vile, like literal trash. I thought I was going to lose my mind. Even after enduring that sensation countless times during my stay in hell, the reason I stayed sane was this one and only desire. I wanted to return to Earth. 2 streaks of tears streamed down Kang Yu's face in pure happiness. It's real, I'm really back. Kang Yu cried out in his thoughts, Earth! Seola asked worriedly, Kang Yu? He sobbed and told Seola. Kang Yu stammered, Miss Seola, honestly, I am very... He was speechless. Grateful. The food is so good. Thank you so much. Seola gently said, I'm the one who should be saying thank you. She felt shy. I'm so sorry that I can only repay you this way, and yet you enjoy it so much, her mother. Seola asked happily, Is it really that good? Kang Yu replied tearfully, Yes, excuse me. Could I have another bowl? Seola immediately stood up to get him more. Of course! Sure thing, I'll bring it right out. Kang Yu was appreciative. Thank you. Seola's mother was also delighted. It's wonderful to see you enjoying it so much. Kang Yu thought while sipping the soup. Seriously, I'm just so glad to be back. Seola brought the rice pot out with a friendly smile. Boom! Suddenly the wall was smashed open. Seola and her mother were both horrified. While Kang Yu continued to happily enjoy his meal, some idiot had broken through the wall. He even barked out, What the hell? Damn it! Seola and her mother ran out to see that guy still making excuses. This door is stiff as hell. He stomped on a tile, shattering it. He was an arrogant blonde dude. He shouted, Hey, Han Seola! Get out here right now! Han Taehyun's heavy footsteps echoed. He acted aggressive the moment he stepped in. Hey, who gave you permission to enter the gate alone? Seola frowned in annoyance, her voice trembling. Go away! Unbelievable. Han Tae-hyun asked back. What? Seola questioned. I said leave. Han Tae-hyun, who do you think you are? To dare barge into our home? He stood blankly as she challenged him. Don't come near me. I'm warning you I'm strong enough now. Han Tae-hyun laughed hysterically. His whole body shook with mockery. Oh, really? I'm strong enough now. Geez, that's freaking adorable. But then he immediately punched the wall to threaten her. Damn it, a low-tier player like you actually has the balls to talk back like that? Who the hell do you think you are? Seola shielded her mother, staying alert. Don't come near me. Han Tae-hyun glared while her mother trembled in fear. He said spitefully, the dad died young. And the mother is dirt poor too. Hitting a nerve. Seola furiously cursed him. You bastard! The reason we ended up like this is all because of you. Not wanting to argue, Han Tae-hyun grabbed her. Forget it. You're coming with me to the Andres Guild right now. Seola immediately resisted. Get off me. I'm never joining that trashy guild. He asked skeptically. Trashy? That's pretty rude. But since I'm a nice guy, I'll show you what real kindness looks like. She gritted her teeth. Taking advantage of Han Tae-hyun's lapse in attention, she bit down hard on his hand, sending him into a painful scream. He flung Seola away. Her mother cried out in panic, Seola! Han Tae-hyun flew into a rage. You little brat! Hey, Han Seola! He ground his teeth and barked at her. You think just doing good deeds for nothing is enough to survive? Clearly, the world has been playing way too nice with you. Then he added a threat. If you value your life, you'll shut up and become my offering already. What? Think you're all grown up now? Han Tae-hyun glared at the mother and daughter, exuding an overwhelming pressure, in a cold tone. As fellow players, let's be real with each other for a second. Seeing the situation turn dire, her mother scrambled to beg Tae-hyun, Please, I'll work harder. Just please, don't do this to Seola. He said coldly, Move it, old lady. She desperately grabbed his arm, pleading, Tae-hyun, I beg you, without a shred of mercy. He kicked her mother away and spat out an insult. Damn it, total piece of garbage. She cried out in shock, Mom! Seola crawled to her side, shaking her and sobbing, Mom, please! Han Tae-hyun remained indifferent. That's why I told her to get out of the way. But she just wouldn't listen. Hearing her wails made him even more annoyed. Shh! God, you people are such a pain in the ass. She stared him down, gritting her teeth. Han Tae-hyun mocked her. What? What are you gonna do? Stop staring at me like that, bitch. He kept berating her. You're seriously annoying. I'm already a rank 2 awakener. He laughed at Seola. You really think you stand a chance? He sneered. The only thing you've got going for you is that face of yours. He continued to pressure her like a total jerk. You're joining the Andres Guild or else... A sudden noise made Han Tae-hyun go silent. He looked around the room. He saw Kang Yu blissfully slurping his soup. He immediately swore. Damn it. He stood there watching as the guy kept eating, without paying the slightest attention to his surroundings. He let go of her and mocked, Wow, I'm shocked. It's not like this is some world-famous restaurant or anything. Han Tae-hyun turned his focus toward him and said contemptuously, Hey you, can't you read the room? Seola called out anxiously, Mr. Kang-woo! He kept shouting, Hey you! Seeing that Kang Yu wasn't paying him any mind, and was only focused on eating, he chuckled. Good grief. As he finished his sentence, Han Tae-hyun spun around, then suddenly launched a kick that sent the table flying, while cursing at him. You son of a bitch! He stared blankly as the food spilled everywhere. She watched the scene with eyes full of terror. He gritted his teeth, while Kang Yu still hadn't processed what happened, staring at the food scattered across the floor. Seola called out worriedly, Mr. Kang Yu! With tears welling up, Kang Yu screamed at the top of his lungs. He collapsed in front of the broken soup bowl in agony. Han Tae-hyun was confused. What's wrong with this guy? And asked her, Where did you even find this hobo? Seeing him still wailing, he sneered, What a beggar. He nudged him with his foot and said, Stop whining and get the hell up. Kang Yu muttered, My kimchi stew? He exploded in a murderous rage, glaring at Han Tae-hyun. You! Kang Yu kept repeating, You! He felt a wave of confusion. Huh? What the? His tone turned pitch black. You dared to kick over my kimchi stew? Han Tae-hyun's mind raced in panic. Kang Yu broke down, sinking completely to the floor. His whole body was shaking, mumbling in mourning, My kimchi stew, my precious stew. Standing opposite him, Tae-hyun grew irritated at the sight. He bit his lip hard. Then, Tae-hyun's fist was thrown without any restraint. But then he suddenly froze. Despite both those powerful fists already being engulfed in blazing flames, his entire body froze up, staring at the silhouette of the person kneeling over there. But deep down, Tae-hyun felt a bit restless. No way! I must be seeing things. He scowled in annoyance. Then he raised his fist again with a sneer. You've clearly lost your damn mind, haven't you? But suddenly, a flash of light shot out from nowhere, intercepting that punch just in time. This made Taehyun lose his cool. He glared with fire in his eyes toward the source of the attack. He growled, "What the hell is this?" Goa appeared with a magic staff in her hand. She screamed out in worry, "Kangoo, run! Hurry!" But it was too late. A blade sprouted from his hand, fixed firmly to the back of his hand. Goa could only watch with wide, tearful eyes, stunned by the scene that followed. Kangoo moved at lightning speed. He lunged forward in a blur, instantly appearing right in front of Taehyun. Both siblings were rooted to the spot by such speed. Amidst Goa's shocked scream of Kangoo, he crashed straight into him, with that same insane momentum, leaving Taehyun's face twisted in agony. His eyes were bloodshot with glowing red veins. He couldn't help but spit out an insult. This freaking guy! Internally, he tried to keep his cool. He's not even that fast. Kangoo kept coming at him like a total psycho. He threw a punch along with that sharp blade. The other guy tried to track and analyze Kangoo's movements in his head. He's coming from the left! But life never goes according to plan. Instead of a left hook, he took a knee straight to the chest. Taehyun wondered, a feint? In excruciating pain, his eyes rolled back as he spat out, saliva everywhere. Taehyun gritted his teeth and hissed with pure rage. You're so dead! While cursing him out, he used every ounce of strength to unleash flaming punches one after another. As Kangoo skillfully leaned his body to dodge, he countered immediately with a straight shot to the face. On top of that, Kangoo landed a back hook kick, giving Taehyun a brutal spine adjustment. All he could do was howl in pain while trying to resist, but it was completely useless. Taehyun's face was a mess with blood leaking from his nose and mouth. He let out a pained moan, but tried to grit his teeth and bear it. He gripped the leg that had just kicked him tight, more than a little panicked now. There's no way he's this strong. Taehyun tried to use his weight to slam him down. But once again, he failed, as Kang Yu used his leverage to launch his other foot up, delivering a kick so powerful, it felt like it was going to dislocate his jaw. Then he made a grand landing, striking a total badass pose. Taehyun's head was tilted completely to one side. His face was swollen up like a balloon. Blood sprayed everywhere, but he still tried to talk tough. Seeing Kangoo approaching again, he immediately lashed out, "You son of a bitch!" Then tried to counterattack. A surge of blue heat from his fist erupted violently, but he simply leaned back smoothly to dodge. His legs were already shifting into a perfect stance. Taehyun's face contorted in pain, gasping for air from Kangoo's brutal uppercut. He could only groan internally. Again? Seriously? This time, Taehyun truly collapsed. He fell to his knees, propping himself up with his hands. The two flames flickered out completely. He was totally broken. Still questioning it, another feint? Taehyun clutched his chest, wondering, who the hell is this guy? Before he could get an answer, his face met the cold, hard ground. Immediately after, Taehyun was sprawled out on the floor, with a solid boot firmly planted on his head. He tried to shake off the foot with what little strength he had left, but there was no escaping it. The only thing coming out of his mouth were weak groans. Annoyed, Kangoo stomped down harder. From his hand, those claws grew out and sank deep into Taehyun's arm. He asked in a raspy voice, "Who the hell are you anyway?" But he didn't even let him answer. Kang Yu leaned all the way down and warned, "We're not done yet." Stop trying to flex. His eyes were blood red. Veins were popping out, showing just how pissed off Kang Yu was. There are plenty of punishments still waiting for you. Because you dared to spill my pot of kimchi. The arm that was pinned down began to tremble. Taehyun's voice sounded a bit confused. He asked back, "Kimchi? You're going psycho like this just over a pot of kimchi?" He flew into a total rage. He grabbed the guy by the hair and growled every single word. "Just because—" Kang Yu put his face right up to Taehyun's. His face went completely dark. "Did you just say, just because of a pot of kimchi?" He stood up slightly and barked at him. Trembling, he quickly stammered an explanation. "No, I mean—" But it was already too late. Kang Yu slammed Taehyun's face hard against the floor. And just like that, he kept repeating that same violent action. Kang Yu, like a madman, opened his mouth and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Just kimchi stew, just because of this pot of kimchi." A moment later, he calmed down just a little bit. Teeth still clenched, he smirked. Kang Yu let go of his head and called out, "Hey!" Then he leaned close to Taehyun's ear and said, "When I count 1, you say kimchi. When I count 2, you say," is a godsend gift. Bark it loud so I can hear you clearly, got it? That puny little hand wanted to fight back, but it was futile, so he had no choice but to obey. and so Kang Yu set the rhythm 1, 2! He lifted his head and shouted along, "Kimchi!" He wasn't satisfied. Pressing the blade in a bit more, he ordered, "Louder!" It was loud this time, but it was Tae-hyun's scream from the pain. 2! Kang Yu wouldn't let up and set the pace. 1! With tears and snot all over his face, he was out of breath. But he still had to shout out loud. "Kimchi!" he continued. 2! Under strict supervision from that position. Tae-hyun squeezed out every word as loud as possible in response. "Is a godsend! Gift!" Even so, it didn't satisfy that monster. Kang Yu scowled and commented, "Lame," then went right back to beating him up. He didn't hold back, cursing while he pummeled him. "Louder for me! Scream like someone's actually slaughtering you! Scream as loud as you do when you're catcalling girls!" Seoa stood frozen watching this scene, not daring to jump in. She watched in silence at the bloody drama unfolding over there. Kang Yu kept barking orders until the guy's face was deformed. "Say it louder for me! Loud enough to burst your damn lungs!" Tae-hyun wept piteously, but he still had to obediently follow along. Kimchi is a godsend gift. But it still wasn't enough to satisfy his master. He cursed again. "Fucking hell!" Then he lost it and screamed his demand. "I'm not feeling it yet." "Say it again." "Hit that high note for me. Crank it up to 7. In that utter state of despair, he took a deep breath, compressed the air in his lungs. Then, using every bit of strength left, he opened his throat wide, letting out a sound that shattered eardrums. "Kimchi is a godsend gift!" Finally, Kang Yu seemed satisfied as Tae-hyun breathed shallowly. He retracted his claws. He whispered a soft, "Good," pulling back that terrifying aura. Kang Yu stood up straight, but didn't forget to give a dark warning. "Remember this. Never, ever disrespect Kimchi." His spirit was completely shattered. His whole body was exhausted, lying face down on the floor, weeping miserably, only daring to curse silently in his head. What the hell was that? Did this guy just escape from an asylum? This is beyond pathetic. The furniture was pretty banged up after the fight. They had been neatly pushed into a corner by the sofa. Seoa was quietly bandaging her mother's wounds, looking at her sadly. She could only glare at the culprit behind all this. Han Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, he was washing dishes, muttering curses about why he had to. Han Tae-hyun winced in pain, his face all bruised and battered, cursing his luck internally. Run into someone like him and get his ass handed to him. Everything was stolen from him, too. He got even more tilted seeing Kang Yu casually sipping tea. With his face all swollen up, he thought to himself, "That damn kimchi stew bastard." No matter how pissed he was, he could only grit his teeth and suck it up. Damn it, why me? All of this just because of some kimchi stew. Han Tae-hyun glared at him and thought, Why am I being treated like this? Kang Yu slammed his teacup onto the table, making him jump out of his skin in fear. He spoke up, "What's the matter?" And he rubbed salt in Han Tae-hyun's wounds by asking, "Are you mad and sad because you got wrecked? Just because of the kimchi stew?" He stammered, No way." Kang Yu looked coldly at Han Tae-hyun, listing things off, having clothes to wear, sleeping, eating, and living comfortably. "You have no idea just how many blessings have been bestowed upon your life. So always be grateful," he advised sincerely. "Cherish your life." "Got it?" he shouted. "Yes, loud and clear, sir." But inside he was fuming. This bastard, making trouble again. "Damn it, just you wait." Han Tae-hyun plotted silently. "Once I report you to Andras, you're definitely finished." Suddenly he called out, "Hey!" He panicked and replied, Yes, sir." Kang Yu said, "Come here after you finish the dishes." He hinted, "I've been thinking about it." Han Tae-hyun sat there obediently listening. "It seems like you have no value to stay alive. You know that yourself, don't you? Just behave and live well, that's all." He was utterly terrified when Kang Yu told him, "The world isn't that gentle." He grabbed Han Tae-hyun's shirt and reassured him, "Don't worry." With a spine-chilling smile, "I won't kill you, but dying might actually be better." Suddenly his eyes changed to an eerie color. He was terrified. What is this?" Han Tae-hyun was horrified by Kang Yu's hidden energy. The terrifying power of the demon Orabat. He panicked, being crushed in that giant hand. "No, don't come any closer. Don't, no!" he screamed in pure terror. "No!" Demonic claws scratched and imprisoned him. "The demon Orabat." Han Tae-hyun backed away, trembling, repeatedly crying out, No! An indelible fear was etched into his heart. Kang Yu warned, "Don't say a word about what happened," sinking deep into the target's soul and turning them into a puppet. Seeing his goal achieved, he ordered, "Now get lost." Han Tae-hyun walked away, trembling and wetting himself, muttering, "No, don't." Kang Yu smirked. What a pathetic bastard. Sewa watched in silence as he followed orders like a machine. She thought it was the same this time, too. Feeling grateful, Kang Yu saved me again. He quietly scrolled through his phone. Remembering Han Tae-hyun's aggression, he told himself, "That's really bugging me." Kang Yu scrolled through his phone rapidly, feeling heartbroken. I really am just a poor kid. Money. I need money. His eyes lit up and he let out a soft, "Oh?" He found some useful info. Magic stones, various kinds of magic stones. Different shapes and styles of magic stones. A monster's magic is contained within a central core cell, forming a stone inside their body. The closer a magic stone's color is to black, the higher the rank. The different shapes of magic stones are illustrated below by rank. Kang Yu called her Sewa. She started and replied quickly. "Yes, what is it?" he asked. "Do you happen to have a magic stone? Can I see it?" Sewa hurried to find it. "Oh yes, just a moment, please." She handed him a stone. "Here you go." This is an E-rank magic stone from a goblin hunt. Kang Yu gripped the stone to check it and thought, "The post says the closer it is to black, the higher the rank." Under Seoa's curious gaze, he closed his eyes to focus. "But I don't feel any mana at all," Kang Yu wondered suspiciously. "It definitely contains power. But it's not mana, because I felt a little bit of mana earlier. My mana went up by 1 level, so I thought there was mana inside the magic stones." He felt skeptical, but this power hidden inside might be a different kind of energy called magic. He felt suspicious. Then where does mana come from? Kang Yu thought, before just brushing it off. Whatever. He handed the stone back. "It looks pretty." "Thanks, Seoa." She awkwardly took it back. "Oh, sure." Kang Yu thought, "Right now I need to sell this stuff to make some bank." He quietly calculated his moves. "If I want to do that." Kang Yu asked Seoa, "Is there a management office for awakened ones nearby?" She pondered for a moment and replied, "Not around here. But the closest office is right next to Seoul Station." Then Seoa suggested, "I'm actually heading there myself. Do you want to go together?" He was curious. "You're going there too?" Looking at her mother lying there, she sighed. "Yeah. To be honest, my family situation isn't great." With the magic stone in her hand, Seoa explained, "That's why I took the risk to enter the gate. I only realized how dangerous and reckless I was being." She smiled brightly and said, "When you appeared." "Kang Yu, thank you so much once again." Kang Yu smiled awkwardly. It was nothing. He felt a bit shy. "I just wanted to help someone like you." Inside, he was cringing hard. After having to deal with demons for 10,000 years, Seoa said determinedly, "That's why. I'm going to take the basic training very seriously. My goal is to become a second stage awakened." Inside, Kang Yu was pleased. "I've finally found an angel." He encouraged her. "You'll do great for sure." She giggled. "Thank you." Looking at her smile, Kang Yu thought to himself, "But I still don't have any intention of carrying her." He spoke up. "Well, shall we head out then?" Seoa agreed immediately. "Yes, I'll be right out. I'm almost ready." Kang Yu thought to himself, "If I go with someone weak like her, my hunting efficiency will drop." He knew it sounded a bit cold-hearted, but it was the cold, hard truth. He thought rationally, "I have to try and minimize any losses. My priority is getting my strength back, because this is Earth, the place I finally returned to after 10,000 years. I need to get stronger if I want to survive." Just like before back in hell. While he was lost in thought, she suddenly called out, making him jump. "Oh, Kang Yu, do you have your ID card yet?" Kang Yu stayed silent for a second and then covered it up. "Can we go to the station first?" He finally managed to get his ID card. But while they were on the train, Kang Yu couldn't stop staring at the card in his hand. Looking at it, he thought to himself, "This is a replacement ID card, right?" "Yeah." Kang Yu stood at the reception desk. He stammered as he asked the receptionist, "Is it done?" The receptionist replied quickly, not forgetting her customer service manners. "Yes, all done. Is there anything else you need?" Kang Yu fumbled through an awkward reply. "Oh no, thank you." Then he thought to himself, "I thought they would have put me on the missing persons list." Through these situations, he sadly realized, so really no one even knew I was gone. Recalling his past memories and the hard times in that hellhole, Kang Yu felt a sudden pang of loneliness because no one remembered him, even after 5 years. Kang Yu saw glimpses of his scattered memories from his past, still the same, still doing everything on his own. No one. Even while struggling to survive, there was no one. From that utter darkness, a sweet, soft voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. "Kang Yu!" Seoa exclaimed, pointing outside at the view, telling him, "Look out the window!" Her excitement caught Kang Yu by surprise. He couldn't help but take a glance. Seoa also said, "We're almost there." As soon as she finished speaking, a building came into view, with a unique architectural style. called the Player Management Office. Sewa marveled. Amazing, isn't it? I love the view here. Realizing he wasn't alone anymore, Kang Yu quietly put his ID card into his pocket. It was as if he was putting the past behind him, telling himself, yeah, things will be different from now on. He turned to answer Sewa. It's awesome. After traveling for a while, finally, the two arrived at the Player Management Office station. The doors on the left are opening, the left wing. Sewa excitedly called out, Kang Yu, over here! Oh, okay. At the main courtyard of the Seoul Player Management Office, Sewa happily introduced it to him. We're here! This is the headquarters of the Player Management Office in Seoul. For the first time, Kang Yu witnessed such a beautiful and majestic structure. He couldn't help but blurting out, It's huge! Seeing the massive entrance gate, he thought to himself, Isn't this even bigger than Incheon Airport? Seowa, standing beside him, suddenly pulled something out of her bag. She handed it to Kang Yu and said, Oh, Kang Yu, there's something I want to tell you. Then she unexpectedly took out a phone and gave it to him, explaining, This is my old phone. She also reminded him, There's Wi-Fi inside the management office, so let's use this to chat later. Though he didn't cry outwardly, Kang Yu was already a blubbering mess on the inside, thinking, She really is an angel. His eyes lit up. Thank you so much. Even though they came together, their reasons were different, so Seowa initiated, Kang Yu, I'm going to go in now and try to register for the beginner lectures. Realizing it was time for him to get down to business as well, he quickly replied, Got it. I'm heading off too. I'll call you later. As usual, the kind-hearted Seowa made an offer. I think I'll be finishing up quite late, but let's grab dinner together, okay? Kang Yu's face lit up at the mere thought of food. He quickly responded, Yeah, of course. Take care. He thought to himself, Awesome. After they parted ways and he was alone, Kang Yu walked into the building. Inside the player management office, seeing how incredibly massive everything was, he couldn't help but think. The scale of this place is no joke. Just by glancing at the equipment and gear they were carrying, he guessed that it was because players had become such big shots. From a distance, a machine suddenly displayed. Please scan your ID card to verify your identity. Kang Yu thought curiously, Is that where I get my waiting ticket? The moment Kang Yu inserted his card, the machine began the process. Please scan your ID card, verifying. After a short wait, his photo appeared on the machine's screen. It automatically assigned him a number. Name, O Kang Yu, verification complete. Your waiting number is 18. Please take your ticket. Just as it said that, O Kang Yu was still shook by the advanced technology when the machine gave directions. Please follow the path to the testing room with your ticket. Right after the machine finished, his number ticket began to vibrate. A second later, an electronic line suddenly appeared under his feet, showing Kang Yu the way. Please follow the path to the testing room with your ticket. After arriving at the waiting room, number 9 as guided by the ticket, Kang Yu found a place to sit down. He started surfing the web on the old phone Seowa gave him. Behind him, 2 hunters were talking to each other. Excuse me, what was your stage 1 rank? Mine was D, what about you? Do you think you can get an A, B, or higher in stage 2? The rank D old-timer laughed out loud and replied, I can't even compare myself to players like Baek, Hua Yun, or Che Yeonju. The other person humbly agreed. Those people are on a whole different level. Unbothered by anything else, Kang Yu was still diligently searching, tapping away on the phone's keypad. Listening more closely, Kang Yu suddenly overheard, We can't compare ourselves to the 5 guild leaders. Those who achieved rank during their first stage awakening. I heard that. You could be recruited into one of the big 5 guilds if you hit rank S. Honestly, I don't want to be too extra. During stage 1 and 2, just being recognized later on is enough for me. Kang Yu wondered, the big 5 guilds? To summarize, Kim Jae-hyun of Mir, Che Yeon-ju of Red Rose, Baek, Kang Hyun of Hanul, Jong Hyun-ju of Sangryu, and Choi Min-hyuk of Ondari were the names he took note of. He put his hand to his face, calculating silently. Each guild was founded by a player from Korea's top 5. I'll eventually cross paths with them once I recover my strength. He remained composed. The stronger one is, the more they stand out. There's a good chance I've already met them. To ensure things go smoothly later on, he had already set a personal goal for himself. I have to recover my power faster than ever before. But his source of power was restricted. If I can obtain a player title, I might become much stronger than before. While he was planning, a voice suddenly called out, his registration number, grabbing his attention. Number 18, could you please come in? The door swung open and Kang Yu stepped inside without hesitation. Once inside, a guide was there to assist him pointing him toward a chair at the testing counter. Your seat is right over there. After moving to the designated spot, Kang Yu sat down and began answering the expert's questions. Are you Kang Yu? Yes. She held out a crystal orb and gave instructions. Just place your hand on this orb. When you channel your power into it, it will change color, depending on your attribute rank. The higher your rank, the more intense the color will be. With 10,000 years of experience under his belt, Kang Yu just sighed and thought, easy peasy, standing out too much isn't good either. What if I'm just too powerful? Kang Yu placed his hand on the orb and continued to channel mana into it. Then it began to emit a fierce light. Without even looking at the result or the process, Kang Yu winced and groaned. Oh no, looks like I went a bit too hard. The expert at the desk stared intently at the orb from start to finish, without saying a single word. After the light faded, she finally announced, Mr. Kang Yu, you are a rank F awakened. He froze in total shock, left speechless. You can take your hand off now. A consultant gave him careful instructions. I'll guide you through the things you need to keep in mind. Rank D abilities and lower ranks. His face was so disappointed he didn't even want to speak. I get that my power is sealed, but all the way down to rank F? The girl in glasses started the first introduction. You will receive a rank E player card, and you'll be able to enter the lowest level dungeons. As for higher rank gates, you can only enter if accompanied by a guardian. Kang Yu felt quite a bit of inner stubbornness. Since this power is different from the norm, could it be that it can't be measured? He sighed with a smirk. If Balak heard about this, he'd lose his mind. That rotten demon would definitely flip out and scream. How dare she say that? The Demon King needs no protection! Kang Yu looked weary and dazed. The pain he had endured for 10,000 years suddenly came rushing back. He asked her in frustration, what do I need to do to rank up? Through the specialist, he learned that Seowa was also actively participating in that process. If you complete the basic course, you'll be promoted to rank D immediately. Another method is to use the magic stones that you just traded. You can level up using those. I'd say that's a pretty solid method. After getting a general grasp of his current situation, Kang Yu slowly stood up. I understand, the staff member called out. Please wait a moment. While I prepare your player card, then she added, do you need any help registering for the basic course? Kang Yu already had his own plans, so he just politely turned her down. It's fine. Having seen so many similar cases before, she quickly guessed Kang Yu's mood and thought to herself in frustration, he must be in total shock since his rank is so low. However, in this state, he could easily get killed inside the gate. For many, that's basically a death sentence. So she understood that. If someone is at rank, it's better to just give up on being a player. While she wasn't paying attention, the crystal orb beside her began to change from transparent white to a dense, deep black. The girl immediately noticed something abnormal about the sphere. She asked in shock, why is the color? As she reached her hand out to check out of curiosity, what's going on? Is it broken? A second later, the sphere seemed to get overloaded and literally split in half, releasing a powerful surge of energy that made her jump in terror. That person's rank was definitely F just now. A moment later, smoke and intense dark energy still lingered around the sphere, leaving the staff member frozen with a million thoughts racing. She was stunned, never expecting this scenario. No way. Even Baek Kang Hyun's, who is an S rank, was only a dark gray. There's no reason for black to even exist. Then she called out to the receptionist. Receptionist, please help me replace this crystal orb. Putting that matter aside, the scene shifts us to the entrance of a dungeon gate. The place was already buzzing with countless people looking for a party. Someone was shouting orders. Any mages over here? Thief looking for a team, no thieves allowed. Looking for a healer only, accepting D rank and up fighters. Any fighters available? The competition to join a squad was fierce. When Kang Yu arrived, he witnessed this scene more clearly than ever before. I'm a thief. We don't take thieves. We'll take anyone who doesn't have a team yet. Do you guys take thieves? Hearing the constant rejections for this class made Kang Yu just sigh dejectedly and think, why is everyone ghosting thieves? A moment later, he walked up to the gate and presented his papers to the guard. This is my player card, he thought coldly. Not like it's any of my business, though. It didn't take long for the guard to verify the info. I've verified that you're an E-rank player. You can head in and ignore all the chaos outside. Kang Yu was entering a dungeon gate for the first time with his own hunting goals in mind. Once he was completely through the gate and in a strange new land, he couldn't help but blurting out, looks like I made it in. Kang Yu couldn't hide his anxiety, thinking, I was low-key scared it would be a hellish F rank, because the aftershocks of the teleportation had a bit of a negative effect on Kangu's body, making him clutch his head and exclaim, "I really hate things that require instant teleportation. It feels so weird." With that, Kangu squared his shoulders, getting his head in the game for the hunt, telling himself, "I should probably start looking for monsters first." Suddenly, from somewhere behind Kangu, a massive dark shadow appeared and called out, "Hey, you!" Just as he was stretching, he tilted his head back to stare. Seeing that giant figure made him unable to help but wonder. A bear? Wait, it's... What he saw was a man, a massive guy looking straight down at him, calling him buddy. A second later, he probed, "You here all by yourself? Have you gone through your second awakening yet?" Since he had zero info on the guy, Kangu only gave a few polite responses. "Yeah, that's right." Seeing this unit of a man approaching him, for no apparent reason, made him stay on guard. "What does this guy want?" From behind, the big guy's teammate called out, "Taesu, we're all set." It could be seen that Kangu replied to him, "No, I haven't had my second awakening yet." Hearing this, he suddenly let out a loud "Oh my God" that echoed through the area, causing both of his teammates to jump. In total shock, a moment later, he acted very welcoming toward Kangu. "It looks like you didn't take the basic course. For someone at E rank, being in a party is way better than going solo." He even excitedly made a proposal to the Demon King. "What do you think about that? If you haven't joined a squad yet?" After saying that, he pointed toward his team and suggested, "You could try running with us." Seeing their teammate acting so reckless, the female mage of the party shouted, scolding him, "Hey, Taesu! Why are you making decisions on your own?" The swordsman behind them also agreed. "Exactly, it's not like he can contribute anything anyway." Hearing such cold-hearted words of abandonment, Taesu flew into a rage and snapped back. "Come on, you guys. You know exactly what kind of situation he's in, don't you? We're literally going to save his life. If you're really that worried about it, then I won't take any more mana stones from you guys. Add him to our group." Seeing his passionate spirit made Kangu reconsider. It seems he's a good guy. On the other hand, Taesu was still trying his best to convince everyone, as long as he doesn't get in our way. But after all was said and done, Kangu still decided to decline his offer. "Thanks for the invite, guys, but I'll be hunting solo. I don't need a team." Before he could even finish his sentence, the giant Taesu ran over and shook his hand excitedly. "They've agreed now. We should introduce ourselves, right? My name is Kang Taesu. Your name is Kangu?" Already having a plan, he tactfully rejected him. "I'm Kangu. I appreciate the gesture, but I have no intention of joining any party." Still not letting him finish, Taesu laughed loudly, drowning out his voice. "Just speak comfortably with me. I might look like this, but I'm only 24 years old." Hearing his age caused Kangu to freeze up with a look of pure disbelief, questioning his own reality. Why would he lie? 24. With that face? How? Taesu had already anticipated this. Right after finishing his sentence, he whipped out his ID card for Kangu to see and announced it proudly while his teammates looked on in exhaustion. Behind him, "See, born in 1999, that's me, Kang Taesu." This ridiculous situation made Kangu ask himself, what the hell happened in the last 5 years? But putting that aside, he immediately returned to the topic, nodding, "All right then, I'll speak freely." A moment later, he called him by name, "Taesu, I'm really grateful for the offer, but I came in here with a specific plan in mind." The teammates nearby already got the hint, so they didn't want to say anything else, leaving only Tesu's confused grunting. After a long silence, he could only scratch his head in regret. "If you're that determined, then I guess there's nothing I can do." Taesu, naturally kind-hearted, didn't forget to warn Kangu, "Anyway, just be careful out there. This area is where goblins live. However, among them is a massive, strong goblin. It's called a hobgoblin. Basically, it's just a bigger goblin, stronger and way more dangerous than the others. It's a boss monster on a completely different level compared to your average goblins, so you must escape from it at all costs." Seeing how dedicated he was, made Kangu chuckle softly to himself. He's a real one, honestly. Then just go ahead and thank him. Thanks for the advice. After passing on the necessary warnings, it was time for Jisu's group to head out. He didn't forget to tell Kangu, "Take care then." Seeing such an enthusiastic attitude, Kangu sighed. If I were really just an F-rank newbie, then I might have tagged along with them. But he didn't belong to that crowd. He immediately rolled up his sleeves to get to work. However, being solo is better for me. Kangu stepped into the forest, burning with fighting spirit. Time to move. The moment he finished speaking, Kangu dashed off like a shooting star, vanishing from sight in an instant. While on the move, he carefully scouted everything. The surrounding area. These goblin tracks, they're actually stacked. They must be lurking somewhere around here. Zipping through the rows of trees, he excitedly made a discovery. Found them. Kangu didn't hesitate to dive straight into the goblin pack. Here it is. Without a word, the moment he located the goblin lair, he claimed the first head. One mob down, a surprise kill by Kangu. Upon detecting an enemy intruder in the base, the goblins immediately gave the signal to alert the rest about his presence. But with Kangu's speed, killing one, then lunging at the next. At a terrifying pace, he gave the goblins no time to react, finding a whole camp of mobs so he could level up. Without even breaking a sweat searching, Kangu couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted, "I hit the jackpot, baby!" They were terrified and on edge, standing before those weak goblins. Kangu flexed his power to the fullest. "Let's get it!" Goblins aren't bright, and their strength is mid at best, but they don't back down from anyone. Once they saw their opponent Kangu right there, they fell into total disarray, pointing their swords at him all at once. Kangu kept the momentum going, taking two with one slash, turning around and sending two more to the lobby, taking advantage of his distraction. A goblin jumped up to strike from a blind spot. But he's the MC, he's got it all mapped out. Just as he finished those two, he used his arm's momentum to strike, pivoting smoothly with the force. To finish off that coward, for him, that still wasn't enough. Once he regained his distance from the others, he twisted his hips to set his stance, drawing his blade to parry the rest. Without a word, he swung with immense force toward the enemies, which was sufficient to feed several of them into his XP bar. Kangu finished this cluster and immediately blinked to another. To the goblins' shock, they barely raised their swords before being logged out. One by one, sometimes two or three at once, they all resisted in utter futility. The blades bathed freely in blood. They were merely props in the dance of Kangu's frantic madness. The bottom feeders, watching their teammates fall in rows, you could say they were shaking in their boots hearing Kangu's voice. There are still this many left? At this moment, the pure pleasure of the hunt had only just begun. He smiled excitedly at the goblins. "Then let me see you guys off." With those words, his blade continued to dance through the wilderness. After some time, his sword finally stopped swinging and gradually cleared the area. The initial chaos was slowly replaced by the heavy exhales of an exhausted Kangu. Killed quite a lot, didn't I? Looking back at his battlefield, he marveled to himself. Dealing with this many mobs is actually exhausting. Suddenly, a notification panel popped up. Looking closely, he spotted several important notices. You have defeated E-rank monsters. Goblin experience points gained. Level increased by 4. Mana stat increased by 1. Surprised, he questioned himself. It seems like leveling up boosts my mana accordingly. Putting that aside for a moment, he reached his hand toward the cold corpse of a goblin lying on the ground. First of all, I already know that mana stones don't hold abilities. The moment he activated the power of Devour, the entire surroundings turned pitch black. A series of mouths began to emerge from the void, ravenously consuming the loot lying on the ground around Kangu. While focusing on the entire process, he felt something. I can actually sense the magic. After closely observing their remains, he concluded that the source of mana wasn't actually inside the mana stones. I can feel it throughout their entire bodies. The potency varies depending on the time of death, meaning if I absorb the corpses of freshly killed monsters, I can farm mana bit by bit. Kangu was hyped. Awesome! I can sell the mana stones this way and still harvest mana for myself. Once the corpses were stripped completely to the bone, Kangu joyfully started tidying up. I just need to pick up the mana stones before I go, while he was happily looting every single remaining mana stone. After devouring the corpses, he wondered if he sold all of these, how much chicken could he buy? Looking at the clean scraps of bone scattered all over the ground, he pictured it. Come to think of it, I just eat the meat and leave the bones, exactly like eating chicken. Just the thought of chicken instantly made him think of drumsticks. Piping hot, golden, crispy fried wings, mouth-watering and fire. But real chicken meat is even more crave-worthy. Once I'm out of here, I'm heading straight to a chicken joint. And I'll bring Siola along too. Imagining CEO Siola gently feeding him a piece of chicken made Kangu drool with delight. Even a king couldn't ask for a better life. Possessing such massive motivation, he was hyped up like his power had been buffed 200% as he continuously scooped them up, grabbing mana stones from the ground while shouting, "Siola, wait for me! I'll treat you to glazed chicken, crispy fried chicken, and even pickled radishes." While he was on a roll, a sudden loud noise out of nowhere made Kangu freeze and listen intently. He warily turned his head, impressed, discovering something interesting right in front of him. Seeing the massive silhouette, he grew curious. Is that what Taesu mentioned, a hobgoblin? Without a word, the giant goblin glowered at Kangu with glowing red eyes and growled. It had now completely locked its sight onto him. A second later, it let out a thunderous roar, emitting a surge of powerful energy. Kangu was startled and stunned. Is that magic? Watching that giant green monster charging toward him, Kangu was a bit surprised. It actually knows how to manipulate magic. He stood ready in a combat stance, with a fierce look in his eyes. Magic. Kangu narrowed his eyes, calculating the situation. When it comes to raw, destructive power, my mana is much higher tier than this guy's magic. But in the blink of an eye, it raised its massive blade high and stood right in front of Kangu. With a terrifying growl, the green beast didn't hold back, slamming its weapon down where he stood. Luckily, Kangu managed to escape in the nick of time. But even though he dodged to the side, the force of its strike still managed to blow Kangu back quite a bit. He instantly raised the two daggers on his arms to block. Just as another blow landed, this time it sent Kangu flying a long distance. He hadn't even touched the ground yet. Then that massive figure raised its blade high and lunged forward. Before he knew it, another powerful strike was unleashed. Rocks flew as dust clouded the entire area. As the dust settled, a sturdy foot emerged. Kangu lowered his center of gravity, raising both hands above his head. Success. He blocked the monster's attack, but this was pushing his limits. Kangu gritted his teeth, staring intensely at the point of impact. He felt a hint of anxiety. The problem was the gap in physical strength, stemming from the difference in weight class. A moment later, it seemed he couldn't hold on any longer. Gritting his teeth, he used his remaining strength. Kangu parried the attack to the side, successfully dodging this time, but that only made the monster even more furious. It bared its savage fangs at him. Sensing trouble, Kangu struck first. It nimbly tilted its body, using its shoulder guard to block, then used the momentum to knock him back a distance. Seeing only a small crack on its armor, Kangu cursed under his breath. Damn it! I'm getting pushed back by its spear because my stats are still too low. I need to find a bigger opening. Complaining as he leaned away from the incoming blade, yet its next attack was even faster, forcing Kangu to use all his speed to dodge and save his skin. The attacks grew faster with every strike. He ducked lower and lower, practically hugging the ground. Frustrated that it couldn't land a hit on Kangu, the monster flew into a rage. Raising its blade high, it stomped down with its massive foot, then kicked toward his path of escape. It alternated between blade slashes and kneeling to block his retreat, using hand strikes and hooks in every possible way. Yet Kangu's body was like water, skillfully weaving through the Reaper's blade. This time he backed off a little further, crouching low to the ground. His eyes still locked on the monster's movements. His mind raced for a solution. Those powerful arms make it a great fighter. As a leader, it's definitely on another level. Kangu's expression hardened. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. The next step, based on the goblins he'd already killed, it swung its blade across again. Kangu dodged as usual, but the tree behind him wasn't so lucky. It was sliced in half with a single swing. Looking at the rocky ground ahead, Kangu thought to himself, as the one who destroyed its territory. He casually grabbed a stone in front of him, while fluidly dodging its attacks, finishing his train of thought, and slaughtering its minions. It's nothing more than easy prey for me. Kangu smirked. The stone he just picked up was hurled forward at high speed, with terrifying velocity, aimed straight at this green monster. When it hit the monster and fell, it was revealed to be the skull of its own kind. It grew livid, brow furrowing as it let out a massive growl. He maintained his stance, confidently declaring that this should be enough. Kangu clenched his fists, exploding with rage, channeling all his immense power. The power of Demon Crowcell's wrath. His body began to transform. His eyes glowed brightly. Fierce blue veins pulsed across his skin. He loosened his hand, thinking to himself, not mine, but yours. As he finished, behind the green monster appeared a demon even more terrifying. The green monster seemed unaware, keeping its eyes fixed on Kangu, letting out angry growls, wanting to lunge and devour him alive. A second later, that same growl turned into a groan of pure agony as its body was gripped tightly by razor-sharp claws, leaving the green monster completely helpless. Kangu breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But a second later, the hand holding its blade tightened once again. Then the green monster, disregarding everything, dashed forward and unleashed a earth-shattering slash. Luckily, he crouched down and dodged it just in time. But the trees behind him weren't so lucky. This time, it wasn't just one, but dozens of trees were sliced in half at once. Still unsatisfied, it flipped its blade for another strike. Kangu was unscathed, but those trees were torn to shreds. A truly pathetic sight. He paused for a brief moment. This power is actually a type of enhancement buff that helps amplify the user's strength by several times over. The green monster's eyes glowed as it let out a massive roar. Then, as if going berserk, it lunged in to attack, throwing uppercuts, then switching to relentless blade slashes. In that noisy and hazy space, Kang Yu kept dodging while still having time to think things over. But in reality, the price of that power is a curse that turns the target's brain into a mere decoration. He used supersonic speed to evade its strikes, a bright smile still on his face. His eyes were shining with pure confidence. The simple and messy attacks of a monster. Without any reason, Kang Yu's eyes glowed red, maintaining that smirk. Raising his fists, he began his own assault. His calculations were being proven right. It was the easiest thing. Creating numerous openings to strike, Kang Yu charged confidently through the swing of the green monster's blade, dodging it. While landing the first blow on its left knee, this move made it roar in agony, successfully bringing it down to one knee. Kang Yu clenched his fist, looking up to predict the next direction of attack. The green monster raised its blade high. His previous attack triggered its aggressive passive. Its eyes flashed. The green monster struck down with all its strength. He was momentarily stunned by this blow, unsure who the syrup splattering everywhere belonged to. Kang Yu or the green monster? The green monster lay still. Kang Yu's blade was driven straight through its head, causing syrup to scatter everywhere. Finally, he was able to let out a soft breath. Looking at his hands stained with syrup, Kang Yu grumbled, "This sucks. If I had my power, this would be a piece of cake. So you're saying I have to start all over again?" He had to shake the syrup off his hands, then looked at the virtual mailbox in front of him in surprise. When Kang Yu clicked it, several notification lines appeared. You have cleared the monster territory solo. You will receive 150% EXP. You have successfully defeated a C-rank boss monster, Hobgoblin. He muttered to himself. It was a boss. The notification window continued. You have leveled up 3 times. This line took Kang Yu by surprise. Next, you have unlocked the second awakening. After reaching level 2 of your special ability, your second awakening has been unlocked. He clenched his fists in joy. This info got Kang Yu hyped as hell. All right, the second awakening. The skill description appeared right after special ability, second awakening, insatiable hunger. Effect. You will absorb more mana from targets, defeated while using gluttony. He thought, not bad, even if it's not a combat skill. I can absorb much more mana from now on. Kang Yu tapped away on the virtual screen, whispering excitedly, if I utilize the perks of being a player, I can become stronger, right? Then, let's see how strong my special ability has become. Looking at the massive corpse before him, he gently placed his hand on its head and quietly activated gluttony. A powerful dark aura emerged. It quickly devoured that massive corpse. Kang Yu looked at the light swirling around his hand, marveling that the aura had turned much darker. Is this the influence of the special ability? Thinking so, he touched the fading shadow of the corpse. The system immediately followed with a notification. Insatiable hunger has been activated. You will absorb more mana. Your mana stat will increase by 3, total mana 19. These stats caught Kang Yu completely off guard. The absorption rate has definitely increased. Holding a small clump of energy in his hand, he looked satisfied. Defeating powerful monsters will definitely make me stronger. That massive corpse has been reduced to nothing but bleached white bones. As Kang Yu narrowed his eyes, silently making perfect calculations. Let's see how this mana increase affects. He closed his eyes. He began to sense the flow of mana from earlier, now surrounding him once again. But Kang Yu was a bit surprised. My power. I thought I'd be at least twice as strong as before. He clenched his fist tight. Doubts arose as it was over 3 times more than he expected. Why did it jump so fast? Kang Yu wondered to himself. A sudden power surge like this could be dangerous. The demonic energy rose up, enveloping him in an illusory scene. Perhaps? Kang Yu sat down properly, feeling the surface beneath his feet. This place is the Hellgate Maria. It seemed he had discovered something. I knew it, he thought. Kang Yu's brows furrowed deeply. He felt a bit restless. The seal on the Hellgate. Maria has grown weaker. He looked down, filled with confusion. But why? Aside from the awakening, there shouldn't be any other major changes. He glanced at the status window next to him. Then, as if realizing something, he shouted in his mind. Kang Yu made a deduction in his head. Don't tell me that every time I unlock an awakening. You have unlocked the second awakening. After reaching level 2 and unlocking the second awakening, the seal on the Mirage Hellgate weakened again. His lips curled into a confident smirk. His gaze became even more determined. If that's true, if I just keep leveling up, I'll be able to reclaim my original power. In that case, there's even more reason to head to higher level gates. Kang Yu stood up straight. He gave himself a pep talk. All right. He picked up the gem from beneath the monster's skeleton. Then Kang Yu broke into a bizarre grin. Fiddling with the gem in his hand, he whispered, Next target is the third awakening at level 21. A long while later, at a bustling restaurant filled with chatter, He and Sola were among those sitting and eating. He ate like he'd been starving for a lifetime. Kangwoo shoved a piece of fried chicken into his mouth, while his other hand didn't waste a second grabbing the next piece. He devoured every bite with pure relish. After swallowing, he reached for his beer mug, chugging half of it in one go. Kangwoo slammed the mug onto the table and let out a satisfied shout. "That's the spot!" Sitting opposite him, she smiled at his joyful eating and asked, "Is it that good?" Kangwoo wiped his mouth and replied, "Yeah, it's delicious." So Sola decided to tease him. She dropped a killer question. "Even better than the kimchi stew I make?" She successfully left Kangwoo tongue-tied and torn. "About that." A moment later, he answered seriously, "Even so, I like your kimchi stew better." With that, Sola laughed and said, "I'm just kidding. You're actually pretty funny." Kangwoo. He picked up his beer to hide his fluster and replied with an awkward smile, "Is that so?" Knowing she'd pushed a bit too far, she quickly put more food on his plate. Offering it to him, "You should eat mine too." "Oh," Kangwoo asked happily, "you sure?" But before Sola could respond, he blurted out, "Thanks a bunch." Suddenly, she went silent for a moment. After a while, Sola spoke up hesitantly. "Kangwoo, if you don't mind." Kangwoo, still chewing happily, looked up at her. Sola paused for a second before continuing. "Do you have any friends or family?" The question made Kangwoo freeze. The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely quiet, even though the chatter of the people around them remained as lively as ever. He picked up his beer and finished it off, then slammed it down again. But this time it seemed a bit resentful. "I don't. No friends." The fork Kangwoo hit fell to the floor, bouncing rhythmically. He replied sadly, "Family, home, not even those." She looked at him with concern and pride gently. "So where do you sleep?" Kangwoo leaned down, hiding his current emotions. He replied to Sola in his calmest tone, "Actually, I don't really have anywhere else to go." But his hands, gripping the fork, trembled slightly, betraying his true feelings. Seeing that, she immediately made an offer. "I don't know if you'd be okay with this, but if you don't mind, would you like to stay at my place?" Upon hearing this, Kangwoo's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Huh? Are you sure?" Sola reached for another fork in the box and said, "Yeah, even in this short time, you have no idea how much you've helped me. Don't worry about it at all." She explained with a smile. Kangwoo scratched his head in embarrassment and replied shyly, "Then I'll take you up on that offer." Taking the fork from Sola, he said happily, "Cheers to both of us, Sola." She gave a loud "okay" and teased him with a laugh. "I'll be counting on you to look after me too." Sola looked at Kangwoo affectionately, thinking, it seems like Kangwoo has a lot on his mind. After sitting for a bit, he suddenly remembered something and went, "Oh, also I have something for you." Kangwoo pushed a thick envelope across and said, "There should be about 3 million won in here." Sola's eyes bugged out in shock. "What? But why?" Kangwoo calmly replied, "Just think of it as my rent." She waved her hands and stammered, "I can't possibly accept this." Sola said in a low, sad voice, "You've already helped me so much. If I take this money too—" Before she could finish, he cut her off reassuringly. "You've spent a lot lately. I know things have been tough for you." Sola hesitated, but before she could refuse again, he pushed the envelope forward once more. Lifting his hand from the stack of cash, he said, "Don't feel pressured. I'm going to be eating your food too, after all. If you don't like me calling it rent, then let's just call it grocery money." Staring at the stack of cash sitting on the table, Sola finally accepted it, sighing helplessly. "Seriously?" She clutched the money tight, her eyes welling up as she looked at Kangwoo. "Thank you so much, Kangwoo." He gave an awkward smile and said, "It's nothing." Then Sola made a suggestion. "In that case, tomorrow, I'll use better meat to cook the kimchi stew. It'll be even tastier than before." Hearing that, his mouth watered as he chimed in excitedly. "For real?" He was beyond happy. "I get to eat kimchi stew every day." "I knew it. Sola is a literal angel. I'll sell magic stones to make money and keep her happy." Just the thought of it had Kangwoo crying tears of joy. Then, remembering something, he paused and asked, "Oh, Sola, are there any D-rank gates nearby?" She thought for a moment and replied, "If you're looking for a D-rank gate, there's one close by. I've never been there myself, but I heard it's crawling with lizard men." Kangwoo stuffed another piece of chicken into his mouth. His eyes drifted as he went into deep thought. Lizardmen. I have to go there tomorrow. I need to defeat stronger monsters and unlock the next awakening faster, all while making more bank. Despite being deep in thought, he didn't forget to eat. His hand kept stabbing at the meat on the plate, his mind still wandering. But seriously, does lizardman meat taste good? Thinking about this, Kangwoo called out to Sola. Sola led Kangwoo to a bedroom that hadn't been occupied for a long time. She introduced it. This used to be my brother's room. But you're welcome to use it as you like, Kang-woo. Kang-woo stepped into the room with his personal belongings. He replied politely, thank you so much. Seola. Kang-woo sat down on the single bed in the room. He expressed his sincere gratitude to her. Thanks to you, I'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Seola blushed slightly and replied, it's no problem at all. Seeing that it was getting late, Seola didn't stay to disturb Kang-woo's rest any further. She stepped out of the room, turning off the light for him on her way out. Well, good night then, Kang-woo, he replied softly. Yeah, good night, Seola. The door closed, but not all the way. A small crack remained, letting a sliver of light from outside drift in. Inside the dark room, he stared at that light for a moment, then quietly lay on the single bed, thinking to himself, this comfort. I haven't felt anything like this in 10,000 years. It's so peaceful and cozy. Coming back here was definitely the right move. Somewhere else, a large crowd had gathered, as if preparing for a mission of great importance. Party recruitment was in full swing, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The first person called out, looking for a spearman. Who has reached the second stage of awakening? The second person shouted, seeking individuals with special abilities. Above C rank. A third group recruited. We are running a pro team. We'll help you level up quickly and safely to the third stage of awakening. Kang-woo thought to himself, since I've reached D rank, I should be able to find a team here. As he was looking for teammates on his own, he caught a glimpse of a familiar sight. Taehyun was down on his knees, begging to join a party. Please, let me join! I'll stay out of the way and help with bandages or whatever you need. The other person flatly refused. We don't take people who only know how to wrap bandages. Kang-woo was slightly surprised. Him again? At this rate, someone's bound to take him eventually. I feel pretty bad for him. He walked up to the gate where player ranks were verified. The soldier on duty checked his card and confirmed, all right. You're verified as a D-rank player, Kang-woo. Something about Taehyun's situation earlier still bothered him, but Kang-woo brushed it aside. Well, it's none of my business. Kang-woo entered the D-rank gate. He walked around, taking it all in for a bit, and finally lay down on the grass. So this is a D-rank gate. Should I move stealthily? No sooner said than done. Kang-woo immediately activated his silence ability. Kang-woo thought about the lizard men. He remembered what Seola had told him. They are sensitive to sound, but their eyesight isn't great. If he didn't approach silently, they would pounce on him instantly. Lizard men were massive lizards that walked on two legs like humans and were about the size of a grown man. Aside from those two traits, they looked just like ordinary lizards. In terms of appearance, Kang-woo's eyes lit up. Nice, I've spotted them. Seola had filled Kang-woo in on everything about lizard men. They are also afraid of fire, so having a fire mage on your team makes hunting lizard men much more efficient. Remembering this, he immediately unleashed the power of the demon Andras, Hellfire, incinerating all the lizard men at the scene. Since they couldn't see what hit them, they were caught in the flames. They thrashed around and jumped into the water, instinctively trying anything to put out the fire. Kang-woo just stood aside and watched, silently noting, you can't put out Hellfire using ordinary methods. Unless you use mana or magic to suppress it, you'll never be able to extinguish it. And since it burns life force, rather than your physical bodies, you'll be leaving nothing but a husk for your enemies. Never mind. Come to think of it, wasn't Hunter Hyun's guild name Andras? I guess he just picked a random name from somewhere. I mean, if things don't work out, I can always just destroy everything myself. After seeing that the lizard men had completely lost all of their power, there was still another pack of lizard men behind him. Kang-woo turned back to look at them and calculated whether he should hunt more or not. Should I hunt another pack? He was still on the fence. While he was debating, someone's voice called out, breaking his train of thought. A young man spoke up and asked, looking at your gear, you must be a newbie, right? Do you want to join our guild and hunt with us? Kang-woo wasn't really interested in this topic. He just asked out of formality, what guild is it? Ho-jun introduced, we are the Andras Guild. Kang-woo looked at the group for a moment and replied, I'm not interested. With that, he turned around and walked away, leaving them all behind. Ho-jun saw his attitude and felt angry, mixed with confusion. What the hell, what an arrogant brat! He looks like a rookie, but he doesn't have a humble bone in his body. The woman next to him softly asked, Babe, what should we do? If we go back like this, the guildmaster will... He replied, since it's come to this, just leave him half dead and dump the body somewhere. It's been a long time since we've had some stress relief. Let's give that guy a life lesson. His face grew increasingly dark, showing his dirty intentions. He left that group of people. Kangwoo continued hunting lizardmen, using his old moves to defeat them all. After killing quite a number of lizardmen, he thought to himself, looks like I've cleared out the whole neighborhood. Being safe is good, Sui, but to level up fast, Sui. A little danger is fine, Sui. Kangwoo was holding something, flashing with purple light. Perhaps it was the combined power of all the lizardmen from earlier. He looked at it, stroking his chin thoughtfully, thinking about what he should do next. While lost in his own world, someone's voice suddenly startled him. His hand tightly gripped the glowing object. As he reflexively turned toward the sound, he analyzed the voice. The other person seemed to read his mind. He spoke up, "Don't you remember? I'm your senior. I was wondering if the newbies' hunting was going well, so I came here to check." He took them all in and silently observed that they were the same people as before. Just by looking at him, I can tell. He's definitely a total scumbag. Who specializes in bullying the weak? Kangwoo played it cool. "You're worrying for nothing. As you can see, I'm doing just fine here." Hojun looked at him with disdain. "Is that so? But your clothes are still clean, and there isn't a single corpse around." Kangwoo replied with an indifferent voice. "That's because I wanted to rest for a bit." Hojun used his senior status to lecture him. "But your attitude toward your senior, why is it so disrespectful?" Since being nice only brought trouble, Kangwoo decided to stop holding back. He replied, "Because I find you to be a bit of a nuisance, senior." This nonchalant tone directly made him lose his mind. Damn this son of a bitch. The more furious he got, the more coolly Kangwoo acted. "What? You want to go?" Taehyun stood at the back, seemingly unable to hold back his anger. He lunged forward. "This guy is seriously—" Before he could finish his sentence, a hand reached out to stop him. "Stop!" Taehyun tried to calm things down. "But Hojun, don't worry. I've thought of a way to give this disrespectful bastard a piece of my mind." Kangwoo thought to himself, if this guy is going to act like he's the king of the world, he's probably at the lowest rank B tier. Hojun sneered, "You're really a piece of work. But I'm going to make you regret this." Kangwoo didn't show a hint of fear right now. On the contrary, he looked excited. "Can't wait." Hojun gripped his sword tightly. "Let's see how long you can keep acting like a clown." With that, he struck his sword hard against the iron bracers on his forearms, creating an incredibly loud noise. His teammate called out a warning. "Hey, don't you know that lizardmen are extremely sensitive to sound?" Kangwoo looked at him like he was an idiot clout chaser. He had no idea what the guy was even trying to do. How cute. Not only did he strike it once, but he was crazy enough to strike it hard a second time. The racket successfully lured a horde of lizardmen over. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the water. He said excitedly, "They're here! Ready a defensive spell!" After stepping inside the protective barrier, he looked at Kangwoo with pure contempt. "What are you gonna do to stop me, huh? Just with sound. I can draw in 100 of them. Maybe this is a bit overkill. To teach an arrogant punk like you a lesson, right? So if you get down on your knees and beg me, I might reconsider before I beat you into a cripple." "What's wrong? Are you so scared you're speechless now?" Only then did Kangwoo calmly reply, "I was wondering how much power you guys actually had. But I didn't expect it would be just this much. Is that it?" Hojun sensed the disrespect in his words. Kangwoo's words left him baffled, so he asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" Kangwoo was teaching them how to actually scare someone. If you want to scare someone, it has to be at least like this. He spread both hands wide, gathering 10 sources of power, and then unleashed the power of ultrasonic sound. With a single clap, it was dozens of times louder than the act of striking a sword against forearm bracers like Hojun had done. Of course, he wasn't going to stop there. That was only just the beginning. The man was terrified. "What? Hey! You psycho, stop it!" He might have planned to leap up and then stomp his feet hard on the ground, but because they were begging him, he gently landed back on the ground and replied, "Okay." Hojun was bewildered. "Wait, what? What the hell is going on, you bastard?" The atmosphere grew darker by the second. Lizardmen appeared from everywhere. They had located Hojun's group. From inside the barrier, he exclaimed, "He's completely lost it!" The woman was terrified. "I've never seen so many lizardmen appear at once." Another guy didn't even give her time to panic. "Hey, focus and stabilize the shield!" Hojun's group started to fall apart from within. "You're a total nut job! Are you trying to take us all down with you?" From the ground, Kangwoo leaped onto a tree branch and asked Hojun, "Weren't you the one who said that lizardmen are very sensitive to noise?" "I know that. I know it better than anyone." Lizardmen began attacking fiercely from the outside. The shield. In that moment, Hojun screamed with pure rage, mixed with desperation and confusion. "You piece of trash, have you really lost your mind?" Are you planning to kill us all just to satisfy yourself? Angry? Kangwoo simply replied with composure, "What are you talking about? I have no intention of dying." From the tree branch, his gaze became more dangerous, and his words grew much sharper. "The only ones who have to die here are you." He stood on the branch, watching them from inside their cramped shield, struggling against the lizard men, who were gradually surrounding them completely. This was the power of dark force. Seeing that those lizard men didn't even touch him, watching Kangwoo, Hojin finally realized in a panic, a sound manipulation skill? Hojin screamed at his teammates, "Get that barrier back up!" Immediately, one of his teammates was struck by a lizard man, impaled right through the stomach. Others looked at him with eyes full of resentment. Hojin collapsed to the ground in terror, because right before his eyes, his teammates were being taken out one by one, without any way to fight back. He desperately covered his mouth with both hands, stifling his sobs. It was utter helplessness. He couldn't resist, nor could he do anything else. The only thing he could do was sit there, trying his best not to make a sound. The weapon from a fallen teammate clattered down right next to Hojin. Trembling, he begged Kangwoo for help. "Save me, please! I messed up, so please!" His panic and despair were met only with Kangwoo's indifference. He coldly dropped a few words. "See ya, Pops, good luck." With that, he clenched his fist, creating a massive noise right where the man was. Hojin was now completely beyond hope. He let out a helpless roar. "You dirty son of a bitch!" But he couldn't escape his fate. He was swarmed by the lizardmen and died in agonizing pain. It was pathetic. He fought the devils by being a more vicious devil himself, matching their bloodlust with an even greater one. Kangwoo stood on the tree branch observing everything. Kangwoo used hellfire to incinerate everything in sight. Once the dust had settled, he decided to step in and collect the loot. "Well, shall we get started?" Kangwoo activated the gluttony skill. The system notified him that his mana stat increased by 1, unable to continue using gluttony on objects protected by Gaia's system. Upon seeing this notification, he thought in confusion, "Gaia's system? That sounds familiar." Then he suddenly remembered. From back then. Standing amidst the chaos, he pondered to himself, "So the things I'm seeing now, everything that's here, it seems players are protected by this thing, Sui, otherwise known as Gaia's system. I want to know if I can digest it. A player's special ability used through gluttony." He looked toward Hojin's corpse nearby. That corpse was now a magic stone. Kangwoo let out a soft sigh. "Well, it doesn't matter anyway. The amount of mana I can use is still what's most important." The system notified him that his mana stat reached 30. He looked at it and remarked, "My mana has increased significantly since last time." He wasn't just talking about the quantity. After collecting everything, Kangwoo tested his hellfire skill to check it. And then he realized, the quality of my current mana is what I'm really talking about. I just need to level up more. He was really looking forward to his third awakening. "I've hunted so much today. So the third awakening isn't far off now." He walked over, picked up the stone next to Hojin's body, and headed back. "I'll keep at it for a bit longer." 3 days later at Soa's house, Kangwoo lifted the whole pot with gusto, slurping up every bit of the food Soa cooked. He didn't hold back on the praise. "This is just as fire as always, Soa." Soa replied, "Thanks, Kangwoo." "Are you heading to the gate for another hunt today?" Kangwoo thought for a moment and then answered, "Yeah, I'll probably be back by dinner." Soa picked up the electric kettle and sighed softly. "Aren't you pushing yourself a bit too hard? You haven't even taken a day off in a while, Sui." Kangwoo smiled and said, "I'm good." Remembering something, he asked Soa, "When does your class end?" She replied, "I think I'll be done in a few days. Apparently starting today. We're going to hunt goblins to level up. I don't know if we'll do well, but I want to reach my second awakening soon." She made tea while chatting with Kangwoo. He encouraged her sincerely. "I'm sure you will, soon enough," she replied with a thank you. Handing him a cup of tea, she said, "Have another cup before you go. You must be exhausted from the lack of sleep." Kangwoo thanked her sincerely. He thought to himself, she's a total angel. In a moment of silence, remembering something, Soa spoke up. "Oh, I almost forgot. I just remembered you asked me to look into the gate." She asked if he had heard the news regarding the gate yet. Curious, he asked, "What news?" She shared the information she had gathered with him. "There are rumors of high-level players lurking around there. It might just be Cap, but you should still be careful, Kangwoo." Hearing that, he thought to himself, high-level players faking their rank and attacking other players? He wondered if the rumor started because of that scumbag, Andras, but then he dismissed it. "No, I checked the perimeter before the hunt. There were no witnesses. Looking at those corpses, it would seem like they were killed by lizard men, Sui. If the person in the rumors is me, then I don't have much to worry about." But I can't be certain, Kangoo mumbled to himself. I should prepare for various scenarios and level up as fast as possible. The system notified Kangoo that he had reached level 20. Upon reaching level 20, the third awakening occurs. Third awakening activated. He could feel it. My magic has increased significantly since last time, he thought, but this time it's on a whole different level. To test his new power, all right, let's see. He tried using the skill, Hellfire, and then observed, just as I thought. However, there were a few things that still bothered him. With every awakening, the seals on the demon gates weaken, and mana leaks out through those weakened seals. On the ground, there appeared a fragment of a magic stone contained inside, something resembling a monster's mouth. Everything was shrouded in purple, making the blue stone stand out even more. Kangoo thought, a magic stone. Should I take a quick look at it? The system notified Kangoo. Awakened attribute, stage 3, mana thirst. Demonic attribute, class A. You can convert the mana in magic stones into demonic power for absorption. Picking up the magic stone from the ground, he silently assessed the quality. This stone is no joke. Its demonic power value is as high as a monster's. Already? With this, I'll be able to double my absorption speed, Kangoo thought with a bit of regret. Though it looks like I'll have to sacrifice the cash I'd get from selling magic stones. Then he decided, well, over the past few days, I've made a decent amount, for now. I no longer have a reason to go to the trading center to sell magic stones anymore. He was doing something on his phone. Kangoo suddenly came up with a pretty great idea. Since I have some extra time anyway, so I want to check out this new ability a bit more. I should also wander around the forest a bit more, right? He acted on the thought immediately. He took off his outer jacket and tied it around his waist, beginning his journey to explore this place. Kangoo squatted down on the ground, using the power of the sky to launch himself high into the air, to get a better view of everything. Hovering mid-air for a moment, he suddenly realized something. Thinking back now, I still haven't run into that lizard man boss yet. I want to try absorbing a magic stone of a slightly higher quality. But this forest really messes with my line of sight. Kangoo let out a frustrated sigh. I don't have enough demonic power to use farsight. While he was busy observing his surroundings, somewhere nearby, voices could be heard. Hey, what are you doing? Recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, he felt a surge of doubt. The voice belonged to Tesu, just as he had suspected. Tesu was standing opposite Taeho and Jonho. His teeth were tightly clenched. Kangoo flew closer to the area and observed everything. Taeho spoke with a tone of pure contempt. This meathead bastard. You really are disgustingly stubborn, Sui. Jonho chimed in. Well, that fits perfectly with his pea-sized brain. Sui, but he's definitely tougher than I thought. Hiding behind a tree, Kangoo wondered, what's going on? Something is clearly wrong here. His gaze shifted toward Taehyun, who was lying face down on the ground. Tesu's voice roared, why the hell are you doing this? After watching for a while, he finally remembered that man. Isn't that the guy who was wandering around solo, looking for a party? Tesu roared in anger at the other two. Why did you guys attack my teammate? Jonho's tone was filled with annoyance. Damn, you sure can scream. Taeho warned him. What if you accidentally attract the attention of that savage lizard man? Sui. He didn't seem to care at all about that. He continued to press them. Just answer me! After watching for a while, Kangoo reached a conclusion. It's obvious at a glance that he's been betrayed. It looks like those bastards are the troublemaker players from the rumors. Then he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I thought. It really isn't me. Taeho raised his weapon to attack Tesu. He barked irritably. Enough with the why already. Shut up and just do as we say. He lunged to attack Tesu. He used his shield to block the blow, but because the force was so immense, he was still shaken. His body was pushed backward. Tesu didn't do anything else. He gnashed his teeth, panting heavily. Jonho remarked, this guy is really tanky. Taeho asked, are you sure he's only a stage 2 awakener? How is he this strong then? Sui. Tesu gripped his shield and slammed it hard onto the ground, creating a golden glow that surrounded the area. His voice was filled with determination. I won't go down as easily as you want. Jonho finally answered Taeho's previous question. Well, he must have awakened with high-tier attributes. Taeho walked step by step toward Tesu. Without looking back, he said, even so, someone who hasn't even passed their third awakening has zero chance against us. Tesu's brow furrowed tightly just like Kim Dan. Sui. Taeho licked his beloved axe weapon. His eyes turned sinister. Let's end this right now. Jonho kindly reminded him. You remember? We aren't allowed to kill him, right? He replied, of course I do. Kangu wondered. They can't kill him? What do they mean by that? His eyes grew dark. He quietly observed the entire situation. Kangu looked toward Tesu, hesitating silently. I only ran over here because I was curious. But should I help him? Using the tone of someone in power, Teho warned Tesu. Remember to keep that shield up. This is going to hurt a bit. Kangu was startled when he saw the man's weapon. Wait a second. That was Kangu. He immediately lunged out of the bushes, standing between the two Tehos, with his back to Tesu. He wanted to take a closer look at this weapon. Then he confirmed firmly, it's demonic power. How could these guys possibly have that? Teho looked at him in confusion. Who the hell are you, just passing through? Jonho remarked, this bastard is unlucky as hell. Finding the person in front of him a bit familiar, Tesu was stunned for a moment. One of the two men on the other side spoke up. Since you've already seen our faces, don't even dream of leaving here in one piece. Tesu then hesitantly called out, Kangu? Teho stared intently at Kangu and asked Jonho, there's no reason to take this guy alive, right? Jonho replied as if it were obvious, yeah, that's for damn sure. Tesu regained a bit of his composure. We've already hit our quota with those two. Teho smirked sinisterly. Isn't that right? Fine then. He gripped his axe and slowly approached Kangu. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. Tesu hurriedly warned him, Kangu, run. Teho continued his unfinished thought. I should be allowed to slaughter to my heart's content. Don't you think? He swung his axe violently at Kangu. Contrary to the brute force of his attack, Kangu simply gave a slight flick of his hand, sending him flying into the distance. Before the shocked eyes of his comrade, Jonho, unable to believe it, asked Teho, who was sitting on the ground, What are you doing? What the hell just happened to you? He clutched one side of his face and looked back. It wasn't me. Something is weird. Teho didn't even get a chance to attack again before Kangu rushed in and landed every single punch with no misses. Tesu was amazed. Seeing Teho getting beaten so brutally, Jonho's sense of camaraderie kicked in. He grabbed his staff, charged at Kangu, and roared, You son of a bitch! Kangu, expressionless, used the power of the black hole of destruction to attack both of them. One in front, one from the side. Dealt with swiftly and cleanly. Zero wasted movement at a speed that left only after images. Jonho, hit by the strike, let out a pathetic scream. Teho's condition was even worse. His face was beaten so swollen it looked like a pig's head. Even his own mother probably wouldn't recognize her beloved son. Kangu walked toward him. One hand grabbed his hair to tilt his face up with a voice completely void of any emotion. He asked, Let me ask you something. Where did you get that demonic power? Teho, despite being beaten to a pulp, didn't answer. Instead, he snarled, You dog, how do you know about... Before he could finish, Kangu slammed his face into the ground. Kangu grabbed Teho's hair and asked again in a low growl, I'm the one asking questions here. Be a good boy and answer. I'll ask one more time. Where did you get that magic power? Despite his face being bruised and swollen like a pig's head, he still kept his mouth shut. I can't say. Kangu countered, No. You mean you won't say it to me? He had no choice but to use the power of terror to force him to speak. Sure enough, under the horrific torture, a terrified Teho blurted out two words, Chairman? The chairman? Before he could finish his sentence, his teammate screamed, Shut up, Teho! Have you lost your damn mind? Because he was being too annoying and messing things up, Kangu hit him with a blast. Stay the hell over there! Jonho was sent flying back by the strike, instantly coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Kangu continued the interrogation. So what was that chairman's name? Which guild? Teho replied almost instantly, Andras, it's the Andras Guild. He knelt down, trembling. Our chairman held a ritual and gave me this power. Kangu asked, puzzled, A ritual? What kind of ritual? Teho started to stammer. That's... Seeing this, Kangu stepped closer and squeezed his cheeks. You clearly haven't learned your lesson yet. Tell me. He was tortured once again. This time, shivering, he stammered, The ritual, and then died in agonizing convulsions. Seeing that no valuable information could be obtained, Kangu clicked his tongue at the corpse and speculated, they must have installed a device that kills the subject if they talk about the ritual. Tesu then cautiously asked, Excuse me, are you Kangu? You are Kangu, right? Taehyun had also woken up by then. Right. What happened? Tesu was excited and happy to see a familiar face. I knew it. It's Kangu, the guy I met before. Then he turned around. Oh, you're awake, Taehyun? He sat up, looked toward Kangu, and asked Tesu. Tesu introduced him. This is the player named Kangu who saved us. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately asked Kangu, But I thought you were at an E-rank gate. Kangu replied nonchalantly. I just went there to handle some errands. Recalling the scene of the day they first met, he asked as if confirming a fact. "You're not actually a newbie, are you?" He replied, "Yeah." "Oh, so that's why you needed time to think." Taesu finally solved the mystery that had been bothering him. He happily shook Kangoo's hand. "Anyway, thanks a lot. If it wasn't for you, we would have been toast because of those crazy idiots." His large hand gripped Kangoo's hand tight and shook it vigorously. It looked a little bit funny. Taehyun stood by, blushing and shyly scratching his ear. "I want to thank you too." But perhaps out of shyness, his voice was so small that it failed to catch anyone's attention. Taesu laughed out loud. "Whoa! I never expected we'd meet again like this. And you're actually a high-level player. I'll definitely find a way to repay this favor." Kangoo gave a polite smile in return. "All right, thanks." Recalling that Andras crowd, his tone turned somewhat disdainful. "But those Andras bastards, their reputation isn't exactly stellar. Still, I didn't expect them to have someone who uses demonic power. I need to report this immediately and warn the Hwarang Legion about this." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Kangoo asked, "Hwarang Legion?" Taesu filled him in on the details. "It's a group of players managed by the government. If we tell them the Andras Guild is using players who wield demonic power, they'll start an investigation right away." Kangoo stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. "Really? Taesu, don't report what happened here just yet." Taesu was a bit surprised. "Huh? Are you planning to—" Kangoo stated his decision. "I'll deal with the Andras Guild myself." Taesu agreed. "If that's what you want, then I understand." Even though he couldn't quite grasp Taesu's logic, Kangoo eventually gave in. "Fine. First off, let's just forget what happened here." Taesu immediately dropped to one knee, taking him by surprise. "Huh?" Taesu said solemnly. "Master Kangoo, I will follow your command. I will assist you on your journey. Let's make the Andras Guild pay for what they've done." Kangoo was startled. "Wait, what?" Taesu continued, "To punish them personally for their evil deeds. What you are doing is—" Kangoo's inner thoughts were in turmoil. What the hell is he talking about? Taesu was overflowing with energy, a kind of heroism you only see in movies. Kangoo immediately denied it in his head. "That is absolutely not it!" Taesu said, "I love it. I love movies too." Kangoo was completely bewildered. Then, Taesu stood firm. "I, Kang Taesu, am completely floored by your heroism. I must repay you. I want to join you on this journey and pay you back." Along the way, he was confused for a second. "What?" Looking at that excited face, full of Taesu's intense drive, he silently made a comparison. "He's exactly like Balak." Taehyun suddenly bowed his head and shouted, catching Kangoo off guard. "Me too, I want to thank you as well. I know right now I'm just a loser, but I'll definitely find a way to make it up to you." Kangoo looked at him acting like that, and could only give a hollow laugh. "Just a loser, huh?" Kangoo recalled a previous conversation. "It means those trash players should just shut up and use bandages. Those players are famous for being useless at DPS or tanking. They're just dead weight." This slang was created because people like them won't be let into any other parties. He thought, so that's what it means. A large hand quickly reached out to steady Taehyun. Taesu spoke up. "This is our destiny." He laughed loudly and patted the shoulder of the person next to him. "If you want to repay him, then why don't we form a party now?" Kangoo stood there, looking at the two of them in disbelief. He silently wondered, whose benefit is this even for? Taehyun was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. He gripped my hand. "I'm truly grateful, but I can't do anything right now. I've been defeated, and I've become nothing but a total burden to you." "Taesu!" Taesu pursed his lips slightly and looked to the side. Hearing him speak, Taehyun shouted with full determination, "I want to get stronger so I can actually help you two. See you later." Taesu laughed and patted his shoulder, praising his attitude. "That's the spirit. Such courage. Your willingness to train harder just to repay others. It's truly admirable." Kangoo stood across from them, watching with a strange look in his eyes. He thought helplessly, have these guys lost their minds? Taehyun bowed once more. "I'll be going now." The two beside him hurriedly waved him off. "Oh, okay?" He stood there thinking, well, having someone owe me isn't a bad thing. Then he looked over at Taesu, who was still talking to Taehyun. "Take care," he said, while Kangoo thought, "but the real problem now is, what am I supposed to do with this clown?" "Mr. Kangoo?" Taesu suddenly called out. Hearing his voice, Taesu quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Kangoo?" He continued asking, "What level are you?" Taesu answered, "I'm level 12. I just reached my second awakening not long ago." He prodded further. "What was the rank of your initial skill?" Taesu shared excitedly. "My special ability from the first awakening was C rank, so I leveled up by hunting." Kangoo, looking curious, asked again, Then what's the rank of your special ability? From the second awakening? Tesu stood tall with a bit of pride. The special ability. From my second awakening is A rank. He stood there silently impressed by the man before him, thinking, this guy has more potential than I thought. Kangu probed again. Then why didn't you join a guild? You could have joined any guild you wanted. Tesu closed his eyes and explained. I was pretty torn about which guild to join. But now I don't need to join a guild anymore. Kangu was quite surprised by his answer. Tesu clenched his fist, his voice full of resolve. I, a real man, Kang Tesu, have decided to follow you, Mr. Kangu. Then he laughed out loud. Kangu stood there watching him, thinking, this is good. He imagined Tesu's growth. Players who get a high rank in their second awakening will likely possess even stronger abilities in their third and fourth. He smiled gently as he thought of Siola. Siola should be having her second awakening soon too, right? Then he spoke up. All right then. From now on, I'm taking you in. This made Tesu shout with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Kangu. He took out his phone. Then give me your contact info. If you ever need my help, I'll be there in a heartbeat. As they exchanged contact information, he said, okay. Actually, I do have a favor to ask. Tesu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just say the word, Kangu. Kangu snapped a bit in annoyance. Back off, you're wearing me out. After exchanging their contact info, he handed the phone back to Tesu and instructed, in the next few days, an acquaintance of mine will finish her basic training. I want you to form a party with her and level up together. The two continued their conversation. Can I know what her class is? Kangu replied, she's a healer. Tesu said happily, then I'd be glad to join her. Damage dealers are easy to come by, so I'll try to build a really strong party. Kangu was satisfied. Good, I'll get back to you later. Tesu asked again, are you heading to the Andres Guild now? He looked somber now, gazing into the distance. Right now, Chunho was struggling while being beaten up. He was slammed against a tree trunk, letting out cries of pain. You're awake? A familiar voice rang out. Kangu pinned Chunho's neck tightly against the base of the tree. In a threatening tone, he said, I have some things to ask you. You'd better not lie to me. Nod if you understand. Good. He patted his shoulder after seeing him nod. Then Kangu probed further. What's your name? He quickly replied, I'm Kang Chunho. He was satisfied. Very well, Chunho. Not long ago, you mentioned needing to capture players alive and bringing them back, right? He flinched, his voice trailing off. I don't remember. Kangu immediately kicked Chunho straight in the head, making him scream in pain. He grabbed Chunho by the hair and pulled him up. How about now, remember yet? Terrified, he answered, the reason we capture them alive is to offer them as sacrifices. Kangu growled. Sacrifices? The word sent a sudden chill down Chunho's spine. His eyes turned red as he stared him down. Kangu tossed him aside. He thought to himself, there are more psychos than I imagined. Now that I think about it, that bastard Taehyun said the same thing. Then a faint smirk appeared on his face. Kangu gripped Chunho's jaw tightly. His eyes glowed red, his face looking completely villainous. Chunho, I have a favor to ask you. A miserable figure dragged a suitcase through a narrow alleyway. Hold it right there, a voice called out. Are you Kang Chunho? He gripped the suitcase handle and replied, that's me. The person opposite him shone a light directly on him. He asked, did you and Taeho go out to hunt sacrifices together? Seeing his face covered in bruises, the other man asked in surprise, why did it take you so long? Damn, what happened to your face? Weren't you just going to a D-rank gate to hunt for sacrifices? And where's Taeho? Chunho stammered, Taeho is dead. The man looked confused. What? Panic-stricken, he shoved the suitcase toward the man. Just take this sacrifice and go, please. The guy questioned him further. Taeho dying in a D-rank dungeon? You really think I'd buy that? Chunho trembled as he held out the suitcase. It's true, that's just what happened. The man still wouldn't let him off the hook. Just what happened? How the hell does that work? What do you mean by that, huh? He reached out to take the suitcase. There was a high-level player among them. Chunho didn't dare look him in the eye. He stammered, yeah, that's right. Also, thanks to Taeho, I barely managed to take that bastard down. I've brought that bastard here to be the sacrifice. The white-haired man knelt down to inspect the body inside. He's still breathing. He tapped Kangu's face. Condition isn't too bad. Then he shone the light on Chunho's face. But you're acting a bit strange. He covered his face, sounding guilty. Taeho is dead, so I'm just a bit overwhelmed. Chunho quickly backed up a few steps, letting the other man finish his check. Overwhelmed, my ass? The fewer people, the better, right? The white-haired guy stood up with the suitcase. Since you've turned in the sacrifice, we'll all receive divine grace. And since Taeho's dead, all that mana goes to you, lucky bastard. Wait, does that mean you didn't have to use even a bit of your power? He spoke to Chunho with a heavy dose of sarcasm. The man then remarked, "Hey, you jerk Kang Chunho! Did you actually kill Taeho yourself? Probably wanted to keep all the good stuff for yourself, huh?" Chunho turned around angrily. "Shut your mouth! You've got the sacrifice now. Do whatever you want with it, I'm leaving." White Hair, confused, called out, "Hey, where are you going?" He was quite puzzled by Chunho's frazzled appearance. What's up with that guy? No way he's actually that upset just because Taeho died. He couldn't see that Chunho's face was currently pale, drenched in sweat. Guess he's more emotional than I thought. Meanwhile, inside the gate, one of the men inside dragged the suitcase in from the outside. As the subordinate tried to speak, Guild Leader Chen cut him off. "You're late!" The man respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Then he continued his report. The others said they were blocked by a high-level player. What? And Taeho was killed in action too? The guild leader spoke again. And the sacrifice? He pushed the suitcase forward. "Right here, sir." The guild leader stood above and commanded, "Bring it over here, quickly." "I don't have much time left." The subordinate opened the suitcase while bowing respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Chants erupted in unison as the guild leader carried Kongu up onto the sacrificial altar. "Glory to the eternal immortality of the great Andras. Blessings of the great Andras. Power of the great Andras," the guild leader thought. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Voices echoed all around. "Oh, Supreme One, please bestow upon your servants your magnificent power." The guild leader leaned on his staff, unbuttoning his coat as he pondered. "It's been almost a year since my transformation. The number of my followers continues to grow steadily. As long as someone is a player, they will naturally crave obtaining immense power, and I can satisfy their hunger with demonic energy." The guild leader chuckled gleefully and removed his mask. "Now let the ritual begin. Diohyun, order them to prepare the magic stones." The subordinates shouted in unison, "As you command!" The collective chanting grew even louder. "Great Andras." Diohyun flipped open a box filled with glittering stones, his mind consumed by longing, the sheer thirst for this power. He looked at Kongu lying there with a satisfied expression. "The more they crave it, the more my body, my heart, and this very power will become increasingly demonic. If this continues, I will eventually become a true archdemon." Diohyun laughed triumphantly. "Whose turn is it to receive the blessing today?" A subordinate kneeling nearby suddenly spoke up. "It was supposed to be Kang Chun-ho, but he has refused to participate in today's ceremony, sir." Diohyun was slightly confused. "Is that so? Then it seems no one will receive the blessing today." This statement sent the crowd below into a panic. "What? Then what are we supposed to do?" The guild leader's angry voice cut through the chatter of the crowd. "Silence!" Diohyun growled. "If you want to be blessed, bring the sacrifices and magic stones to me. Those who don't put in the work don't deserve to be blessed." The subordinates shrank back and bowed in unison. "Yes, sir!" The guild leader continued. "Furthermore, without my guidance, you wouldn't even have the chance to be blessed. In that case, these unclaimed sacrifices shall belong to me." Diohyun shouted excitedly. "Begin the ceremony!" This immediately hyped up the atmosphere. "Yes, my lord." The man slammed his staff hard against the ground, shattering the stone and releasing a surge of energy. A red magic circle appeared beneath the altar. Diohyun looked at the flow of power, feeling delighted. "With this many magic stones, I'll be able to perform several more blessings." "Excellent. I'm going to get stronger and stronger by absorbing the mana leaking through this rift." It was a grand sight. Surges of power tore through space, creating a long rift. Diohyun's face was full of excitement. The absolute power of demonic mana. "I want to absorb it all right now. But absorbing it like this is too risky. If I absorb it without a medium, there's only one outcome: death." The man touched Kongu, causing veins to pop up on his skin. "If I let these sacrifices absorb the mana until they die, and then consume the blood of those corpses, I can absorb the pure mana. Just like this." Diohyun controlled the power within him to sacrifice the man lying there. "May the demonic power devour you. I'll make sure you lose your life." This guy looks gloomier, but Kang Woo silently admired his endurance. Is his awakening ability rank A or something? Dohyun grinned even more maliciously. "The longer they hold out, the more demonic power I can absorb. This feels like 5 to 10 or 15 times more. This total jerk, what an unbelievably powerful sacrifice. The amount of demonic power he is absorbing, and the amount I will eventually take in, keeps on increasing." Dohyun burst out laughing at the sight. "Open your eyes and scream in agony already." This guy was counting in his head again. 17 by 2, 10 act 30 times, 40 of 10? Do-hyun felt like something was wrong. Why does it keep increasing without stopping? Do-hyun began to back away in a panic. Customer, wait a second. Stop, stop, I told you to stop. Please, I'm begging you, just stop. This guy's behavior started making everyone standing below confused. Do-hyun screamed with a terrified face, "Stop!" The power began to gradually dissipate. He collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale. Do-hyun trembled, his hands clawing at the dirt repeatedly. No, it can't be, no way. Kang-woo finally sat up with an impressed look on his face. His stats just jumped by 20 points in one go. Do-hyun looked like he couldn't believe his own eyes. "What?" he blurted out. "How could this?" Kang-woo gave a slight smirk. "Hey, this ritual thingy. Can you do it one more time for me?" He smiled wider and pointed to his mouth. "Just one more time, please?" Do-hyun sat there shivering. "No, no way, no, no!" The screaming became increasingly ear-piercing, making everyone even more confused. The man quickly gathered his power and lunged at Kang-woo. "You bastard!" Seeing this, Kang-woo lightly stepped aside. The two of them began, one attacking and the other dodging, creating a chaotic scene. He looked at Do-hyun provocatively. "Not bad at all, huh?" The guild leader was furious. Using all his might, he rushed in to attack Kang-woo. A loud sound of impact rang out. Do-hyun concentrated his power in one spot. That action repeated once more. Then a giant sphere attacked that same spot. He was utterly shocked when he saw Kang-woo in a different form, glowing with demonic power. Kang-woo shifted into the Iron Wall Authority form. He sneered. "Gotta admit, having demonic power is pretty damn convenient." The guild leader screamed in rage, ordering his subordinates, "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and attack him already!" Then everyone below began to charge forward. Kang-woo started to envelop his body in power. He used his power to manifest a blade in his hand and struck his opponent hard. Everyone who charged in began to fall after being struck by Kang-woo. He blurred past each person, landing a single blow. That was more than they could handle. They collapsed to the ground in sheer pain. A voice rang out, "Get out of the way, you pieces of trash!" The surrounding people saw an opening. When they looked at Do-hyun, if it's guild leader Do-hyun, then he began to activate his power. His grin grew even wider. Behold, the flames capable of incinerating life itself. Primordial. Hellfire authority. He conjured a massive fireball. Kang-woo stood there dazed for a moment, then covered his mouth and turned away to laugh, which only made Do-hyun even more enraged. "I don't know how. You're able to use demonic power, but there's no way you can defeat my authority." Before he could even finish his sentence, Kang-woo had already conjured an even larger fireball. Do-hyun stared at his fireball, eyes wide with shock. "How is this possible?" Do-hyun trembled, his eyes rolling back. He stammered, "What the hell is that? No, this makes no sense." He stumbled back a few steps. Sheer terror was visible in Do-hyun's eyes. Looking at Kang-woo's creepy smile, he thought, for something like this to exist, it's just absurd. It looks like there's no way to beat him. Do-hyun trembled as he slowly extinguished the fireball in his hand. This guy knelt before his overwhelming presence. Kang-woo spoke up. "Everything was fine, so what kind of stunt are you pulling now?" Do-hyun suddenly screamed. "It is the human form of the great Andras." He was slightly surprised, only blurting out, "Huh?" This guy clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "I have been waiting so long for your descent. You are our king, the god and the embodiment of salvation. The king who shall rule this entire realm." He then looked up excitedly. "What are you all doing?" "Hurry up and pay your respects." Kang-woo pretended he had been the sacrifice, power of the sky. He wondered to himself, should I just play along? Do-hyun looked at Kang-woo eagerly and laughed loudly. "Finally, you realize who I am. I am the great Andras, as you mentioned, the king of fire, the lord of hell, and the king of all demons." Do-hyun kowtowed even harder. "King of all demons! I humbly greet the great king of fire." Kang-woo chuckled with delight. "That's right. Now tell your lackeys to beat it. I want a private word with you." The two of them began their conversation. Kang-woo asked, "What's your name?" Do-hyun replied, "I am Cho Do-hyun." He continued, "All right, Cho Do-hyun. Let me ask you a few things." The guy stammered, "Yes, please ask away." Then he added more boldly, "Great demon Andras." Kang-woo felt a bit fed up. "Hey, knock it off. You already know I'm not Andras." Do-hyun looked up and asked, "Then who are you?" He angrily grabbed the guy's collar. "Shut it." Kang-woo stared intently at the man in front of him. "I don't want to hear a single question from you. You are only permitted to answer what I ask. Understood?" Making the guy tremble and say, "Yes." His voice was low and threatening. "How did you manage to do all this? How did you learn to create the cracks?" "By using magic from monastones," Do-hyun explained with shaking limbs. "I learned how to create the cracks. After hearing the sermons, Kang-woo wondered, sermons? The man was sweating buckets. That's right, one day, a man wearing a demon mask approached me and said I could achieve eternal life if I followed the demon cult. Kang-woo slapped Do-hyun right in the face. You idiot! How could you just agree to a stranger's words without even knowing what it was? The guy lay on the ground and explained, it was because he was way too strong. He recounted that in the blink of an eye, he had already overpowered my guild and told us we had to choose between doing what he said or dying. We had no other choice. We had to accept the sermons and follow his orders. He continued probing. So where's that masked bastard now? Do-hyun hurriedly shook his head. I really don't know anything. I haven't seen him since that day. We receive our orders via mail. Kang-woo poked the guy with his weapon. But why did you risk your life? Following orders like that? Do-hyun lowered his head timidly. Because he was just too strong. He sighed and thought to himself, it's obvious. He was forced from the very beginning. But under the sweet temptation of demonic power, he had started those rituals on his own a long time ago. Who could that person be? The demon cult. It doesn't seem to be a recognized sect yet. But those bastards sure know how to drive people. Insane. They can't be underestimated. Kang-woo commanded in an authoritative tone. The letters containing the orders, hand them over. Do-hyun quickly replied, yes, sir. He handed over a letter. Kang-woo was a bit puzzled. What? There's only one? The man trembled, his face full of sycophancy. That's right. He nodded. All right then. Is that so? Kang-woo began opening the letter. Let's see. Accept the demonic power and become a demon, and recruit as many players as possible. At that moment, the veins on his neck bulged. Kang-woo called out, Cho Do-hyun, are you the only one who's been preached to? The guy opposite stole a glance and replied, I'm not sure, I haven't met anyone else yet. He pushed himself up with his hands. Is that so? Then he thought, this bastard can't be the only one. Unless they are total morons. There is no way they could pull off this plan and put all their faith in just Cho Do-hyun. Especially since this is a plan to expand their forces. He grabbed Do-hyun's collar. He spoke in a tone full of rage. These bastards. They dare to turn this place into a hellhole? I'm going to tell you 3 things. Listen up. First, investigate the demon cult. Second, stop performing these rituals immediately. With his collar gripped tight, Do-hyun replied while sobbing, yes, sir. He continued, third, keep everything that happened between us a secret. Don't you forget it. Kang-woo growled every word, terrifying Do-hyun. His voice grew even louder. Yes, 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 I got it! Then he chased the man away. Now beat it. He began to ponder. Even if I prevent these actions from happening, again, the mess the Andres Guild caused is already enough of a headache. This isn't the first or second time they've used these guys as sacrificial pawns. The government forces are paying closer attention now. They'll bust me as soon as they start investigating the demon cult's movements. But it's still worth looking into these guys. I've utilized the power of fear, so I can't let any info leak out. Once they get what they want, I'll back out. He sighed. Today was a lot more exhausting than I thought. He sighed again. Time to get some rest. By this time, Kang-woo had arrived home, feeling upbeat. Seol-A, I'm home? A surprised voice rang out. Kang-woo? He was a bit surprised. What's up? Seol-A approached him with a worried look. That's exactly what I should be asking you. You went into the gate so long ago, but you didn't contact me at all. You wouldn't even pick up your phone, oh my god! Kang-woo took out his phone and looked. Oh man, he scratched his head. I'm sorry, something unexpected popped up. I'm fine, though. Seol-A breathed a sigh of relief. I was so worried something bad happened to you. Kang-woo looked at her with a gentle expression. Thanks for worrying about me. I'll definitely reach out to you next time. Seol-A felt a bit shy. I'll be waiting. Then she turned back toward the kitchen. Since you're back, I better get dinner started. Kang-woo, what do you want to eat? With a face full of cravings, he replied, Kimchi stew, obviously. She was delighted. Got it. She gave a light giggle. I knew you'd want kimchi stew. I'm actually stewing some kimchi with pork right now. This made Kang-woo even more hyped. He clapped his hands and laughed out loud. You cook such a delicious meal for me every single night. Thanks a bunch. Seol-A didn't stand on ceremony. It's nothing. While out hunting today, I had my second awakening. It's time for me to pay you back, Kang-woo. This statement left him a bit stunned. Huh? You've already had your second awakening? Seol-A was practically glowing. Listen, Kang-woo. I'm officially a B rank now, she said proudly. I received a special ability, called Light's Blessing. With this second awakening, he also clapped along in support. She felt secretly delighted. At this rate, if we team up with Jisoo, we'll be unstoppable. A healer with high-tier special abilities plus him. If those two join forces, We'll definitely be way stronger than the other teams. Kangoo sat down and asked Seol A, "Have any guilds scouted you yet?" Seol A turned away with a secret smile. "Quite a lot." He continued, "So which guild do you plan on joining?" She lowered her head bashfully. "Actually, I don't have any intention of joining a guild. Instead, I want to help you." Kangoo! Kangoo sat in the chair, feeling moved internally. She really is an angel. But then he spoke up. "But it is true that you awakened with a high tier, special ability, Seole. But I don't think you should join me." These words made Seola's hands freeze. Kangwoo continued to explain more clearly. "Right now, you won't be able to help me at all." Seola, feeling a bit hurt, hung her head low. "I understand." Kangwoo looked at her with apologetic eyes. He shook his head, thinking maybe in the future, but not right now. "I'm already way stronger than people at the same level. If I form a party now, I won't be able to grind much XP or join any epic raids. To train myself properly, I need to recruit people of the same rank." Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. "I know a guy named Woong with an A-rank special ability. I think you should party up with Woong for now, and level up while gathering combat experience. This is what's truly important for you," Seola replied while cooking, her face blushing slightly. "Okay," he continued. "When you've gathered enough experience, we can form a party and try entering higher-level gates." This statement left Seola quite astonished. She smiled happily. "All right, I'll party up with that Woong guy as you said, Kangwoo." "Yeah," he continued chatting. "Both of you have high-level abilities, so you'll be able to level up in no time." Seola's smile grew even wider. "Yes, I want to level up fast so I can join you." Kangwoo comforted her. "It won't be long. Until then, I'll support you whenever you need it." That made Seola feel warm inside. She replied, "Thank you, Kangwoo." He sat there looking at her, thinking, "That's right. This is an investment." Then he pondered further. "So when should I power level Seola and Taesu?" At that moment, Seola brought out a pot of soup. "The kimchi stew is ready." Kangwoo's eyes lit up. "Kimchi stew!" He excitedly looked at the appetizing red stew in front of him. "Well then, thanks for the meal." Seola was carrying another pot, using tongs to grab food from it. "Wait, Kangwoo, eat this along with it today." Kangwoo's eyes sparkled even more than before. "This is instant ramen." In his eyes at this moment, the pot of stew was like a divine light, shining in the middle of the room. Kangwoo's hands began to tremble as he reached for his chopsticks. "Majigyo, you bastards, I don't know who you are, but I will protect this world along with my ramen. And I'll save this world with my kimchi stew, no matter what happens." The next morning at the player support center, the C-rank player card will be sent out tomorrow. Kangwoo questioned, "Can't I get it today?" He only got the same answer. "That's right," the girl explained. "From rank C, magic recognition must be added to the card, so it can't be issued immediately. When being issued a C-rank card," she kept explaining until Kangwoo understood. After leaving the center, he became thoughtful. Seola said it would take about a day, but it's still so inconvenient. Kangwoo let out a sigh. "Thinking back since I returned to Earth, I haven't had a single moment of rest. Man, I'm really exhausted. I haven't been able to do anything about the demon cult either. I should take this chance to just chill. But what should I do while resting? Before I was dragged down to hell, I didn't have much money, so I used to kill time by scrolling through news, watching what's hot, and reading webtoons." He looked at his phone, then turned it off. "Nah, let's not do that stuff anymore." Then he looked up with resolve. "I'll do things differently than 10,000 years ago. I went through hell to get back to Earth. I've got to enjoy it. Let's see." Then he looked to the side. "Wait." Kangwoo went into a PC bang and sat down. "This looks unique. Is this a game server? The chair is so comfy." Then he looked at the screen. "Oh, what's this? You can order food directly? Is this heaven?" He clicked on the ramen image on the screen. Sweet. They say PC Bang Ramen is the absolute best. As for the game, Kangwoo was stoked. "I've got to play the most trending game. Looks like there's an event going on too." He sank into deep thought. Support. Tank. You have to form a 5-man party with different roles. Whoa, it's almost exactly like real life. My role will be the one who wipes out enemies in a flash, and the one who stirs up the battlefield. Or I could just be a total troll. He decided with resolve. "I choose you." Sound came out from the machine. "Game start. Welcome to League of Legends." Kangwoo's eyes lit up. "So this is how you play? I get gold every time I kill a monster? Is he a complete noob?" Inside the game, he was being flamed hard. Kangwoo thought, "I should probably teach these kids a lesson." Suddenly, a staff member's voice came from beside him. "Your egg ramen is ready, sir." He looked at the chat log, where they were flaming him, and replied to the staff member, "Ah, yes, just leave it here." The staff member put the ramen down cheerfully. "Yes, enjoy your meal, sir." Kang-woo slurped the ramen while looking at the screen. It smells amazing. He ate the ramen with pure joy. So good. Then he picked up a slice of radish. It even comes with pickled radish. Kang-woo's eyes sparkled, his face full of excitement. Why is this so delicious? Pickled radish and ramen are seriously the perfect combo. Next time, I'll have a strawberry sting to quench my thirst, too. This truly is paradise. A player's scream erupted from the screen, catching his attention. Huh? Wait, what happened? I died? Kang-woo was surprised. An ear-piercing scream rang out from behind him. You piece of crap! This bastard just came out of nowhere. Right when I was about to hit Bronze 4. Kang-woo wiped his mouth and turned his head. Hey, who's screaming like that? A red-haired girl standing behind him was fuming. Who the hell are you? What are you looking at, huh? I'm not in a good mood right now. Look somewhere else. The girl glanced at his screen. Huh? No way, what a coincidence. I don't know if this is luck or just bad juju. The girl approached Kang-woo with a sarcastic tone. You're actually eating egg ramen in the middle of a match? For real, she threatened him. Get lost while I'm still being nice, you piece of garbage. Kang-woo, a bit confused, asked, What are you talking about? Who are you? The girl got even angrier. What? What do you mean by that, huh? You damn game-ruining troll! Then she moved in to grab him. She was slightly surprised when her hand missed. Kang-woo blocked her hand and asked curiously, Why are you suddenly attacking me? Stop bullying innocent people. Suddenly, the girl's hand lashed out again, forcing him to dodge to one side. Once again, her hand grasped only air. She looked at Kang-woo, thinking, What's up with this jerk? Then she gathered her strength and lunged again. He got serious and dodged the opponent's lunge, one striking out, the other dodging. The girl's anger seemed to have reached its peak. Her hands moved fast, striking continuously. Kang-woo observed while dodging. The girl's eyes bulged, and she clenched her fists tight. A surge of power flowed into her hands. She spoke up, You... Her tone was inquiring, Who the hell are you? Were you sent by the Mir Guild? The red-haired girl stood opposite him, questioning, her hands ready in a fighting stance. Clenching his fists, Kang-woo saw this and thought, The Mir Guild is one of the top 5 guilds. He spoke out, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't belong to any guild. She clenched her hands tighter. You dare lie to me? How can someone like you not belong to a guild? Kang-woo was a bit flustered. Am I supposed to be in a guild? So, which guild do you belong to? The girl was confident. The corner of her mouth curled up. Which guild do I belong to? My guild is one of the top 5. The most notorious guild. She stopped mid-sentence and thought, Damn it. I was supposed to keep that a secret. I got way too carried away. Calm down already, yes, sir. Kang-woo didn't care and walked to the counter to pay. Check, please. The waiter also smiled flusteredly. Yes, sir. The girl stood there fuming because he ghosted her and screamed. Where do you think you're going? I'm talking to you. Kang-woo sighed and turned around with a punchable face. So you figured it out? The girl was absolutely livid. That disappointed look of yours makes my blood boil. She stepped closer. Hey, stop messing around. Give me a straight answer. I've never heard of an A-rank player, and not being in any guild. He quickly handed over a card. Here. The girl was shocked. D-rank? She backed away in disbelief. Are you really a rookie? Kang-woo nodded slightly and put the card back in his pocket. That's right. So play nice, I almost died back there. She thought to herself, what? If he's really a newbie, then I should have been able to beat him. Was that really a D-rank skill? Kang-woo left, his voice sounding a bit lazy. You're done, right? I'm out. The employee bowed respectfully. Have a nice day. Leaving only the girl standing there. What? She tried to call after him, but her voice wouldn't come out. She thought, that bastard, could he possibly? He had already left the shop by now. His face looked pensive, as if pondering something. I've lost all my powers, so right now I'm way too weak. But I still have the combat reflexes from my years of experience. However, I didn't think I'd meet someone of that caliber so soon. Especially that last move. For a split second, she completely vanished from my sight. Kang-woo's eyes looked as if he had seen a power that went far beyond his expectations. Just who is she? He let out a sigh of relief for having survived that situation. Suddenly he felt something below. Inside a room, a hand gently pulled the door open. Kicking off the wall, a figure maneuvered through the small alleyway. Her eyes lit up. She opened her phone and thought, all right, no one's around. And this much white noise should be enough. Her hand pressed the phone. A voice answered on the other side. Yes, Ms. Che Yeonju, this is the Red Rose Combat Team. She spoke, connect me to HR. The other side replied respectfully, yes, ma'am. A voice rang out. Yes, this is the Red Rose HR team leader. She spoke Baek Hyung-woo. The HR personnel asked, what is it? Guildmaster Che Yeonju. His voice was deep and warm. Her eyes flashed as she ordered, "Hey, Hyungu! I need you to investigate something important." Youngu wondered, "You mean a cultist?" Yeonju clenched her fist. Maybe, maybe not. It seems like he's hiding his identity. He looks very sus. I already checked his player card. His name is Okangu, and it says he's a D-rank player. Hyungu responded, "A D-rank player? That means he won't have a mana conduction device, and that makes it much easier to forge than an A-rank card. But if he's a D-rank cultist, he'd be wandering around, killing players of the same level." Yeonju quickly countered, "No, his skill level isn't like that. He's so proficient that he could predict my moves." On the other side, Hyungu said, "Even if you weren't going all out, there's no cultist skilled enough to react to your movements in time." She thought about his words and agreed, "That's true. I've investigated cults thoroughly, but none of them could keep up with my level." Definitely not, but that bastard? Those reflexes, could it be that he is... She thought back to the scene while fighting Kang Yu. The other side continued to explain. Based on his skill level, he might be a manager or a leader. That means... do you think the cult is starting to get real? Yeonju on this side punched the wall in a fit of rage. "We can't just ignore that possibility. Hurry up and dig up more info on him." Youngu replied respectfully, "Yes, ma'am, understood." Then she hung up the phone. Yeonju was deep in thought. Whether he's part of the cult or not is still a big if. But one thing's for sure. She held the button in her hand. Kang Yu on this side looked at the shirt with the missing button. "Oh? My button got ripped off. I guess I didn't dodge it completely." Both of them in separate places thought, "That bastard is stronger than me." They were both thinking about each other. A power from within erupted on this side. Yeonju clenched her fist. If he really is rank D, and he can fight like that, just based on pure talent, and then I won't be able to stay by Kang Yu's side. He looked at the shop sign from earlier and muttered, "I thought I was finally done for the day. Guess tomorrow I'll have to head to the C-rank gate the moment I get my player card, because Kang Yu thought that as long as he existed, there's no guarantee that I can keep my high player rank. None at all. To prepare for the future, I need to get even more cracked. In the PC bang right now." Yeonju looked at the seat where Kang Yu had just been. Her hands were trembling with rage. Her mind snapped when she saw the screen. Yeonju got even more pissed off. "Oh, Kangoo, you son of a bitch! I'll track you down and kill you for sure." She crushed the button into dust. Meanwhile, with Kang Yu, he suddenly got the chills. What the heck? Why did I just get a bad vibe? He was currently standing in front of the warp gate. Let's see here. Mokdong rank C gate. He thought there was a spot available in there. "Whatever it is, I need to get to hunting ASAP." A voice suddenly rang out. "Wait up!" The gate staff member spoke up. "You can only enter if you're rank C, and in a party of 5. Kang Yu was a bit taken aback. "Huh? How come?" The staff member quickly explained. "The boss Choi has already appeared inside the dungeon. Solo players are banned whenever the boss spawns," he replied. "Oh, I get it," while thinking to himself. "The boss shows up the second I get my papers? Talk about luck." Meanwhile, people near the gate were gossiping. "Today's the boss day, what's your move?" "Are you nuts? There's no way we're taking that boss down." "Guess we'll just have to group up today." Kang Yu looked at them and thought, rank C gates really are built different. The gear is way better and the security is tight. This is the biggest hurdle. If I want to solo this whole dungeon, I have to sneak in alone. "What should I do?" one of them shouted enthusiastically. "All right, let's go take that leader's head. We're gonna bag that 1001. Kang Yu, standing outside, seemed to pay attention to them. "Oh ho!" The people next to him cheered in response. "Yeah." He looked back at the group chatting behind him. "What's the plan?" "To be real, I'm not feeling it." Kang Yu watched them, sensing the doubt in their voices. "Just looking at it gives me the creeps. We probably can't handle it. The recklessness compared to what that guy said. Should we just sit this hunt out today? Fear versus should we just send it and hope for a miracle?" A sinister look crossed Kang Yu's face. He thought, then adding a little chaos would be perfect. He concentrated his power into his hand. "I don't need to deal with them like those goblins from before. Usually humans." The group in front kept on talking. 1,000,001 is a massive bag. And it's been a hot minute since I hit rank D, but real talk, the boss is way too OP for us. Kang Yu raised his hand, pushing a surge of power into the man's shoulder. "They just need a little push, just a tiny bit." He manipulated the energy, the power of hysteria. Their hearts were full of confidence, and that was enough to influence them. The blonde guy now seemed completely controlled. He suddenly blurted out, "Yo, why are we acting like such wimps?" Everyone started panicking. "What's wrong with you?" He began to rant. Back in middle school and high school, we were always getting punked by bullies. And all we could do was imagine ripping them into shreds in our heads. It was straight up hell. But then the gates opened, and I thought my dreams had finally come true. I finally had power. I didn't have to crawl like a worm anymore. That's what I thought. But what the hell is this? Why are we losing our nerve because of some monsters? He screamed louder, filled with resentment. The person next to him looked at him in terror. What gives? What's going on? You're acting weird today. Then, he also seemed to lose control. You're right! Why are we always so scared? We just need to kill them all, someone from the back joined the shouting. Yeah! I won't forgive those bastards who killed my brother. God damn it, I'm gonna kill every last one of them. I'll wipe them out and take the rewards for everything I've suffered. That's right, we can't just keep messing around in these low-ranked dungeons anymore. Those words seemed to make the team captain erupt with rage as well, and he started shouting too. Hell yeah, I'm sick and tired of living like this. Monsters or not, I'll make everyone who looked down on me kneel at my feet. Everyone standing, there also began to cheer with determination. I'm gonna slay all these monsters. I can't take this anymore. God damn it, so what? Wipe them out, let's decapitate the boss. The guard at the gate was quite bewildered. Huh? What's up with them? Why are they suddenly screaming? The blonde guy held out his card and yelled, Hey, open the gate, now! Everyone started swarming toward the gate. Kill the boss, open the gate, let's go! The staff member panicked, watching them rush headlong into the gate. What the hell is going on here? I've never seen anything like this. He reported over the radio, Rank C gate here. Players are swarming the area in massive numbers, requesting internal affairs to assess the situation. The staff member was busy reporting and didn't notice a figure darting past him from behind. Kang Yu jumped inside with glee. Nice, very nice. It's a beautiful sight when everyone unites like this. Outside, the shouts continued. Wipe them out! Off with the boss's head, he smirked. Of course, I'll be taking all the rewards for myself. Kang Yu was hyped. He began to venture deep into the gate. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he observed his surroundings. A desert? Kang Yu muttered as he walked. Totally different from that swamp terrain before. It's huge, way too big. He scanned ahead. Finding the boss in this vast space was going to be tough. In an area this wide, do I need to use the power of the sky? Then he looked at the notification window and said, Now I see it. Looks like I can use this now, right? Let's see, Monostat is over 50, so it should work. Kang Yu checked his stats. Strength 23, Agility 21, Stamina 20. Not magic, but Monostat was at 53. Intelligence 11. All right then, should I go for it? He began jumping up a nearby cliff. After leaping across several mountains, Kang Yu landed on a spot. He began to use Authority of Astaroth. Observe. Chilling eyes began to scan the surroundings. They searched everywhere in the desert. Information overload. There's too much. Let's see, over there. He watched intently. Then he spotted the massive boss moving across the desert. Nice, there it is. Kang Yu quickly wiped the sweat from his face. But the leader is surrounded by a ton of minions. He looked excitedly at the crowd from earlier. Oh ho, they're pouring in now. Perfect. Down below, the people who were rioting outside were hyped. Time for the fourth awakening! Let's go take the leader's head! The blonde guy shouted. Kang Yu stood above and thought, I can use those guys. He leaped from the cliff and moved to another spot. I'll use those players to deal with the minions. And I'll handle the leader myself. Kang Yu scanned the area. But first I need to lure them out. All right, let's start the attack. He began casting a skill on the back of his hand. A stream of black energy began to flow from his hand. A long sword manifested. Kang Yu spun the sword with both hands, then swung it down with force. A blood-red streak flashed through his eyes. That power surged straight toward the boss. A notification window popped up. Rank B Dungeon Boss, Leader Cho has been defeated. Bonus EXP will be granted. You are the primary contributor to the boss's defeat. Your bonus EXP will be tripled. You have leveled up 4 times. Kang Yu's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, what? It died in just one hit? He looked down at this dead boss, his face full of disbelief. That was actually the boss? Kang Yu looked at the notification window, puzzled. The stat window says so. Why is a rank C boss so weak? He thought, no, it's not weak. The info said it's a fitting boss for a rank C gate. I'm just way stronger than I thought. And here I was planning to hunt as carefully as possible. Kang Yu rolled up his sleeves. But with this much power, he formed a scythe in his hand and approached the monsters. A smirk played on his lips. Change of plans. The monsters roared and charged toward him. Kang Yu stood there silently for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. A demonic look appeared in his eyes. If that's how it is, I'll just slice you all in half at once. Kang Yu darted past the monsters, leaving a horizontal slash across their bodies. He quickly withdrew the blade in his hand. On the bodies of the monsters, a black mark appeared on each of them. Their wounds healed rapidly, but it felt like a fire was erupting inside them. From within their bodies, long blades began to protrude, causing massive boils to burst out of the monsters. A scene of instant carnage unfolded, which left Kang Yu quite satisfied. Watching the blood splatter from the monsters, he grinned, feeling genuinely pleased. An attack that shattered the power of the blade inside of them. With the amount of mana I have now, this is no problem at all. The notification board appeared again. You have successfully wiped out a pack of rank C trolls. You have leveled up 2 times. You have acquired the skill, Earthen Blade, rank A. Techniques classified as skills will be more effective. Kang. He was amazed to see that skill on the notification bar. He thought, a skill? I heard players can receive them. When they exert enough power, Kang Yu's presence suddenly caught the attention of the monsters. All right. He let a drop of blood fall from his fingertip. Let's give it a test run, shall we? The blood hit the ground and created a barrier on the floor. The monsters panicked slightly, hurriedly backing away, not daring to step forward. In the circles beneath their feet, a blade suddenly emerged, stabbing straight through their legs, sending them running in all directions. But as they were running, blades appeared out of nowhere, quickly chasing after them, and slicing straight into the monsters' bodies, hacking them into pieces. After that display of shredding, Kang Yu walked over to their remains. Yeah, this is definitely more effective. Well then, I guess it's time to enjoy the fruits of my labor. He began to use the power of predation on them. Kang Yu slowly glided past them, watching the scene of the mob being devoured by the purple monsters. Suddenly, the notification window popped up. Mana increased by 2. He felt a bit underwhelmed and frustrated. Only 2? Kang Yu pondered to himself. Is it because my mana stat has already reached 50? My mana only went up by 2 even after trading in all those mana stones. So this is what they meant when they said stats would get harder and harder to increase. My leveling speed is still pretty decent though. Only 4 more levels, until my 4th awakening. All right, let's hunt a bit more before heading back. On this side, the group from earlier was grumbling in exhaustion. Yo, where the hell is the boss? I thought we were going big this time, but I don't see it anywhere. Are you sure the government didn't mess up the math? Forget the boss, there aren't even any mobs left. For real, all we've seen are some trolls running away like crazy. We can't even find the boss's body, yeah. There are traces, but the corpse is nowhere to be found. They started getting demoralized. Let's just bounce. Yeah, that's the best move right now. Just a little further. Damn it, this is whack. How could they get the calculation so wrong? Maybe I should go file a complaint or something. Kang Yu hid behind the edge of a rock and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the power of wrath is still effective. I should quietly join the crowd and use them to get out of here. The people in front were still complaining. Today is just so freaking annoying. Is today some kind of cursed day? Those bastards announced a boss, and we got all prepped for nothing. Everyone began to leave the gate in a fit of rage. They blamed the guards on duty. How could you guys miscalculate the time like this? If I'd known, I wouldn't have skipped work. How are you going to compensate us for this? He stood behind them observing, thinking, good, keep it going. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, quiet! Kang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to that voice. He looked straight ahead. Everyone began to buzz with commotion after seeing the people blocking the way. What the Hwarang team? Why is the Hwarang team here? Is there some kind of emergency? No matter how mad you are, don't go throwing your life away like that. Why did so many of them come? What's going on? I just want to get home quickly. What a total waste of time. Look, a girl with white hair appeared, walking toward the gate. Everyone was a bit confused. Isn't that Baek Hwayeon, the captain of Hwarang Team 3? Wait, what? You're right. By then, the person had arrived. Hwarang Team 3 Captain Baek Hwayeon. She stepped forward, slammed her scabbard on the ground, and said, silence. We have something to say to the players. Hwayeon had a grim expression and glanced sideways. Recently, we received information about a Chaos player at the Rank D gate. A Chaos player? Meaning a player with power far beyond their normal level. So we will be randomly checking players who are at or above the 3rd awakening stage. We suggest everyone cooperate proactively. Everyone started whispering again. Chaos player? I've heard the rumors too. Kang Yu was currently hiding in the crowd, looking out. He pouted and looked up. Looking for a chaos player, huh? At that moment, the staff began checking everyone. Wait a moment, please present your player card. Kang Yu looked at her, feeling a bit of panic inside. There's no way they'll find me, right? Hwayan spoke to reassure everyone. Don't worry. The screening process won't be complicated. There are a few players on our list. But today, we will only conduct a preliminary investigation and then leave. Kang Yu stood there confused and thought, I did cause some trouble today. They couldn't be talking about me, could they? He paid close attention to his surroundings. If it's really me, it would be very dangerous to oppose them right now. There are too many people watching at this moment, so I can't just hide. Especially that woman named Baek Hwayan. I can tell just by looking at her that she's tough to handle. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If possible, I want to slip away silently. How the hell am I supposed to escape? A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Please present your player card. Here. Hwayan held out her hand. Did you lose your card or something? Kang Yu was a bit flustered and quickly spoke up. Oh, wait a second. Then hand it over. He panicked internally. Was he overthinking and getting too anxious? Kang Yu saw her frown and let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, looks like I wasn't caught. His expression darkened. But from now on, I need to be more careful. The Chaos players have already started making their move. Should I try to dig for more intel from her? Kang Yu thanked her for personally conducting the check. Hwayan took the card and examined it closely. Just sitting back and sending someone else didn't sit right with me. He thought, she really is an amazing girl. He blurted out, that's truly admirable. She scrutinized the card, her eyes flashing with a serious glint. It seems there have been many Chaos players lately. That's right. That's why we're doing these random checks. Once the check was complete, Hwayan handed the card back to Kang Yu. Verification complete. He smiled broadly as he took it. Ah yes, thank you for letting me through. Kang Yu's expression turned somber as he listened to her voice. Hunting monsters is enough to make a living. It's terrifying that people would kill each other for money. He tried to pull back his card, playing along. Exactly, money can be a scary thing. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Exactly, I think so too. Inside, however, Kang Yu felt the opposite. What a lie. They already know Chaos players aren't after money. The government is targeting the cultists. Hwayan turned her head to look at the person beside her. Well then, goodbye. He suddenly spoke up. Could you tell me? Which Chaos players you guys are targeting? If I spot them, I'll report them to the organization. Hwayan gave a gentle smile and nodded. Thanks for the offer, but leave that to us. It's our duty to protect the players. Kang Yu gave a polite smile. All right then. Hwayan gave him some advice. It looks like you haven't been rank C for very long. I get that you want to enter higher rank gates, higher than his, but it'll be safer for you to level up bit by bit at that rank D gate. Kang Yu nodded in agreement. Ah, I see. Thank you. Hwayan smiled happily. It's hard to find good people like you these days. I hope to see more players like you in the future. Kang Yu smirked and thought, if there were more like me, things would be a total mess. Then he gave an awkward laugh. Thank you. He watched her walk away and thought, a secret investigation, huh? I've learned that. The government is also investigating those demon worshippers. Time to head home. Kang Yu took out his phone and made a call. Hey, Tetsu, want to meet up? A few days later, he went to a cafe to meet Tetsu. The other person also walked up happily. Nice to meet you. Then he reached his hand out toward Siwa. Are you the healer he keeps talking about? Siwa stood there, a bit flustered, and stepped back. Ah, yes. Then she gave an awkward laugh and shook Tetsu's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Siwa. He grinned and said, You're very beautiful. Kang Yu quickly spoke up to cut him off. Stop staring already. He sat down, smiling slightly with an embarrassed face. Anyway, Tetsu, as I said, I'd like you to take Siwa hunting at a rank D gate. Tetsu happily agreed immediately. Sure thing, I'd usually be the one asking anyway. A healer with a rank B trait? Is my sister-in-law's trait only limited to healing? Siwa's face turned red as she stammered, Sister-in-law? Kang Yu, sitting beside her, also stole a glance at her. He looked a bit shy. Tetsu laughed even harder, seeing the two of them so embarrassed. No need to be shy. Tell me more about your trait. Siwa seemed a bit guilty. She stiffened up and replied, Ah, yes, she explained. My trait is called Light of Benediction. Besides healing, I can also use buffs to increase strength, vitality, and agility. Tetsu was quite surprised by her abilities. So can you heal and buff at the same time? Siwa gave a shy smile and replied, Yes. Though they aren't very powerful, I can even use combat skills as well. Tetsu looked at her in shock. That's incredible! Kang Yu was drinking water when he was suddenly put on the spot, leaving him staring at the man in confusion. Tetsu turned to him excitedly. A healer who can both buff and handle enemies is extremely rare. Even major guilds like Hanun would snap my sister-in-law up in a heartbeat. Siwa's face remained flushed. She said shyly, "Thank you, Tetsu." Kang Yu sat there watching the drama unfold and thought, "Is she really that good?" Siwa gave a bright smile. "But for now, I don't want to join any guild." Her smile was so gentle that Kang Yu couldn't help but gaze at her, totally captivated. He thought, "Sister-in-law, huh? I'm not going to argue with that." Tetsu grinned along with her. "Me too." He raised his glass and took a big gulp. His voice rose as he said, "Because from now on, I want to leave a mark on player history alongside my brother, Kang Yu." Kang Yu looked at him helplessly. "That's not even beer, man." Tetsu looked completely satisfied after finishing his drink. "A hot Americano really is the best. Right, brother?" Kang Yu stared at him in disbelief. He thought, does he think he's drinking soup or something? He began to inquire further. "So, do you have anyone else in mind? To round out a full party?" Tetsu answered without hesitation, his voice full of confidence. "Of course, I found 2 people who are top tier. I heard they just finished their second awakening. They're so talented I'm actually wondering why they haven't joined a guild yet. I'm sure you'll like them. I have a good eye for people." Kang Yu pouted slightly. His gaze was full of skepticism. "A good eye for people, huh?" Tetsu felt a bit flustered. After hearing that, he replied hesitantly, "Sometimes I make mistakes, but overall it's solid." He started rambling on and on. "I met them when I first started hunting goblins. They're trustworthy folks. If it's cool with you tomorrow, I'll introduce you to them before the hunt." Kang Yu nodded. "Sounds good." Then he turned to this person beside him and asked, "What do you think, Siwa?" Startled, she spoke up. "If they're friends of yours, Kang Yu, then of course it's fine." Siwa gave a gentle smile. "I need to level up fast, so I can keep up with you, Kang Yu." Kang Yu's face flushed slightly. His voice sounded a bit bashful. "Just take it slow. Your safety is the most important thing." Tetsu looked at them with a cheeky, shipping grin. "Man, that's just too sweet." "Seriously, brother?" Kang Yu immediately snapped back, "Stop staring." Tetsu continued, "All right, let's meet at West Incheon tomorrow. I'll send you the address later." Kang Yu was surprised by his words. "Wait, there's a rank D gate nearby. Why go all the way there?" Tetsu quickly explained so he would understand. "Hasn't that gate had quite a few accidents lately? So this time, I want to switch targets to hunting Joe at the West Incheon gate instead of lizardmen." Kang Yu was quite astonished. "Newbies taking on Joe at rank D?" Tetsu replied. "Yeah, they're stronger, so we'll level up faster. Plus, they're easier to hunt, since we don't have to keep quiet like we do in the swamps." Kang Yu was somewhat impressed by his reasoning. Good idea, he thought to himself. He's actually pretty smart. Having a subordinate like this is perfect. Kang Yu stood up. "All right, see you tomorrow then." Tetsu watched him and asked curiously, "Are you leaving now?" Kang Yu quickly replied, "Yeah, I've got some stuff to take care of today." Tetsu pouted. "Oh, what for?" He looked at his arm muscles and smiled slightly. "Grinding." Meanwhile, right inside the gate, Kang Yu was battling monsters. He looked at the swarm and thought, my current level is 29, just one step away from the 4th awakening. He activated his power. His eyes flared with fire as he looked ahead, his voice filled with excitement. "Well then, shall we begin?" Authority of observation. Red streaks began to creep everywhere, forming a giant web that swept through the monsters. First those 8. He moved swiftly, using his blade to slice through the horde. Long trails of blood sprayed out, creating perfect cuts across their necks. They didn't even have time to react. After clearing out the monsters there, he flicked his blade with a hint of disgust, shaking off the blood clinging to the metal. "How many more do I need to hunt?" Suddenly a scent hit his nose, putting him on high alert. This smell, it's human blood. Normally, the scent of blood is common in hunting grounds, but for it to be this heavy, it must be a massacre. 5 or 6 people. A team of rank C players wiped out in an instant, even though there was no boss nearby. Kang Yu didn't hesitate, and ran quickly toward the source of the fresh blood. Cases like this are usually caused by chaotic players. Found them. He stopped. As he saw the corpses scattered across the ground, Kang Yu rushed down to check the situation. They're all dead. The demon cult wouldn't kill players like this, since they need live sacrifices. Then who was it? Since the blood was still fresh, he mused, the culprit is still around here. Who could... A flicker of alarm appeared in his eyes as he looked to his right. Huh? Fangs were devouring. A human, a hell beast, a hellhound. Its sudden appearance caught Kang Yu off guard. Why is a hellhound here? Standing before him was a monster, several times larger than normal. letting out a ferocious roar. Seriously, what's a hellhound doing in a place like this? The beast suddenly lunged forward. It bared its massive jaws and pounced toward him. Kang Yu quickly dropped into a stance, channeling his power as he faced it down. He unleashed his blade, flashing hard at its body and forcing it to veer aside. Kang Yu struggled, dodging attacks, while having to fight such a massive beast. It's strong, this is definitely a hellhound. Just then, the monster opened its mouth wide. A sphere of energy began to condense in its maw, grabbing Kang Yu's attention. The fireball grew larger and larger, before being launched straight at him. A massive explosion rang out, violently destroying everything in its path. The monster growled and looked up. From the rubble of the recent destruction, Kang Yu suddenly leaped out. He began formulating a plan in his head. If a sword won't cut it, then how about this? Kang Yu started gathering a certain power in the palm of his hand. Authority of the Dark Spear. A long spear appeared in his hand. He quickly spun it a few times, and took a stance as a blue light flashed across the sky. The spear from his hand was launched straight down at the monster, below making it let out a pathetic shriek. Then, he landed safely on the ground from above. Kang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized, damn it, I think I just made it angrier. The monster began to stand back up and frantically charged toward him. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, then leaped high. I need to create an opening. Kang Yu aimed a kick at the beast, and then stomped on its mouth to spring back down to the ground. Now! He gathered a surge of black energy in his hand. Authority of Earthquake. Kang Yu slammed his hand against the ground, creating a powerful seismic shock beneath the monster's feet. The road began to crack and tear open, creating a crater under its feet. He jumped upward, gathering black energy in his hand once more. He charged straight at the confused monster below. A sword appeared in Kang Yu's hand, then he stabbed it straight into the monster's head, making it let out a piercing scream. It thrashed around so violently that he struggled to keep his balance. The monster bared its fangs and whipped its tail, starting to smash everything around it with pure rage. Kang Yu took the chance to leap off its head. A massive crater appeared right in the middle of the desert. The monster was still trying to fight back. It sent him flying away. Kang Yu's face began to show signs of worry. He stared at it with an indomitable gaze. He looked at the monster before him and thought, this thing is pretty tanky. True enough, this level of attack wasn't enough. It was just as powerful as before. Here it comes. The monster dropped into a stance again. Across its entire body, streaks of red energy suddenly manifested. They enveloped its skin like a shroud. The monster let out a furious roar. Then it swiftly lunged toward where he was standing. Kang Yu watched its movement and suddenly smirked. It's still just a brainless beast after all. He then summoned power into both fists. Authority of Baphomet's divine power. He was now utilizing the power of a familiar demon. The monster in front of him seemed to sense something. It suddenly froze in its tracks. Kang Yu unleashed his power and drew near, making the monster stand frozen to the spot, not daring to move an inch. Closing his eyes, he exerted every ounce of his strength and delivered a direct punch to the monster's face. That blow sent it flying high into the sky. After that, it crashed heavily back to the ground. Only then did Kang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Seriously persistent. The monster stood back up, making him want to curse under his breath. Damn it! If only I could use 2 authorities at once. It would be over by now. Luckily, I've beaten these things plenty of times in hell. My current level is more than enough to take it down. Now the monster suddenly wobbled, and then collapsed hard onto the ground. This sight caught even Kang Yu by surprise. Man, what a pain in the ass, he thought, catching his breath. After that, the notification board popped up again. You have successfully eliminated the Rift Fragment Rank C. What was on? The notification left him speechless with shock. Your EXP has increased. You have gained 5 levels. Since you have reached level 30, the 4th Awakening will commence. 4th Awakening trait, Ruler of Mana. Rank A effect, you can control mana much more fluidly, and several times faster. You can completely erase mana traces on other living creatures. The system displayed a new message. You have defeated a Rank C Rift Fragment. Kang Yu activated the system. Looking at the ruins before him, with sharp arrows embedded deep within dry skeletons, he thought to himself, Rift Fragment. Kang Yu's mood suddenly became a bit confused. Now that I think about it, I've never even heard of a rift core before. So is hell just a rift? He pondered, his eyes scanning, the light emitting from the tip of that arrow. No, wait, how did these guys even get over here? Kang Yu found it incredibly perplexing. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. Hellhounds? There's no way they could use the weapons of the 7 princes of hell. No, first off, what exactly is this rift? Is it really just hell? Finally, Kang Yu scratched his head in frustration. He reached out and pressed some buttons on the system. Forget it. Dwelling on things with zero clues is just a waste of time. Better check the rest of the notifications. His eyes suddenly lit up, displaying an expression of pure amazement. This is insane. Oh, what's this? A message appeared on the system screen. Since you have reached level 30, the Fourth Awakening will commence. Fourth Awakening trait. Ruler of Mana, rank E effect. You can control mana more fluidly, and many times faster. You can completely erase the traces of mana on other creatures. Kang Yu thought to himself, the Fourth Awakening is even rank A. He raised his hand and began to channel magic. Now that it's the fourth one, I don't have to worry about annoying stuff like this anymore. Guess I'll just feast then? A gloomy shadow loomed. A demon with razor-sharp teeth appeared. It opened its maw wide, bearing fangs to swallow the prey whole. That was none other than the power of gluttony. Kang Yu grinned terrifyingly. He skillfully controlled the demon to act exactly according to his crazy ideas. If I can regain my stats from before the Hell Temple, man mage, I might be even stronger than when I was in Hell. Grinding levels is the best way to go. Back in the city, Kang Yu stretched happily after finishing his quest. Guess I'll head out of the gate and go home. Shall I? He was actually quite satisfied with today's results. Feeling accomplished, he thought with a squinty-eyed smile. Today was fire. Having kimchi stew at home would be the cherry on top. As he was walking, a loud shout suddenly caught Kang Yu's attention. He turned his head and spotted a red-haired woman in a baseball cap leaning against the wall. Cha Yeonju tipped her hat slightly, revealing her cold, emerald blue eyes. Long time no see? Kang Yu made no effort to hide his annoyance. He stood there indifferently with hands on hips, having zero intention of paying her any mind. I don't think we're close enough for greetings, since we don't even know each other's names. Cha Yeonju stepped closer and spoke calmly. Didn't you wrap things up at the PC cafe? Cha Yeonju pointedly repeated once more. My name is Cha Yeonju. Kang Yu suddenly recalled a moment from the past. He had accidentally overheard a conversation between two people. They're nothing compared to people like Baek, Kang Hyun, and Cha Yeonju. Back then he hadn't paid any attention, but now it sounded very familiar. I've definitely heard that name before. Kang Yu silently speculated, trying to dig through his memory for a name. Isn't that the guild leader of one of the big five? Sume Onuri Hanil Sanarai. Thinking of this, he blurted out a question. Red Rose? Cha Yeonju adjusted her cap and smirked confidently. That's right, I'm the leader of Red Rose. Red Rose guild leader Cha Yeonju. Kang Yu suddenly felt a bit wary and thought, so that's why she's so strong. He calmly asked, so what brings the guild leader to find me? Cha Yeonju didn't hide anything. She answered honestly and clearly. I did a little digging on you. Oh, Kang Yu, born in 1995. Currently 28 years old. Raised at the Insong orphanage. And was never adopted. Lived alone after leaving the orphanage. She glanced at him, directing all her authority toward him. There's no trace of you for 5 whole years. But this year you suddenly registered as a player. Am I right? Kang Yu looked at Cha Yeonju with high alert. I don't know why you're investigating me, but yes, you're spot on. She lowered her head, fluently reading the information on her phone screen. You registered as a player on March 16th, about 3 weeks ago. Kang Yu's expression grew more troubled by the second, but he tried to stay rational. Deep down, he was suppressing a surge of rage, keeping it from exploding. Cha Yeonju's voice continued to drone on in his ear. The evaluation test from the Player Support Center rated your first awakening as rank F. But I'm guessing that was wrong. If you were really a rank F, you wouldn't be able to hunt at a rank C gate after only 3 weeks. Cha Yeonju frowned. After 5 years, you suddenly appear, and now you're hunting at a rank C gate. At first, I thought you had bought this identity from somewhere because you're a criminal, but from your face to your fingerprints, everything matches the previous records. Hearing this, Kang Yu was puzzled. How did she get his fingerprints? Cha Yeonju remained calm, showing no emotion at all. You had to record your fingerprints when you registered, right? Kang Yu thought warily to himself, they have records of the gates I've entered, and even my fingerprints. Major guilds have more power than I thought. Cha Yeonju continued leisurely. I've confirmed that you aren't using a fake identity. At this point, she folded her phone shut. If that's the case, she stared at Kang Yu with an eerie gaze. You're a player with extraordinary talent. You might even be better than me or even Baek Kang Yun. Kang Yu suddenly went silent, his mood becoming a bit complicated. After a long while, he spoke up formally. Thanks for the compliment. But what exactly do you want? Cha Yeonju unconsciously gripped the phone tightly, in the palm of her hand. She politely extended her hand and made an offer. I want to sponsor you. As the leader of Red Rose, I want to sponsor the talented player Oh Kang Yu. Kang Yu suddenly burst out laughing. Didn't see that coming. Cha Yeonju was taken aback. What did you think I was going to say? He teased her casually. I thought you wanted me to join Red Rose. Cha Yeonju retorted arrogantly. Why would I let someone hiding behind a rank F cover join my guild right away? She curled her lips in a look of disdain. Besides, if you wanted to join a guild, you wouldn't have hidden your strength from the start. In his mind, Kang Yu naively asked himself, I wasn't hiding anything, though? He asked bluntly, so what kind of sponsorship are we talking about? Cha Yeonju replied decisively, simply put, financial support. I'll help you level up faster. Kang Yu laughed mockingly and playfully. And what's in it for you? You want me to carry you in that game from last time? Cha Yeonju's blood boiled with anger. She hissed with fury, You bastard! Finally, she clutched her head, trembling, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. It's fine, I'm the guild leader. I am the guild leader. She grounded her teeth. I just want to make a deal with you. Seeing Cha Yeonju struggling to hold back a storm of rage, Kang Yu couldn't help but let out a big laugh. I'm just messing with you. That was the first time I played that game, so I had no idea what I was doing. She frowned in annoyance. Every time I think about how I couldn't reach silver rank because of you, Kang Yu rubbed his chin, feigning thought. Huh? So you're stuck in bronze right now? That seems pretty low. Cha Yeonju felt personally attacked. She snapped back in embarrassed agitation. No, not at all. I'm more than capable of reaching silver. But every time I queue up, I get stuck with people like you. Kang Yu asked her half-jokingly. Anyway, back to business. Why do you want to sponsor me so badly? Cha Yeonju let out a sigh and adjusted her cap. Because you're going to get much stronger. She explained clearly. You're a rookie who just registered 2 weeks ago. Yet you're leveling up at such a terrifying speed. You hunt solo in rank D and even rank C gates. You'll become even more powerful, way more than you are now. Kang Yu continued to press. Exactly what would you be giving me? Cha Yeonju answered him honestly. First, we'll provide you with a gate pass. It will temporarily allow you into any gate up to rank A without any restrictions. Kang Yu let out a satisfied, oh. Sounds good. Cha Yeonju crossed her arms and decisively continued her pitch. If you want to form a party, we'll match you with guild members at the level you request. If you want to sell mana stones through us, we'll reduce the tax as much as possible for you. At this part, Kang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Tax breaks and party support? That's sick. Cha Yeonju emphasized. We can also lend you equipment. Special grade weapons and above require a deposit, but lower tiers can be borrowed for free, if necessary. We'll also provide you with a house and a car. Kang Yu stood there blankly. He thought to himself, this is so nice it's actually sus. Cha Yeonju's voice suddenly cut him off. What are you thinking about? She shrugged invitingly. This is an investment for the future. He felt awkward. Even so, this is a bit much. Cha Yeonju turned dead serious. We aren't giving you everything for free. The guild will assign many missions to you. When that time comes, please comply. Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand, falling into deep thought. Meaning this guild has a ton of missions. They're probably sponsoring me so I can carry them on some of those missions. Finally, he asked her directly, Can you give me more details about these missions? Cha Yeonju lowered her head and replied coldly, No, not yet. Kang Yu didn't know what to do. He rubbed the back of his neck, thinking it must be a long story. He said softly, Fine, I won't be nosy. A thought crossed Kang Yu's mind. If the mission is too extra, I can probably still turn it down. He reached his hand out to her. All right. Kang Yu bared his sharp fangs and grinned with delight. I accept your offer. Cha Yeonju smiled back. Kang Yu kept his hand held out in the air. He thought smugly. This isn't just a chance to link up with a major guild. Cha Yeonju reached out her hand to him. He grew even more hopeful, but also a chance to get backed by them. Kang Yu and Cha Yeonju successfully shook hands. The two looked at each other with sincere eyes. Full of confidence, Kang Yu smirked and thought, I can't let a flex like this pass me by. Kang Yu enthusiastically shook Cha Yeonju's hand. All right, I accept your offer. She smiled with satisfaction. Good choice. After finalizing the deal, they let go of each other's hands. Kang Yu inquired, So, when are you going to tell me about the missions? Cha Yeonju replied nonchalantly, When the time's right. She looked at Kang Yu. What could you even do at your current level? He thought for a moment and then countered, You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Cha Yeonju was startled. What? Kang Yu pointed at himself. He cockily turned his face up. I'm way stronger than you think. Cha Yeonju blanked out, speechless. She cursed under her breath. Arrogant jerk. Having no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. All right, Cha Yeonju snapped her head away. The reason I'm not telling you isn't because you're weak, Kang Yu wondered. Then what is it? She glanced at her phone screen. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. We probably don't have enough evidence yet. I can't say anything until I'm absolutely certain. Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. He fell into deep contemplation. Whatever, I won't press her anymore. Cha Yeonju suddenly held out her phone to Kang Yu. Put in your number. He nodded. Sure. Kang Yu quickly typed the number into the phone. By the way, when can I get the equipment? Cha Yeonju calmly crossed her arms. Whenever. She took the phone back from Kang Yu. You want to get it right now? He replied casually. That works. Calculating in his head. I'll need gear if I want to get more mana. Cha Yeonju turned to leave. Follow me. We're going to the guild headquarters. Kang Yu asked curiously, where is it? She glanced back flatly. Gusyeon, it's somewhere else. People were buzzing about a strange arrival. Look at that car. A young boy pointed excitedly. Dad, look, it's so cool. Buy it for me, Dad. A supercar sat parked in the lot, shining with a brilliant aura. It gleamed, catching everyone's attention. The man immediately replied, Is that kid serious? A Porsche 918 Spider? Yeah. Dad's gonna have to work really hard. The whispering continued nonstop. They have that model in Korea? Whose is it? A hand opened the door of the supercar. Hey! Cha Yeonju plopped into the driver's seat without hesitation. Get in! Meanwhile, Kang Yu stood frozen, staring in surprise. He carefully sat in the car. He asked tentatively, How much did this cost? Cha Yeonju started the engine. I just bought it, so I don't really remember. Kang Yu's face was filled with so much greed that he was literally drooling. It's probably around 10,000 won, right? Cha Yeonju replied nonchalantly. Something like that. He looked at her and thought to himself, Is this the same person who wears sloppy clothes and a baseball cap while gaming at a PC cafe? Is this why people flex with foreign cars? The car began to roll. Kang Yu blurted out a compliment. It's expensive, so it's a smooth ride, huh? Cha Yeonju smirked, teasing him. Why, you want me to buy you one? Kang Yu asked skeptically, for real? Cha Yeonju replied excitedly, I did say we could provide a car for you. A sweet voice suddenly rang in her ear. Kang Yu placed his hand over his heart. He looked at Cha Yeonju with eyes twinkling like stars. He was being as extra as possible. From now on, I'm calling you Yeonju Nuna. She made a disgusted face and curled her lip. What did you just say? That's freaking gross. Watch out or I'll pop your airbag right now, Kang Yu joked, turning his head away. Just watch the road. Maybe that was a bit much. Just feel free to hook me up with a car like this, okay? Cha Yeonju was fuming. She gnashed her teeth in fury. Grind. If you reject a mission or fail, I'm taking it back immediately. Kang Yu pouted. Man, what kind of runner is this petty? Cha Yeonju shouted angrily. Shut up! Do you have any idea how many people I have to provide for? Kang Yu buckled his seatbelt and grinned broadly. Fine, I'm quiet. Please just look at the road. The car stopped in front of a tall red building. Cha Yeonju announced, We're here. This is the guild headquarters. When Kang Yu stepped out, he was completely overwhelmed. This is insane. She nonchalantly instructed the valet. The keys are in the car. Kang Yu was captivated by the stunning beauty of the building. He thought to himself, It's as big as the player support center. Are big guilds really this powerful? Cha Yeonju urged him. What are you doing? Get inside. Kang Yu rejoiced inwardly. Joining a big guild was definitely the move. Since I've already established a connection with them. The doors opened. The two walked in confidently. Park Hyunggu and Moon Youngho were already standing there to welcome them. You're here? Park Hyunggu reached out for a friendly welcome. You must be the person the guildmaster mentioned. He bowed politely, introducing himself first. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Park Hyunggu, the HR manager. Kang Yu shook his hand with visible awkwardness. I'm Kang Yu. Park Hyunggu noticed him glancing at the person next to him and enthusiastically introduced them. This is Commander Moon Youngho. Kang Yu faced Moon Youngho's intimidating gaze and couldn't help but wonder. He thought, Commander? Why is he looking at me like that? Park Hyunggu suddenly spoke up. Since you're here, he smiled brightly. The negotiations must have gone well. Thank you for accepting our offer. Kang Yu accepted it happily as well. Regardless of any hidden agendas I couldn't turn down. Such a great deal. Park Hyunggu laughed out loud. Our guild isn't that wicked. He quickly got down to business. In that case, let me take you to the equipment storage. Cha Yeonju agreed with that. She suddenly suggested firmly, I'll take him. You have a lot of work to do. Park Hyunggu bowed politely like a gentleman. Thank you. Moon Youngho spoke up in his gruff, aloof voice. Then I'll come along too. Cha Yeonju raised an eyebrow and looked up at him. Why? Even Kang Yu found this very puzzling. Mun Young-ho replied coldly. Scowling in annoyance, I want to see for myself what kind of guy he is. Cha Yeonju couldn't really refuse, so she reluctantly agreed. Well, okay, it's good to get to know each other. You two will be seeing a lot of each other. Come along then, Young-ho. The elevator took the three of them up past the 14th floor and finally stopped on the 15th floor. The system announcement rang out. Doors opening. The three of them stepped out. The elevator chimed again. Doors closing. Cha Yeonju led the way to their destination. She pointed her index finger at a room. This is our guild's vault. She placed her palm on the door lock for authentication. Then she gave him a serious warning. But I have to tell you up front. I can't let you borrow just any equipment. As soon as the door opened, Kang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Cha Yeonju continued calmly. But you can take a few items from epic rank and below. She tucked her hands into her pockets, looking at him casually. As for the special rank items over there, you can borrow them if you put down a deposit. Take your time and look around. Kang, you excitedly admired the models displayed in glass cases. Aren't there any legendary or mythical rank equipment in the vault? Cha Yeonju explained. If we had those, we'd be using them. We wouldn't just leave them sitting here. He was still curious. Fair enough. So, do you have any equipment above legendary rank? Cha Yeonju nodded. Of course I have legendary rank equipment, Kang Yu asked inquisitively. How much would I need to deposit to borrow something like that? She bluntly gave him a number, 50,000 won. Feeling it wasn't enough, she added. And that's already a bargain. Kang Yu's face fell. Got it, he thought sadly to himself. I totally can't afford that. He glanced at the models behind him. Guess I'll check out the epic rank gear then. A loud noise suddenly erupted. Both Cha Yeonju and Kang Yu were immediately drawn to it. Mun Young-ho seemed to transform into a different person. His face darkened as he aggressively confronted Kang Yu, looking like he wanted to rip him apart. He gnashed his teeth and growled threateningly, Use honorifics right now. Kang Yu, on the other hand, couldn't care less. He asked nonchalantly, Say what? Mun Young-ho roared savagely. I said use honorifics when speaking to the guildmaster. Veins were bulging all over his face, and his bloodshot eyes looked terrifying. Kang Yu let out a playful smirk. He replied defiantly, I don't want to. Kang Yu stood his ground with an arrogant attitude. And if I refuse, then what? Mun Young-ho gripped his sword tightly. Kang Yu completely disregarded him, unfazed, even as the sharp blade drew near his face. That was until Cha Yeonju screamed to stop Young-ho. She pulled her cap down and spoke coldly. Hey, Mun Young-ho? She lowered her voice as she questioned him, while he held the blade just a few centimeters away from Kang Yu. What the hell do you think you're doing? Cha Yeonju's eyes suddenly widened as she snapped at him. Look at this. Flames erupted around Cha Yeonju's entire body. She barked irritably. Are you deaf or something? Mun Young-ho trembled. He stammered, it's just that this noob dared to... Cha Yeonju was fuming. Even if he insults me, that's my business. Stop sticking your nose in other people's business, Mun Young-ho. Mun Young-ho lowered his sword and replied obediently, I understand, Guildmaster. Kang Yu let out a small sigh of relief. Cha Yeonju pointed straight at Kang Yu's face and scolded him harshly. And Kang Yu, you shouldn't have talked back like that either. If you keep baiting Young-ho, you're gonna end up crippled. He stretched his body and replied nonchalantly, Yeah, okay. Whatever, he thought to himself. At least he's loyal. This guild probably isn't weak either. Cha Yeonju kept on nagging him. Are you even listening? Mun Young-ho carefully sheathed his sword behind his back. Kang Yu went back to using his sweet, flattering tone. So, Yeonju Nuna? Cha Yeonju ranted. Good grief, what now? Kang Yu put on a devious, calculating expression. He gave a wicked laugh. I don't need that foreign car from earlier. Instead, let me borrow a special rank item. Trust me, I'll pay you back with interest soon enough. Cha Yeonju replied calmly. That's a no for now. But after the internal meeting, I can lend it to you. Suddenly a fist was thrown aimed right at his head. Kang Yu cut off the conversation between the two. Mun Young-ho ground his teeth aggressively and interrogated him. Nuna, did you just call her Nuna? Once again he lost his cool. He raised his fist and drew his sword at the same time. He let out a fierce roar. You, how dare you? How freaking dare you? Mun Young-ho swung his strike directly at where Kang Yu was standing without any hesitation. Suddenly he froze as his face turned pale. Cha Yeonju stopped the blade with just one hand. She glared terrifyingly at Mun Young-ho. Did you forget everything I just said? Kang Yu smirked, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonju scolded him angrily. Should I consider this an act of insubordination? Mun Young-ho answered timidly. It was clear that his heart was full of resentment. But Guildmaster, this bastard... Cha Yonju didn't even let him finish his sentence. She immediately unleashed an attack, slamming him onto the floor as punishment. She spoke without emotion. I guess I really need to teach you a lesson. Kang Yu remained indifferent, watching this intense scene unfold. Cha Yonju, losing her patience, ordered, "Hey, Mun Youngho, get lost!" She looked down at Mun Youngho as he sat dazed on the ground. If you cause trouble one more time, I'll call for a disciplinary hearing. At least think about your position as the chief combat commander. He quickly replied, I'm sorry. Cha Yonju held her head in frustration. Sorry you had to see such a mess. I'll make sure he's properly disciplined. Kang Yu casually put his hands on his hips. It's fine. Mun Youngho silently put away his weapon, preparing to leave the area. Cha Yonju asked with concern, So, which special rank equipment do you need? I'll bring it up during the meeting. Kang Yu replied honestly, I want a set of armor that's comfortable to wear. The better the basic stats, the better. She rubbed her chin in thought. Armor, huh? A deep voice boomed. Did you say you need armor? Mun Youngho turned back around, looming over Kang Yu. He made a serious offer. Then how about this? If you beat me in a fight, I'll give you this set. It's special rank and has plenty of great features. Cha Yonju clenched her fists. She yelled in frustration, Mun Youngho! She got into a stance as if ready to throw down with him. She roared threateningly, I told you to get out! Mun Youngho flinched and backed away as if expecting a blow. But suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up to stop Cha Yonju. Wait, she looked confused. Huh? He felt interested. That duel sounds like a plan. She still couldn't believe it. What? Her eyebrows furrowed. She thought to herself, this guy is definitely... Cha Yonju imagined Kang Yu's fighting style. She contemplated, he's as strong as me. No, maybe even stronger. But Mun Youngho is currently level 67. He has already surpassed the limit. He only needs some effort for his 6th awakening. And he's about to reach the 7th awakening, which only top-tier hunters can achieve. No matter how talented this guy is, he's still not ready. Kang Yu grinned. Mun Youngho, right? I actually quite like your idea. Cha Yonju tried to stop him. Kang Yu, don't provoke him. He answered confidently, trust me, it's fine. With blood-red eyes, Kang Yu looked at Mun Youngho with excitement. He curled his lips arrogantly. Since he wants to give it to me, why shouldn't I take it? Mun Youngho stood his ground, completely on guard against Kang Yu. I like your attitude. He thought to himself, he'll never be able to be disrespectful to the Guildmaster ever again. Guildmaster Cha Yonju looked like she wanted to strangle Kang Yu. She wondered, what the hell are you thinking? Mun Youngho began to reminisce about his past with Cha Yonju. Back then, she had saved him during a battle where he was severely wounded. She's my savior. The master I swore loyalty to, and the woman I've given my whole heart to. Mun Youngho firmly touched the battle scar from that year. He was burning with intense energy. But how dare he, this literal nobody? Cha Yonju kept pleading with them. Stop it! You're going to get killed. Meanwhile, Kang Yu was totally chill. Special equipment, huh? Sounds like a deal. Mun Youngho thought to himself, I'll make you realize that this match is the biggest mistake of your life. The three of them moved to another room. Cha Yonju introduced it. This is the combat training room. Kang Yu blurted out in admiration, This is fire! Mun Youngho spoke up heroically. Let's see how much longer you can keep that cool. He stretched his shoulders. Yeah, just watch closely. Cha Yonju whispered worriedly, Hey, Kang Yu, do you have any idea how insane this is? Then Kang Yu continued stretching. He laughed out loud. I told you, it's all good. Cha Yonju crossed her arms, feeling uneasy. You're going to regret this. Mun Youngho challenged him arrogantly. Make your move whenever you're ready. He held up 3 fingers with extreme pride. I'll give you a 3-second head start. Attack me however you want. Kang Yu rolled his wrists. He fired back with pure sass. Oh boy! What kind of martial arts movie did you learn that from? He rolled his ankles too. He stood there calmly, watching. Stop trying so hard to look cool. Draw your sword, old man. Kang Yu asked leisurely, Huh? Didn't you hear what I said? Mun Youngho conceitfully looked down on Kang Yu. I have no intention of going all out against a rookie. He calmly leaned down to warm up his knees. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Kang Yu's boots began to glow intensely. He took a dangerous step back. Then he immediately activated his speed power. He blurred right past Cha Yonju. Like a gust of wind, Kang Yu delivered a straight kick. A lethal blow directly into Mun Youngho's stomach. The speed was so blindingly fast that he couldn't even feel the pain before it hit. Then he dashed away. I had no choice. Kang Yu spun and kicked Mun Youngho into the ground, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He gasped in pure agony. Saliva sprayed everywhere as his chest throbbed violently. Kang Yu landed safely on the ground. He looked indifferently at Mun Young-ho, who was sprawled out amidst the debris. He roared manically and started throwing up. Cha Yeonju didn't understand what had just happened. She was dazed. Huh? Mun Young-ho clutched his stomach, gasping for air. He thought in terror, what the hell was that? That's dangerous. He couldn't stop himself from coughing uncontrollably. If it wasn't for this armor, I'd be dead meat by now. Mun Young-ho couldn't take it anymore. He drew the sword from his back. No way. He stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground. He's really only been a hunter for 3 weeks? Kang Yu gave a devious, mocking smile and tilted his head. You gave me a 3-second lead, didn't you? Young-ho drove his blade down hard. Then he panted heavily. What kind of trickery is this? Hearing that, Kang Yu put on a playful, mocking expression. Trickery? I'm just simply stronger than you. Young-ho was absolutely livid. Bullshit! How can someone who's only been a player for 3 months possibly be this strong? Kang Yu continued to push his buttons, while he gripped his sword tightly. Now that I think about it, that 3-second head start of yours was pretty ridiculous, wasn't it? Seeing that, he gave a faint smile. You only acted tough because you thought I was a newbie. Then Kang Yu burst into a loud laugh, only to then complain, you say I'm cheating just because things didn't go your way. That's actually hilarious. Suddenly, the smile vanished from his lips. His attitude shifted to being stone cold. That's enough. The loser Young-ho was so angry his whole body was shaking. You son of a bitch! Then, he glanced at a girl and cursed under his breath. Damn it! The image zoomed in on the girl's face. Cha Yeonju was still observing. Below, his hand gripped the sword tightly. Deep down, he was thinking, I can't let myself be beaten like this. Then Young-ho grabbed it, swung it once, and shouted, Heaven Slayer sword. His sword emitted a massive surge of energy, as if to overshadow everything. Space-time slash! A snort of laughter broke out, leaving Young-ho completely confused. Kang Yu covered his mouth to hide his smirk and mocked him. Man, that name is cringe as hell. He continued speaking with eyes full of bloodlust. What the hell is a Heaven Slayer sword? Do you seriously think that sounds cool? Hearing that, he gnashed his teeth in rage. Veins suddenly popped out all over his face. Then Young-ho prepared to swing his sword, while growling every single word. Shut up! He spun it around his body, creating sharp and dangerous sparks. Young-ho then lunged towards Kang Yu and struck down with incredible force. In such a situation, he still calmly thought, he's truly the combat commander of one of the big 5 guilds. The scene shifted to his perspective. Along with his assessment, he's not weak. But I don't need to face him head-on either. Then Kang Yu called out, Shall we begin? And he began to manifest his shadow powers. On this side, Young-ho was still acting aggressively, shattering the stone floor beneath him. Die! At that moment, he stepped right into Kang Yu's spell. Yeonju saw it and screamed his name in shock. Mun Young-ho. She continued trying to stop them. Stop it! Meanwhile, Kang Yu mocked him silently. What an idiot. He gave a cold laugh. He's lost his mind. Then he muttered 2 words, noob move. After that, Kang Yu gradually sank into his shadow power. At the same time, Yeonju rushed toward him. Young-ho realized something was off and was completely bewildered. Where did he go? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Kang Yu stood behind him with murderous intent, taunting him. You lost, dummy. Then he spoke softly. Water wave power? And using that very hand, he unleashed the water wave power technique. The force of it slammed Young-ho hard against the wall. The wall gradually crumbled into pieces, along with his waves of intense pain. Yeonju saw the scene and stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Then she turned around and glanced at Kang Yu. His voice rang out steady and calm, while Yeonju still wore an indescribable expression. Didn't I already tell you? Kang Yu waved his hand and continued, I'm just stronger. You're overthinking it. The scene shifted to another part of the room. Someone's voice echoed with deep sincerity. I'm so sorry about what happened today. Then the person continued alongside images of Young-ho being treated by rescue personnel. Young-ho will be kicked out of the guild immediately. I'll make sure to discipline the members so that something like this never happens again. It was Yeonju's voice. She followed behind him, still full of regret. I have no excuses, I'm truly sorry. He, on the other hand, had the complete opposite attitude. It's fine, really. Kang Yu showed how happy he was, and at the same time, the item's info was displayed. Besides, I got this out of it. Equipment info. Gargoyle armor. Rank. Special. Basic info. Physical defense plus 200. Magic defense plus 80. Special skill. Allows use of the Petrify skill, which doubles physical defense for 10 seconds. Can only be used once every 24 hours. Then he chuckled to himself. This is definitely special equipment. The special skill is actually pretty decent. Suddenly, his thoughts took a darker turn. Though, That guy was a real moron for betting gear like this. Images of Young-ho appeared alongside his evaluation. He even disobeyed the guildmaster's orders. I only got this gear because of him. Suddenly a tear fell from his eye socket. Kangu's train of thought seemed to fit the situation perfectly. Love really is blind, isn't it? Then he spoke up. I'll let it slide this time. He then turned back toward Yeonju and announced, but if this happens again, I'll have to reconsider our partnership. She carefully adjusted her hat and replied, I promise you, from today on, every member of Red Rose will show you respect. Kangu adjusted his armor while saying, then I'll trust the guildmaster. Also, I don't think this gear fits me. Do you have a way to fix this? Yeonju was a bit flustered. Put it on the pedestal. I'll deliver it to you after it's been adjusted. Kangu did as she suggested. I'll leave it to you then. I'm busy now. Yeonju softly replied, all right. He then immediately ran toward the door, then turned around. Catch you later. She stood with hands on her hips and quickly replied, yeah. Remember to send me your measurements. Kangu's voice echoed back. Okay. Yeonju stood watching the door gradually close. She sat down at the table with a sigh of relief. Is he even human? Yeonju tilted her head to the right and talked to herself. Young-ho isn't exactly some weak, rank E player after all. How could a player who just awakened 3 weeks ago defeat him like that? Yeonju imagined in her head extraordinarily strange images, like bizarrely shaped figures, surrounding the earth, thinking that if this continues, a world ranker will soon emerge from Korea. World rankers, the 8 strongest players. Not just from one country, but out of every player. Currently, Korea has no world rankers. But they say that Korea's current rank 1 player, Baek Kang-yoon, has potential. The next image was a white-haired man, with the claim, but even he can't become a world ranker. She was still drifting in her thoughts. But if it's Kangu... Suddenly, from outside the door, a young man walked in and spoke. Guildmaster. Did Kangu leave? Yeah. Yeonju was slightly surprised. Yeah? He just left, and the gargoyle armor will belong to him. Is the equipment specialist busy? The young man replied respectfully, they're free now. I heard about the situation with Young-ho. She calmly informed him, yeah. We'll hold a disciplinary meeting and kick him out. Announce for everyone to gather tomorrow. The blonde-haired person showed a slightly sorrowful face. Seeing that, Yeonju stood up and said, don't make that face, Young-ho messed up. We have to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Yes, the young man complied, I understand. Then the blonde-haired man hesitated a bit. I have to inform you about a few things. She looked up. What is it? The report made Yeonju full of surprise. The government announced they've successfully planted a spy in the demonic cult. The blonde man continued. If things go well, we'll soon have the leverage on them. Hearing that, Yeonju took her hands out of her pockets and said, go on. She spoke with a mix of irritation and curiosity, emphasizing, more details. Scene shifts to Kangu. He reviewed his information and thought, let's see, Kangu. LV34, 4th stage awakening. First awakening trait, predation. Rank S, 2nd awakening trait, unlimited thirst. Rank C, 3rd awakening trait, demonic mana absorption. Rank C, 4th awakening trait, mana ruler. Rank A, 5th awakening trait, unlocks at LV49. Innate class, strength 33, agility 21, stamina 20. Magic power, none. Demonic power 53. Intelligence 11, wisdom 13. After that, he rubbed his chin and came to a conclusion. So other stats increase along with demonic power. The demonic power thing is the most important part. But it doesn't mean strength. Finesse and organization don't help at all. The image of half of Kangu's back appears with sharp, brilliant red details. Beside it is still that same image, but with a dangerous purple hue, and his train of thought. I can reduce mana consumption by buffing my body using stat points. Kangu is still drifting in his own thoughts. Intelligence and wisdom stats are useless to me, since I don't have magic power. Well, it's not like they actually make me smarter anyway. Then he stretches while continuing. It's a shame I can't put points into the stats I want. I heard stats usually increase after leveling up, based on the skills I use the most. After the 2nd awakening, Kangu turns his head slightly back, looking at the chart where the serpent is dropping. But my mana increases slowly, while other stats increase randomly. All right. He observes his slightly trembling hand again. The tone of his thoughts turns a bit somber. I don't know why either. Is it because my mana is too high? Kangu remembers the image when he just defeated a magic beast. My mana is significantly higher than other stats, followed by the image of him attacking the Lake Ion earlier. I can even do things that other players can't. Then he reflects again on his downward trending chart. Besides, the higher the stat, the harder it is to increase. Basically, after level 30, I won't be able to increase my magic stat anymore because it's already way too high. Kangu suddenly looks up at the sky smugly, continuing to think, but it's fine. I've already exceeded my goal after taking down that hellhound, even if it's a bit regrettable if I keep going this way. The fifth awakening won't be a problem at all. He suddenly falls silent. Time to go meet CEO An and Taisu. Scene shifts to Incheon East Gate from a distance. Taisu waves his hand, calling out loudly to Kangu, "Over here, this way!" He covers his face and approaches with an embarrassed look. How cringe. He asks if you've finished your work. Kangu softly replied, "I'm done." He takes his hand off his face and widens his eyes upon hearing Su say, "Luckily, these are the players I wanted to introduce to you." Kangu thinks dejectedly, "Oh boy." Then he points and introduces each person one by one. This handsome guy is Kim Soo-hoon, and this little girl is Choi Eunbi. The face of that guy is zoomed in through his eyes as he says, "Hello." And he thinks to himself, he's so handsome. Eunbi. Hearing Taesu introduce her like that, she says in an angry tone, "Who are you calling a little girl?" He still smiles brightly. If not a little girl, then what? He finally speaks up, "Hello?" The girl is still annoyed and yells at Taesu, "You look more like a 40-year-old boomer." Hearing this, he freezes up, only feeling the pain. "What? I'm 40? Meanwhile, Eunbi ignores him and turns cheerfully to Kangu. "You're the person Taesu always talks about, right? I've heard so much about you." The girl just keeps going. "Just talk to me casually, Kangu." Hearing that, he says, "Well, first," before Kangu could finish his sentence. The girl screams again upon seeing CEO An, "You're a healer, aren't you?" "You're so pretty," she replied awkwardly. "Thanks." Eunbi is still incredibly hyped. "Let's take a photo together. I'm gonna flex on my friends later." An said a bit reluctantly, "Sure." Kangu watches this and can only think to himself, is she just another version of Taesu? Suddenly, a voice speaks up. "Nice to meet you. It's Si-hoon." He walks over and extends his hand toward Kangu. "I've heard a lot about you. My name is Si-hoon." With his other hand, he grips his sword. "I'm at level 12. Not long ago, I awakened an attribute. Rank A, I'm a warrior type." An image appears of two girls taking a selfie together. Along with Si-hoon's words, Eunbi is a mage type with a rank B attribute. "I'm sorry, she's a bit hyper." Kangu replies while thinking to himself. He sounds very polite. It's no biggie. He's only telling me what I want to hear most. Then he shakes hands with Si-hoon. And on top of that, an awakened rank A. Rank. A power. Isn't he just like a manga protagonist? "Over here, Taesu." Finally pulls himself together and asks, "What do you think? Are they legit?" With a slightly cunning look, he brushes it off, then talks to himself. "Maybe." Kangu looks toward the three of them. "They aren't greedy like those Andhra bastards." Then he answers the question out loud. "Probably." Hearing that, Taesu becomes smug. "Didn't I tell you I'm a good judge of character?" Kangu sighs and asks the question. "Who was it that almost died from betrayal again?" He gets a bit flustered about it. Then Taesu suddenly cheers up. "It's because fate intended for me to meet you. It's pure destiny." While Kangu is calm and quiet, the other guy is full of hype and excitement. Taesu then turns back to the three of them and asks, "What do you think of the team? Looking good?" He thinks for a moment, then replies, "It's decent." Kangu analyzes the four-person composition. A tank, a long-range DPS, and a melee dealer. Plus, they have buffs and healing too. This is an optimal four-man party. Then he groups Si-hoon and Taesu together. Not only that, we have two rank A awakened users. Next, he groups the other two girls, An and Eunbi. The others are also rank B. If someone said this team was for carrying people rather than hunting, I'd actually believe it. Kangu grins and continues to think. "Very well, this will do." Then he makes an announcement. "I'll be joining you all today." Taesu turns around, looking a bit skeptical. "You're coming too?" He calmly says, "Yeah. I'll go to point out to everyone the weak spots and how to fix them." Getting the answer, he gets hyped and loud. "Then it's all on you." "Thanks a lot." Seeing this, Eunbi snaps, "Shut up." Kangu also scowls and mutters, "So noisy." He then gets serious. "Let's enter the gate now. If the situation isn't dangerous, I'll just stand back and observe. Don't slack off, I got it." Kangu looks at the four of them and thinks, "I don't want to carry them right now. Doing that would only make them stagnant. I need to observe more, but they are worth the investment." Scene shifts to a forest, where monster men are rampaging and roaring. They are rushing toward this direction. The monster men are getting closer and closer. Each one is wielding a massive club. They raise their weapons, ready to attack. Taesu uses his shield with immense strength to push back the incoming monster men. Knocked back, they all tumble to the ground at once. Seeing his achievement, he laughs triumphantly, taunting them. "How's that, you punks?" They can only lie there trembling and groaning, one after another unable to fight back. Unbi shouts, and a lightning bolt follows her command, striking down from above with massive voltage. Absolutely terrifying. The girl seems to spot something behind them and yells, "Taisu, the monster men are swarming in." Unbi runs while reporting. "There are 5 of them in the back." He charges toward them. "Got it!" His vigorous footsteps kick up clouds of dust from the ground. Taisu bellows at the monster men over here. Those things obey and head straight for the shield, which is emitting a blinding blue light. Taisu, seeing her plan succeed, she beamed and called out, "Go for it!" She immediately thrust both hands forward, unleashing her skill, light power. Then she placed her hand on his bicep. That arm was instantly buffed and grew much larger. Taisu felt incredibly hyped seeing that and shouted, "Thanks, sister-in-law." On this side, Goa was also extremely busy, getting into her combat stance. Then she fired arrows made of golden energy threads, zipping toward the monsters. They were struck in the eyes and howled in pain. Tetsuo grinned when he saw that. He continued to control the shield, knocking the monsters in every direction. Sihun appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the horde. Then he effortlessly sliced through them one by one. After that wave of attacks, the monsters bled red liquid and collapsed one by one. He glanced over and breathed a sigh of relief. Taisu approached with his shield and gave him a compliment. "Sihun, you're actually really strong. Did you study swordsmanship before?" He replied shyly, "Yeah, I just practiced because I liked it." He kept praising him, leaving Sihun only able to give a forced smile. "But your level is way beyond just practicing for fun." Then all 4 of them looked toward Kangwoo, who was sitting in a tree. Taisu asked, "What do you think, Kangwoo? Everyone's pretty strong, right?" He put his hand to his chin, lost in thought, and didn't answer. Seeing this, he got a bit anxious. "What is it?" Only then did Kangwoo start to speak. Then he jumped down to the ground. "I'll mention a few things that need fixing." Suddenly, Kangwoo's gaze turned much sharper. Then he thought to himself, "No." This made everyone feel quite puzzled. "It's a ton of things, not just a few." Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. "First, Taisu Kang." Taisu nodded frantically. "Yeah, brother?" Kangwoo gave him a careful critique. "You have sharp senses, and you know how to redirect the monsters." Kang Taisu replied shyly, "Thank you." Kangwoo pointed out a few more things. "But the problem is you use pure strength. To solve everything, you're wasting way too much power. A tank shouldn't have flaws like that. From the start, you rushed those trolls." Then he seriously raised his voice. "What if the boss had jumped out then? You're a tank. You just need to take the hits and kite them." Kang Taisu replied seriously, "I understand." Kangwoo then turned his attention to Goa. As for Goa, she flinched. "Yes, Kangwoo?" He praised her with satisfaction. "You did a great job buffing Taisu, and your judgment to boost the tank's power was spot on." Then Kangwoo pointed out Goa's downsides that needed improvement. But the decision to use light arrows to protect yourself after that was not good. Enemies always target the healer. If the healer attacks, the tank won't be able to hold aggro. Goa looked down guiltily. I'm sorry." Kangwoo saw her eyes tearing up and quickly smiled. To comfort her, "We just need to fix things step by step." He turned sharply toward Choi Unbi. And Unbi, the girl obediently raised her hand and said, "Yes." Kangwoo assessed, "You seem to want to finish off the monsters that were already down, and used a high-tier spell with massive firepower?" He asked caringly. "You got startled because 5 of them appeared, while you were attacking the 3 that had already fallen, right?" Choi Unbi replied, flustered, "That's right." Kangwoo gently gave some advice. "You could have easily taken them out. With just a simple lightning bolt spell, save your strength. The main DPS will always be Sihun. You'll be the sub-DPS." The girl shouted back clearly. Kangwoo turned to Kim Sihun, and Sihun, he opened his mouth hesitantly. "Yeah?" He instinctively pondered for a long while, but in the end, Kangwoo patted Kim Sihun's shoulder and encouraged him gently. "You don't have any flaws at all. You fulfilled your role perfectly." He happily replied, "Oh, thank you." Kangwoo thought to himself, "He's really good. Even without 10,000 years of experience like me, is he some kind of genius?" Kang Tae-soo excitedly praised, "Sihun, you're freaking good!" Choi Unbi was full of admiration. "You're cooler than I thought." Kangwoo stole a glance at Kim Sihun. "He's definitely a diamond in the rough. I wonder just how strong he can become." He suggested, "Shall we head further in?" Kang Tae-soo pumped his fist into the air. "We'll do even better this time." Kangwoo turned and gave a gentle reminder. "Yeah. Make sure to work on the points I just mentioned. This time, Kang Tae-soo stood his ground and tanked every attack. Choi Eun-bi and Goa coordinated perfectly. The two unleashed their skills to counter the enemy. They were hit by a sudden, violent surge of power, causing them to twitch wildly until they were completely mangled. At the same time, receiving support from the rear, Kim Si-hoon raised his sword and charged forward arrogantly, wiping them out one by one. They were blown thousands of meters away. Kang-woo silently sat in the tree, monitoring everyone's every move. He judged that everyone was doing great. Kang Tae-soo tiredly set his iron shield on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Kang-woo thought to himself, if they keep this up, they might reach the gate within a month. Kang Tae-soo leaned against his shield and asked excitedly, "What do you think, bro? We've leveled up a lot, haven't we?" Kang-woo chuckled softly. "Not bad." Kang Tae-soo teased, "A little compliment wouldn't kill you, you know?" He lowered his voice sincerely. "But thanks to you, I've really improved." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wait, what the heck is that?" "Doesn't look like a troll." Kang-woo's eyes instinctively turned bloodshot as he stared wide-eyed. It was a ferocious, bloodthirsty demon, appearing out of nowhere. It charged madly straight at them. It bared its razor-sharp teeth, hungry to eat every single one of them alive. Kang-woo stood on high alert. "A werewolf!" Kang Tae-soo quickly realized the danger. He hurriedly pulled out his shield to block, but the beast was incredibly sinister and flew forward, growling and threatening Kang-woo up in the tree. "Activate weapons." Ready for combat stance. WTF, another demonic beast? He was suddenly shocked by the scene before him. Kim Si-hoon suddenly flipped through the air. He swung his sword straight at the beast. He urgently ordered Kang Tae-soo, "Bro, get back!" Kim Si-hoon didn't hesitate for a second, dodging the beast's strike, taking the opening to launch an attack. Next, he gripped his glowing blade tightly. Channeling a powerful surge of energy, he lunged and slashed it right in the middle of its gut, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth once more, to repeat the move. Unfortunately for him, this time, before he could strike, the beast spotted him. It sent him flying straight into the ground. It snarled and leapt to attack Kim Si-hoon. In a panic, he cursed, "Shit!" Luckily, Kang-woo appeared just in time to save him. With massive strength, he delivered an easy blow, knocking down the dangerous giant beast. Kim Si-hoon looked at him in a daze. A new system notification appeared. "You have defeated a D-class rift fragment. You have leveled up." Although Kang-woo's hand was injured and bleeding, he still kindly helped Kim Si-hoon up. Concerned, he asked, "Can you stand up?" He gave a forced smile. "I'm okay, thanks, Kang-woo." The other three ran over at the same time. Kang Tae-soo asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Goa asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Choi Eun-bi tagged along, "Are you hurt?" Kang Tae-soo expressed his admiration. "You're so strong, Kang-woo. You blew it away in just one shot." He supported Kim Si-hoon and praised him enthusiastically. "You were strong too." "Si-hoon, are you sure you only just had your second awakening?" "Your sword was even glowing." He smiled with difficulty and replied, "Seriously, I've only reached the second one." Kang-woo remained silent, lost in thought. He can even hold his own against a demonic beast. Even if he awakened as a rank A for the second time, this is still freakishly strong. This is way beyond just being talented. Kim Si-hoon awkwardly suggested to Kang Tae-soo, "Can you put me down, please?" Kang-woo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "I totally get how that bastard Moon-ya feels now. He's a total snack. Go help Kim Si-hoon directly. Let me support the kid. He's feeling shy." "Thanks," Kang Tae-soo said, scratching his head sheepishly. "I'm not exactly soft to lean on." Kang-woo utilized his power. He placed his hand on Kim Si-hoon's shoulder and began using his ability, Omniscient Ability. You can hide your mana when utilizing the power of the Mana Dominator. Very quickly, Kang-woo received all of Kim Si-hoon's information. He thought to himself, "I only wanted to check if he had any hidden power. But that's not all. I can even see his skills in the status window. Statistics. How can he grin so slyly like that? Let's see." His face suddenly went blank. "Wait, what? What the hell is this?" Kim Si-hoon's Second Awakening. First Awakening Ability. Descendant of the Martial Saint, rank SSS. Since the power of the Martial Saint hasn't been fully absorbed, the ability hasn't been activated yet. Second Awakening. Ability. Sword. Chi Summoning. Rank A. Third Awakening Ability. MLV 20. Class. Successor of the Chosen One. Soul of the Martial Saint. Cheon Taegwang accompanies you. You are a hero born to protect the world. Strength 15. Agility 16. Stamina 13. Magic 10. Inner Power. Inheritance stats 25. Intelligence 8. Wisdom 9. Rank SSS Martial. Saint? For real? The hero born to protect the world. Kang Taesu focused entirely on Kim Si-hoon, kindly advising him, "Let me know if you feel uncomfortable, I'll support you." He timidly replied, "I'm okay." Kang Woo looked at him with an astonished gaze. What's the deal with this guy? He instinctively fell into thought. Is he really the main character? The system appeared before Kang Woo's eyes, displaying Innate Class, the Chosen One, the soul of the war god Cheon. Taegwang is residing inside you. You are the hero, born with the mission to become the protector of the world. A thought flashed through his mind. War god? Protector of the world? Is this the reason why his swordsmanship is so superior? A tall and large-framed man appeared in Si-hoon's sight, surrounded by blazing flames. He cried out in excitement, "This guy is definitely the protagonist." Hearing this, Kang Woo glanced at Si-hoon with a puzzled look. Then he thought to himself, in the future, he could become a threat to me, but I can't let a gem like this slip away. Si-hoon spoke softly to Kang Woo. "I'm really okay now. Thanks," he replied in confusion. Yeah? Kang Woo silently continued his train of thought, which was still lingering. I can build a solid relationship with him by supporting him fully, just like Chae Yeon-ju did for me. He was calculating something in his head at that moment, but just as I'm willing to discard things I don't like, one day he might point his sword back at me. I can't put my total trust into this relationship. Kang Woo rubbed his chin, recalling every action Si-hoon took. Right now, it doesn't seem like Kim Si-hoon is the type to do things like that. He even sacrificed himself to save Taesu from the werewolf monster. Then he watched them laughing together and reached a conclusion, looking at it positively. As Taesu said, he has a very commendable chivalrous spirit. But it could also be said, he looks so gullible. Seola stared at Yunbi's magic staff and spoke up to ask, "Si-hoon, would you like an electric shock massage?" He answered awkwardly, "I think I can handle it." Taesu, standing nearby, chimed in excitedly, "I want to try it too." Suddenly, Kang Woo flashed a creepy smile. His eyes widened. God only knows how things will turn out. He put his hand over his mouth to hide his sinister grin. If that's the case, suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting Kang Woo's train of thought. "Kang Woo?" That voice belonged to Sola. She asked caringly, "Is something wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" Kang Woo pointed at himself blankly and asked back, "Me, I'm fine. I'm not injured at all." Looking at the wounded monster lying on the ground, he continued, "The reason why this kind of monster appeared in a D-rank gate is quite strange." She immediately followed up. "I was thinking the same thing, until now. I have never seen or heard of this species of monster. If Kang Woo hadn't been here, it definitely would have been a disaster." Kang Woo chuckled and said, "Si-hoon did a great job too. How is he doing now?" Seola quickly replied, "He's doing much better." She looked over at him, clutching his wound, chatting happily with the others, then continued, "As long as he avoids overexerting himself, he'll recover in no time." Kang Woo walked over and gently checked on Si-hoon. "Are you all right?" Si-hoon replied in a friendly tone, "Yes, thanks to Seola, I'm feeling a lot better." He flashed a satisfied smile. "That's a relief," Si-hoon spoke again. "If it weren't for you, my injuries would have been way worse." Suddenly, his eyes began to sparkle. It was as if Si-hoon was enveloped in a glowing aura. With a voice full of gratitude, he said once more, "Thank you so much. I heard it from Taesu. But you really are incredibly strong." With sparkling eyes and a cheerful face, Taesu said, "Of course, in my whole life. I've never seen a player as strong as my big bro Kang Woo. Not only that, he also has a truly heroic spirit." Deeply moved, Si-hoon spoke up. "You really found yourself a great boss, Taesu." He shyly replied, "You're overreacting." "You're pretty awesome too, Si-hoon," he exclaimed excitedly. "Exactly! I've never seen a player like you either." Among the second awakened, he chuckled and added, "You're making me blush." Taesu smiled and continued asking, "But why haven't you joined any of the major guilds?" "Si-hoon, I think you're more than capable of joining any guild you want." Suddenly, Si-hoon's entire body began to tremble. A voice spoke up. "I heard the Mir Guild is recruiting new members. Aren't you interested?" Taesu approached Si-hoon and said softly, "Word is the vice guild leader of Mir is going all out to recruit talent." He quickly replied, "I don't plan on joining any guild, not just Mir." Upon hearing Si-hoon's answer, he looked very confused and replied hesitantly, "I see." Taesu asked him curiously, "Do you have a problem with the Mir Guild?" Si-hoon grabbed his sword sheath. "It's not worth mentioning." Taesu bowed slightly. "It seems there's a difficult story behind that, huh? I'm sorry for bringing up such unnecessary things." He paused. "It's okay." With a forced expression, Si-hoon said, "It's just a bit complicated. I'm the one who should apologize for being so sensitive." Kang Woo waved his hand and spoke up. "All right, let's keep going." Today's hunt ends here. Let's come back tomorrow. Sihun needs to get some rest, too. He looked on with a puzzled gaze. It's fine. I can easily handle monsters at the orb level. As he stepped closer, he placed a hand on Sihun's shoulder and advised, no need to overdo it. We can just meet up and go hunting again tomorrow. Sihun replied, yes, I understand. Taisu cheered, raising a fist and shouting, Big bro! Are you planning to come with us tomorrow too? Kangwoo said coldly, no, tomorrow you guys should go hunt on your own. His eyes welled up as he pouted. I can't babysit you guys forever. If you remember what I taught you today, then I'm sure you all will level up your game. In no time at all. In an instant, Taisu's expression shifted to excitement. I got it, big bro. He raised his arm with determination. This man, Kang Taisu, will do his absolute best to rank up and stand shoulder to shoulder with you, big bro. As Kangwoo's back receded into the distance, he waved and replied, I'm counting on you. Nighttime on a bustling street. Kangwoo called out, Seola! Seola looked confused. Yes, Kangwoo? He stared pensively at the phone in his hand. I think you'll have to head home alone. Something suddenly came up. She asked doubtfully, an emergency? The phone screen showed an incoming call. He answered hurriedly. Yeah, I've got an urgent call. I think I have to go now. Seola's eyes widened. I see, well, what about dinner? Kangwoo slipped the phone into his pocket. You should probably eat first. I might be late. She turned her head, her face showing a hint of sadness. Seola gave a faint smile and agreed, all right, please be careful. See you later. No matter how late it is, I'll reheat the food for you. Kangwoo blushed. Okay, I'll definitely make it back safe. She really is an angel. He waved with a wide grin. I really wanted to have dinner with Seola like always, but I guess it's not possible. Kangwoo watched Seola's receding figure. All right then. With sharp eyes and a mysterious smile, shall we begin? Scene change. Sihun looked at his phone. Standing by the bus stop, he let out a sigh. On his phone was information about bus schedules. He muttered, Guild? The Mere Guild, huh? At that moment, a voice called out, Sihun? He looked up. Oh, Kangwoo? He was standing right in front of him. I have a few things I need to tell you. Sihun replied, oh, okay, what's up? He looked serious. This is pretty important. He continued, so let's go somewhere more private. The bus stop announcement rang out. Bus 700 is arriving. He hesitated. All right. Sihun followed Kangwoo into a small alley. He looked around. He spoke up, so, Kangwoo, what did you want to talk about? Before he could finish, Kangwoo suddenly punched him in the stomach. Stunned, Sihun's eyes widened in shock. His body doubled over instinctively. He spat out saliva while coughing violently. He grabbed him by the collar. He immediately slammed him onto the ground. Sihun struggled to sit up in agony, not understanding what was happening. Why would you... Once again, his sentence was cut short. He was brutally stomped in the stomach. I just wanted to make sure of something. Sihun screamed. Sihun was pinned down with a knee to his stomach, unable to do anything. He could only gasp out the name, Kangwoo! He leaned in close. In the future, you're going to become very strong, Sihun. Far stronger than any other player? That is why. I want to build a good relationship. With someone like you, Kangwoo flashed a twisted smile. Or rather, his voice sounded terrifying. I want us to be real comrades. Sihun grimaced as he looked at him. Drool trickled from the corners of his mouth. How can you say that? While doing something so insane? But he had no idea. Kangwoo's hand radiated purple beams of light beside him. He forcefully pressed that stream of magic into Sihun's chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body trembled and jolted violently. His eyes rolled back, his mouth agape, gasping for air. Kangwoo remained mounted on top of him. Blood-red veins bulged on his hand. This is the insurance for that. Kangwoo clutched his chest. Streams of purple magic swirled around his hand. The power took hold as Sihun's heart pounded incessantly. Bright red marks appeared on his neck. Sihun screamed, Arg, stop! As Kangwoo tried to calm him down. Don't worry. Sihun's heart began to transform from red to purple, surrounded by glowing red flashes. Kangwoo's voice droned on steadily. You'll forget everything that happened here. At this moment, his heart had completely transformed into a grotesque organ. Crimson eyes and a mouth with razor-sharp teeth emerged like a demon. He continued, once you wake up, you will go on living your life as usual. Hunting monsters just like today. And getting stronger, Kangwoo smirked. He leaned in close to Sihun's twitching face. You can also form a party with Taesu and Seola, and become a team stronger than anyone else. He pulled his hand back. Oh, you'll also be able to use a portion of my power, because you've now become my close familiar. This will be very beneficial for your growth. Sihun let out a ragged breath, his body trembling. His eyes were unfocused as he groaned. A purple seal appeared on his chest. He withdrew his hand. You don't have to worry about a thing. Kangwoo smiled mysteriously with a cunning look in his eyes. We're going to become very close teammates. Sihun suddenly snapped awake. His eyes flew open and he sat up, panting heavily. Sihun touched his chest. Everything was the same as if nothing had happened. He rubbed his forehead and stood up. Why am I here? I'm sure I was standing here waiting for the bus. Sihun checked his phone. 8 p.m., he frowned. He tried to remember waiting for the bus about an hour ago. What happened after that? Suddenly, a splitting headache hit him, making him shiver. He rubbed his head, unable to recall anything. I must have blacked out. That last battle was truly brutal, Sihun thought to himself. No matter how big the impact was. I can't believe I just fainted like that. He gnashed his teeth and bit his lip. I'm so weak. Sihun leaned against the wall, struggling to stand up. I'm way too weak right now. I've still got a long way to go. I have to... His hand curled into a fist. Flickers of images. The people he hated flashed before him. Be stronger than I am now. Mir Guild. The Vice Guild Master of Mir, Kim Yang-hun. He clenched his fist and punched the wall. The wall cracked and debris fell. He gnashed his teeth in rage. So my sword can reach the necks of those bastards. Sihun stumbled along the sidewalk, leaning against the wall to keep from falling. Kangwoo whispered, it worked. The system displayed a notification. Soul subjugation complete. Kim Sihun has been recognized as your subordinate. From above, Kangwoo observed as the system prompted again. Do you wish to issue an order? He smirked and waved it off. Maybe later. I've got my insurance now. System confirms Soul Link is bound. He gave a sinister grin, his eyes narrowing. Now Kim Sihun just needs to get stronger. Sihun looked at his phone, still confused about what was going on. Kangwoo thought, I don't want to give him any orders yet. Sihun looked toward the bus station ahead, flustered. His inner thoughts continued. I only turned him into a subordinate, because I wanted backup. There's no need to overdo it. A moment later, Sihun quickly boarded the bus. Kangwoo stood from his vantage point, quietly observing. After his abilities had been enhanced, Sihun's power will become equivalent to Balak's. He smiled, imagining the scene of having to fight a demon army. Sihun's existence is vital to me, because my mana is still partially sealed, and I still have to face the mysterious demon legion. Kangwoo stood high up to stay out of sight. I'm not sure when they will show up. At the gate again. Now then, Sihun. He let out a bone-chilling smile. His eyes flashed with a cold, blood-red light. I'll help you as much as possible. So train hard and get strong, okay? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. What's this? Jo Dokyun? Kangwoo sat down and picked up. A voice came from the other end. I'm calling to give you some info. He replied, Yeah? What's up, about the Demon Legion? Dokyun hesitated. I'm not exactly sure. It's true I found traces of mana. The man on the other end was panicking hard, but it doesn't seem intentional. Kangwoo hit the nail on the head. It wasn't made by humans. Dokyun continued. Yeah, looks like it was made by a monster. Not a human. He felt tense. Where did you find it? A chilling thought echoed in his mind. It's a demon. The other end replied, a rank B gate near Uijeongbu. He immediately got up. Got it. First hellhounds and werewolves, now another one. He pulled up the system window to check the info. It's called a rift fragment. Hellhounds appeared at rank C gates. The weaker werewolves appeared at rank D gates. So then the rank B gate. This time, the guy licked his lips and gave a twisted smirk. A monster stronger than a hellhound might appear. It's already helped me level up like crazy. Kangwoo clicked on his status window. Maybe I'll reach the 5th awakening sooner than I thought. The next morning at Uijeongbu Station, the public announcement echoed steadily. The train will soon arrive at Uijeongbu Station. The exit is on the right. The train stopped and people started shoving. Sihun stepped out with Kangwoo following, merging into the crowd. His face scrunched up as he looked around, lost. He looked at the crowds around him. Feeling overwhelmed, he waved his hand. Good Lord! I really need to get a car soon. Once this job is done, I'll have to tell Yeonju to hook me up with a car. While walking down the stairs, he checked his phone on the go. Let's see. The monsters should be at rank B gate. People were buzzing. Hey, what's the deal? Why'd you come back? The other guy shrugged. They said something weird is in there, so they won't let me in. Kangwoo looked their way. Something weird like what? A mutant monster or something. Up ahead, the gate was blocked by troops, leaving mages, knights, and other players here for quests, utterly confused. People were talking and complaints were everywhere. Hey, the team can't go in? Damn it! I came all the way from another city! Do you know how far I had to travel? Besides, it's not like the government pays up if we die. One guy was arguing with the soldiers, sounding salty. Why isn't anyone allowed in? Everyone's stuck here, man. The soldier stood his ground. An unidentified monster has mutated, so the gate is temporarily closed. The guy tried to push back. It's not even a boss. Just then, the speakers crackled. Attention! Attention! A monster within the gate has mutated. We have not identified the monster yet, but 10 players have already lost their lives. The speaker continued, for the safety of our players, access to the gate will be restricted until further notice. While the announcement kept going, I repeat, a monster. The crowd began to whisper. 10 people in a rank B gate? Whoa, that's a lot of deaths! 10 people is seriously insane. Casualties shouldn't be that high. Not even at a rank B gate. Kangwoo stood at the very back, observing the mutant monster. He crossed his arms thoughtfully. They call it that, but it's clearly something else. The demon must be raising hell in the dungeon right now. Above the gate, a swirling black hole caught his full attention. They're even banning players from entering. I wonder what kind of creature it is this time. Reporters swarmed in to film. Could you explain more? This event also attracted journalists to film and record, reporting live. The citizens are extremely worried. The soldier replied, like we said, we don't have the details yet. The reporter pressed further. But to close a dungeon, you must have confirmed something, right? Kangwoo's eyes lit up the moment he heard the soldier's answer. That's right. All we know is that it resembles a lion. He immediately realized it was a biller. The person outside continued to share. We've never faced this before, so we still need time to analyze it. The monster everyone was talking about vividly reappeared in his memory. It didn't shy away from a bloodbath. The entire area where it set foot turned into Biller's domain, one of the strongest predators of the second hell. It looks like a 5-legged lion and possesses unique abilities that differ from other demonic beasts. The special ability, Devour. Biller, once it has gorged on its prey, will simply lie down and sleep, even if other beasts are still surrounding it, regardless of their size. As long as it eats 5 prey a day, it will be full and won't attack anymore. As memories of the first hell flooded back, Kangwoo turned pale and covered his mouth. Those billers went down to the first hell just to find food. What an absolute nightmare. Just thinking about those times makes me want to puke. He calculated the odds. Anyway, if there are already 10 victims, then the biller must have appeared 2 days ago. But Kangwoo was a clever man. He smirked while tapping rapidly on his phone. This will be easy. I just need to toss it 5 monsters, then kill it once it's stuffed. He picked up the phone to call Yeonju. The other end rang. Oh, Kangwoo, what's up? Kangwoo got straight to the point. I need a favor. Yeonju was working out at the gym. Panting heavily, she asked, what is it? He replied, I want to enter a rank B gate, but the government has it restricted. Yeonju prodded for info. Are you in Wijongbu? Kangwoo gave a slight smile. Yeah, you can handle it, right? You're tight with the high-ups, aren't you? As soon as he finished, the sound of weights clashing echoed in the background. She still wanted to confirm one more time. You really have to go into that gate? Kangwoo replied without hesitation. Yeah, he added. It's very important. Yeonju frowned and let out a sigh. She dropped 2 dumbbells with a thud. This is going to cost you big time. Kangwoo said calmly. Don't worry, I'll pay you back in full. She continued her warning. Yeah, you better. Just try not to get killed by some mutant monster. That's all I ask. He gave a smug, cheerful smirk. If I were that easy to kill, would you have sponsored me this much? The voice from the other end came back. Quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Tell the guard to pick up the phone. As he approached, the soldier nearby immediately blocked him. You heard the announcement. Players are not authorized. Kangwoo held the phone out to the guard with a smile. It's Cha Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild. The soldier was stunned. What? He moved the screen closer to the man's face. Cha Yeonju, from the Red Rose Guild. She has something to say to you. His actions caused a stir among the crowd. Who's that? Cha Yeonju? Did he say Cha Yeonju? Is there someone like that in Red Rose? They haven't recruited anyone lately. Meanwhile, the soldier took the call. Yes, I understand. He hung up and let out a heavy sigh for some reason. Though clearly reluctant, the soldier begrudgingly allowed him. Oh, Kangwoo, you're cleared to enter. He is considered the one investigating the monster incident. Everyone gasped in awe. He asked, if you defeat it, you must provide us with the information. Do you agree? Kangwoo acted cooperatively and took back his phone. Of course. I'll start the investigation immediately and do my best to reassure the public. This caught the attention of nearby reporters as they cheered. Hey, take a picture! The crowd is more hyped than ever. Breaking news. Who's that guy? Is he from Red Rose? From behind, a young man with blue hair shouted, Wait up! Kangwoo turned around, feeling curious. It was the Mir Guild, consisting of 6 members. The leader was Kong Song-soo. He confidently proposed, "Since Red Rose is allowed to investigate, I guess we're allowed in too, right?" People began whispering about Kong Song-soo from the Mir Guild. The rookie who's been famous lately? He's only been a player for 3 months. Yet he's already entering rank A gates. Kang-woo looked at him, sizing him up. He wondered to himself, is this ponytail guy actually famous? Sang-soo continued with the probing tone. Are you the one Red Rose is sponsoring? Sang-soo's words caught Kang-woo off guard. Gargoyle armor? One look at that special gear and it's obvious. He was startled by the sarcasm that followed. But don't you have any teammates? Is that all Red Rose could afford to sponsor? Kang-woo flashed a dazzling corporate smile. Haha, I prefer hunting monsters solo. Sang-soo's teammates looked at him with contemptuous laughs. I heard you were still in rank C gates recently. You must think this gate is just as easy, huh? Sang-soo stepped closer, his voice full of provocation. Guys like you usually end up dead pretty fast. He looked down on Kang-woo and criticized him bluntly. You probably wanted to hit the jackpot by catching a mutant monster. But since when did a player who just reached their 4th awakening dare to stick their nose into other people's business? Sang-soo's gaze was sharp as a knife. He draped his arm around Kang-woo's neck. Why so quiet, cat got your tongue? Kang-woo quietly looked ahead. His eyes were cold as ice while the other man kept mocking him. Or are you just scared? Sang-soo proudly pointed at his teammates. How about this? He suggested. You're the investigator, right? Why not join my squad and enter the gate together? That way you won't just drop dead the second you walk in. Mind you, my team's roles are all filled up, he said and burst out laughing. Now that I look at you, you kind of look like a thug. Why not cover those wounds or something? At that moment, Kang-woo smirked. Fine. Sang-soo was surprised as the other man gently brushed his hand off. You seemed so worried about me that I didn't quite know how to react. I was actually afraid of going in alone. His eyes narrowed as he agreed. Now shall we head in together? Sang-soo's teammates from the Mir Guild kept throwing insults. How pathetic. Does he have no shame? How disappointing. Kang-woo didn't seem to care. In his head he was counting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kang-woo's gaze became increasingly distorted and eerie. He glanced at Sang-soo with a wide, ghoulish grin. I need 5 people to fill Biller up. Looks like there's 1 extra. Shall we go then? Curses echoed from the crowd as they saw the spatial portal opening before them. That bastard Kang-woo, the one sponsored by Red Rose, is over there. Isn't he? The guy personally handpicked by Cha Yeonju. I heard he's at the rank B gate behind that building. Kong Sang-soo stood lurking at the edge of the street, holding his phone to report the situation. Correct, he's here. Vice President Kim Yang-hun. The voice on the other end gave him orders, while reminding him of the Mir Guild's status in society. Make sure you remember, you must seize this opportunity to humiliate that guy in front of everyone, even if they currently have the upper hand. You mustn't forget that. The Mir Guild is higher in the rankings than the Red Rose Guild. After that, Kang Sang-soo approached Kang-woo. He thought to himself, this is how it should always be. Then, looking annoyed, he spoke up and asked, Wait, what? You want to go in together? Kang-woo just turned his head, smiled, and replied, Yeah. Seeing the press swarming around, he blamed himself in his heart. I should have humiliated him in front of the reporters. But since he's acting so nice, it'll just make me look like the bad guy. Kang Sang-soo scowled on the outside, but secretly tried to keep his cool, telling himself not to do anything stupid. Continuing to provoke him would only make the guild look bad. Just wait until we're inside the gate. The sound of people whispering in excitement made the atmosphere even more electric. Kang Sang-soo walked ahead, then suddenly turned around with his hands on his hips and said, All right, let's head in. The blonde man behind him was briefly surprised, but quickly replied, Fine by me. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Red Rose and Mai are teaming up? The reporters behind them, smelling a hot scoop, started filming and snapping photos non-stop. Kong Sang-soo and his teammates were the big news. He shot a quick glance at the person in front of him and cursed under his breath. This pathetic piece of trash. Then the reporters shouted, Got it! The headline will be Rival Guilds. Team up to defeat Mutant Monster. Looking at the man in front of him made him cringe. He continued to trash-talk him in his head, unable to understand it. Why on earth would Red Rose sponsor a guy like this? The reporters outside kept pushing for more. Keep it coming! Kang Sang-soo walked ahead holding his spear and smirked. Ah, whatever, I don't need to keep provoking this loser anymore. But little did he know Kang-woo was wearing a sinister smile. The people around them continued to cheer. Let's wrap this up. This is just temporary. There won't be a next time. As the scene shifts into the dark dungeon, The group walked in small squads. Kang Yu, walking slowly behind, made a suggestion. Now, let's combine our strength to take down that monster. Shall we? Tisk! One of them stopped and spat on the ground, cutting him off. Hey, don't you have any shame? Kang Yu looked at Kang Sang-soo and gave a dry laugh. Excuse me? The man looked at him and sighed. Then he said with pure contempt, Are you actually stupid or just playing dumb? A kid in a green hoodie glanced over and chimed in, Just ignore him. He continued to insult him. The rest of the squad laughed with amusement, following the taunts. And here I thought you were something special, since you were handpicked by Cha Yeon-ju. But you're probably just another loser. Watch out, Cha Yeon-ju might be one too. The guy with the scar on his mouth walked and glared while asking mockingly, Exactly, Cha Yeon-ju is a has-been anyway. Has she even done anything lately? Now what about our Mi's vice president, Kim Yang-hun? The platinum-haired guy in armor let out a sigh, and then began to boast proudly. He's the GOAT. He's rich, handsome, and talented too. The girl with the facial tattoo also smirked arrogantly. Like father, like son. Even the president is rank A. Our Mi guild was built by that power duo. Kang Sang-soo laughed loudly in mockery. And Red Rose? They're just full of trash like him. Ha! Kang Yu walked quietly behind them, thinking about the Mi guild. He crossed his arms and slowly pondered. Mi guild, huh? The Mi guild. The guild master and also chairman of Mi Electronic Group, Kim Jae-hyun and his son. They awakened 5 years ago during a gate accident. With the financial backing of Mi Electronic, he leveled up quickly and founded the Mi Guild. Kang Yu secretly followed behind, watching the laughing group. Major guilds make a massive profit. But since they already had a corporation before starting the guild, these guys must be filthy rich, rolling in cash probably. Well, since things have turned out this way, Kang Woo puts his hand to his chin, thinking with deep calculation. Should I let these two guilds fight each other and then just sit back and reap the rewards? Suddenly his hand drops, rubbing his coat, then hesitating for a moment. No, I've already received enough. Cha Yeon-ju is still useful. Kang Woo stands still, crossing his arms carefully, thinking about those highly profitable golden eggs. It's not time yet. Only idiots would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, at least for now. Kang Sang-soo walks ahead, laughing and chatting happily, unaware that Kang Woo is smiling eerily with a heart full of schemes. Besides, the Red Rose Guild still has its uses. So if I have to cut someone down, suddenly a loud voice comes from Kang Sang-soo's mouth. Where the hell did that mutant monster disappear to? Kang Woo follows behind, chuckling slightly, and says, Who knows? Why don't we patrol around this area first? He turns back with a look of pure annoyance, questioning him, making him just laugh it off to move on. You think I don't know that? We've been wandering all over and haven't seen a thing. Seriously stupid. Contemptuous and mocking remarks continue to be uttered. Red Rose is truly falling apart, oh my god. And what about Cha Yeon-ju? Ignoring the gossip, Kang Woo tells himself to take it slow. The guy in the blue cloak keeps blabbering as he walks. I think Red Rose will disband soon. The one at the back chimes in, of course. Our side won't accept any losers from Red Rose. A soft, mysterious voice whispers, Shall we go find it? Kang Woo touches the wall from behind. A second later, it bursts out. Countless red lines running all around. At the omniscient tower, Kang Woo touches the wall and senses life. He acts surprised. Huh? It's right behind that wall. And because it's still moving, its mouth full of sharp teeth, along with drops of drool pouring out, make him tell himself that it's still hungry. Seeing this, Kang Woo lets out a devilish smile, then summons into his hand a white energy ball. How lucky. Shall we begin? Power of allure. From his hand, it spreads to the surroundings, a faint scent that makes Kang Sang-soo standing nearby sniff. What's that smell? The kid in the blue cloak also curiously catches the scent. You're right, it smells really good. The girl with the face tattoo raises her hand to sniff and suspiciously asks, Wait, why is there a scent like this in the middle of a maze? The leader, seeing the commotion behind, immediately turns back to order. Quiet down a bit. Kang Woo's eyes gleam with cunning. Exactly, the builder will smell this from afar. Hearing a noise, they quickly alert each other. Something's coming. Those aren't the footsteps of a normal monster. The leader, sensing danger, shouts out an order. Get ready for battle! It must be that mutant monster. Kang Sang-soo picks up his weapon and flexes, shouting, Hey Kang Woo, stay still in the corner, okay? Don't go acting all tough. You're only catching it because of us. He looks at him and asks softly, your death prediction is pretty spot on, isn't it? When Kang Sang-soo gets provoked, he glares. What did you say? He softly calls his name to remind Sang-soo. Do you remember what you said? Kang Woo laughs out loud like a maniac. Guys like you usually die early. In an instant, a burst of power grazes his face, scaring the life out of him. What the hell was that? He stands there terrified, speechless. A ferocious monster just used its claws to pierce through his teammate, then lifted them up, baring its fangs, staring at the person trapped in its claws. Seeing this, Kang Woo looks completely amused. One down already. The leader shouts to calm everyone. Focus! He takes the lead and orders each member to use their power to attack that aggressive monster. Get into position and attack! Move it! Next, another person is swallowed halfway by the builder. Its shadow flickers, appearing and disappearing, dodging every single strike. The agile monster lurks behind the walls, rendering all the group's attacks completely useless. Panic-stricken, they start hacking blindly at the walls, sending debris flying in all directions. Kang Sang-soo steps up to lead and reassure the team members. Everyone hold your ground! The words barely left his mouth when half a torso flew over his head, making him shut his trap immediately. One by one, they fall into the beast's talons. Right before his eyes, the builder devours its feast greedily. Kang Woo thinks to himself, and now, sitting on a large boulder, he silently counts the bodies. That's 2 down. Scared stiff, Kang Sang-soo screams an order. Damn it, open fire! He spins the spear in his hand, creating a lightning vortex around him. Taking a run up from behind, Kang Sang-soo lunges forward. Kang Sang-soo pins the monster with a lightning strike. Then he roars, now! The remaining people immediately rush forward to attack under his command. But a second later, they are instantly torn to shreds. Seeing his teammates ripped apart before his eyes makes Kang Sang-soo freeze in terror. No way! He stands rooted to the spot, watching the beast use its claws to hoist the corpses into its maw full of jagged teeth. I gave it everything I had, but it doesn't have a single scratch. The 4 witches tremble at the sight of the blood, collapsing to their knees. Save me! The pleas for help echo in Kang Woo's ears. Please! He just smirks and quietly counts them off. 3, and now 4. The cries for help mixed with the desperate shouting below make Kang Woo find it all laughable. Help! Hey, what are you doing? Pull yourselves together and hold the line! The face of someone furious appears as they talk smack, shouting, Since it's come to this... Kang Sang-soo crouches, generating a surge of purple lightning. It's him, trailing a streak of purple lightning as he charges headlong at the monster. Kang Sang-soo quickly targets the builder for a final blow, pouring all his power and emotion into the strike. Thunder Overlord! But a moment later, the monster headbutts him hard, sending him flying. Kang Sang-soo lies unconscious on the ground. Later, he wakes up and opens his eyes in terror. His face is drenched in tears while Kang Woo chuckles. 4 monsters with glowing eyes, clamping down on the lower half of a witch before Kang Sang-soo's eyes. Kang Woo thinks, 5, it's over. The monster has just finished a meal. At its feet, Kang Sang-soo lies motionless. Luckily, he isn't dead yet. Instead, he's letting out soft groans that sound absolutely heart-rending. The moment he sees that Kang Woo is still alive, Kang Sang-soo manages to choke out some words. Once it gets you, it'll finally be stuffed, right? But to his surprise, in a split second, he appeared right above the monster. He witnesses this, and is so shell-shocked he can't even speak. What the... Kang Sang-soo stammers. Meanwhile, Kang Woo calmly provides the answer. Simple math, 5 times 1. He continues, if the builder is fed 5 prey, it reaches a state of satiety. And when that happens, it stays still unless provoked. Kang Sang-soo still can't wrap his head around it. No, there's no way! He stops paying him any attention now. Kang Woo smiles. The next step is simple. Power of darkness. Power of hellfire. I need to hit it with everything I've got. Turns out he's planning to one-shot this monster, to take it out in a single blast. While calculating, Kang Woo's hands weave the spell. Kang Sang-soo is still down there, gasping for air, while he, perched high up, begins to condense his energy, preparing to unleash a skill. I previously thought I needed to focus even more, to use multiple powers at once. But now it's no longer necessary. The moment he finished that thought, Kang Yu landed a powerful blow on the monster's head. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted where he stood. Before the smoke could even clear, Kang Yu was already preparing his next move. He soared high into the air. A massive energy for the trident was gathering in his hand. The very next second, a trident appeared in his hand, burning intensely. He gritted his teeth and smirked. Just then, a notification popped up. You have acquired the rank 5 trident skill. He rushed forward, then hurled the trident with great force at the monster. System notifications rang out continuously. You will receive bonus accuracy. When using memorized skills, the trident pierced straight into the giant monster's head instantly. It wailed in agony, looking absolutely wrecked. But before the monster could react, it exploded, because the trident's destructive power was just too insane. After the explosion, He landed gracefully on the ground. The system continued to announce, "You have successfully defeated the B-rank monster. You have leveled up 6 times." The system sent him a barrage of messages. "You have reached level 40. Your 5th awakening has been unlocked. Leveling up has pushed your stats to the limit. Your mana increased by 7. Your mana has reached 60. A condition for Ultimate Hell Demon has been met." Hearing this, Kang Yu suddenly reacted, "Huh?" He wondered, "Ultimate Hell Demon? Sounds like something out of a Muram novel, doesn't it? Why can't this explanation window be a little more user-friendly?" Then a report regarding the details of Ultimate Hell Demon appeared. Ultimate Hell Demon info. Must undergo the first step to become a Demon Lord. Condition 1, reach 60 mana. Condition 2, unknown. Condition 3, unknown. It says details, but it's still pretty vague. Seeing that, Kang Yu sighed wearily. Doesn't give me a single shred of useful info about this Ultimate Hell Demon. But despite that, he still had a positive feeling about this info screen. But I have a hunch. It's going to grant me some mysterious power. Ultimate Hell Demon, Demon Lord, Kang Yu reminisced. This is the first time I've ever heard of this power. Even though I was stuck in hell for 10,000 years, I think my hypothesis was spot on. He stood with arms crossed, looking pensive. If I keep boosting my stats like a player, I could become even stronger than back when I was the Demon King of the 9 circles of hell. At that thought, Kang Yu flashed a devious, bone-chilling grin. I might even far surpass my power from that time to an unimaginable level. I thought I'd kicked my greedy streak, but it seems I still haven't lost the habits from my Demon King days. With that, Kang Yu quickly made up his mind. I should devour this builder first. Nom nom. He thought while swallowing the monster's power. As a mutant monster investigator, I really should preserve the corpse. But no way in hell. Am I passing up a massive amount of mana right in front of me? While Kang Yu was absorbing the power, notifications popped up as well. Your mana has increased by 4. The amount of mana was so overwhelming that it even affected one side of his face. But Kang Yu didn't seem to care much because he was too preoccupied thinking, dark monsters will definitely give me more mana stats. It bumped up by 4 even after I hit 60. Suddenly a faint voice was heard. You. It was Kang Sang-soo, whispering on his deathbed. Just now you. Kang Yu turned to look at him, then laughed and said, "Oh, one more left, huh?" He walked up to Kang Sang-soo and spoke. "Based on your reckless behavior, I thought you'd be the first to bite the dust. But you're actually a pretty talented guy in your gang. Or rather, your guild, right?" Kang Sang-soo was absolutely terrified at the sight. "No, don't, stay away from me." But he didn't care and just continued. "Why did you treat your own teammates like that?" Flat on the ground, he whispered a question back at you. "Are you going to kill me?" But Kang Yu remained perfectly calm. He grabbed his leg, which was hanging upside down, then gave a slight smile and replied, "Hey, what are you mumbling about? I would never kill my own teammates." "Got it? You still have one more role to play. So obviously I can't let you die here." Kang Sang-soo was stunned. "A role?" Without further explanation, Kang Yu just gave a fake smile and spoke up. "Now quit shaking. I need to ask you a few questions." The first question rang out. "Which bastard? It told you to mess with me outside those gates?" Kang Yu glared at him with bloodshot eyes. He calculated silently in his head. Even a total loser wouldn't act that malicious right from the jump. Besides, how did they even know who I was? I didn't think any of my info had leaked. Kang Yu firmly reached a conclusion. Someone is definitely pulling the strings of these scumbags. Snapping out of his thoughts, he saw the guy still wouldn't open his mouth, so he spoke up. "You're not going to talk?" The words barely left his lips before Kang Yu slammed Kang Sang-soo down. Then he smashed him into the wall. He used such brute force that it left a gaping hole in the wall. After making his move, Kang Yu leaned in close and asked again in a cold voice, "I'm going to ask you one more time. Who was it?" Immediately, Kang Sang-soo blurted out, "It's Kim Yang-hun." He repeated the name. "Kim Yang-hun, why?" At the same time, Kang Yu thought to himself, "Is that the guy I talked to last time?" He remembered. An image of Cha Yeon-ju holding a wine glass appeared. Meanwhile, Kang Sang-soo was still explaining, "Sir, Mr. Yang-hun invited Cha Yeon-ju out, but he got rejected flat out. That's how the grudge against the Red Rose Guild started." Snapping out of his train of thought, Kang Yu questioned him again. "You tried to piss me off over such a petty reason?" Gasping for air, he tried to continue. And furthermore, he said they needed to rebrand the Mir Guild to draw all the attention to their own guild. They wanted to prove their ideals were superior to the Red Rose Guild's. So, before he could finish, Kang Yu cut him off. "I was wondering how this bastard ended up with a beef against me." but he's going to face the music. Do you have a picture of him? Kang Sang-soo immediately replied politely. Yes, sir, here's the photo. Kang Yu held the phone and mumbled, just like you said, huh? He's a pretty boy, all right. The photo showed Kim Si-hun. Kang Yu thought to himself, wait, Kim Si-hun? They kind of look alike. No, maybe it's just because they're both handsome. Having got what he wanted, he still kept questioning. Anyway, you're telling me I got caught in a revenge plot and was just used by that guy, huh? Is that right? Hearing that, he cried out, I'm sorry, I was just following orders. I couldn't disobey him. However, Kang Yu just sarcastically snapped back. But you seemed pretty happy and comfortable following those orders, didn't you? Confused, he tried to answer. Because... But he was immediately cut off. It's fine, that's all in the past now. Then Kang Yu made a promise. And if you keep playing your part well, then I'll have nothing to complain about. Hearing that, Kang Sang-soo was overjoyed. I'll do whatever you say, sir. Afterwards, he just gave a fake smile and replied softly, Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. In fact, it might even be good for you. The scene shifted to outside the gate. There were tons of reporters waiting around on standby. When they saw someone coming out, they started whispering to each other. Huh? The gate is opening. Who's coming out? Those people are Kang Sang-soo and Mr. Kang Yu. They're alive. The reporters began to swarm the two of them, firing off a barrage of these questions. What happened in there? Where are the other team members? Did they not make it through? Did you guys manage to take down the monster inside that dungeon? The crowd of reporters couldn't wait and grew increasingly chaotic. What exactly happened inside the gate? Right then, Kang Yu put on a panicked face and screamed, Medics, please, someone call a medic for Mr. Sang-soo. Mr. Sang-soo! Only then did everyone notice Kang Sang-soo gasping for his last breath. Oh my God! Why is his face so beat up? They immediately shifted their focus to him and grilled him with questions. How did he get hurt this badly? What happened to him? Kang Yu quickly set Kang Sang-soo down on the ground and began his story. He fought the monster in there. While he was being attacked, Kang Sang-soo, lying to the side, could only whisper weakly, Save me. The reporters jumped in to ask, So what about the rest of the members? Kang Yu feigned deep sorrow and replied, Well, Mr. Sang-soo and I are the only ones who made it out alive. He used the most heartbreaking tone to answer. The others, none of them survived. Everyone around them expressed their deepest condolences upon hearing the news. This rookie actually survived that monster? Even with the Red Rose Guild and Mir Guild teaming up, they still couldn't do anything? How could something like this happen? We should let the Hwarang group know as soon as possible and have them send backup. Hearing that, Kang Yu responded, No, that won't be necessary. He gently placed a hand on Kang Sang-soo's face and continued, Although many sacrifices were made, the monsters in there have been wiped out. The crowd was absolutely stunned by his words. You wiped them out, Mr. Kang Yu? But he denied it. No, it wasn't me. The hero who saved my life and destroyed the monsters inside was Mr. Kang Sang-soo. Then he looked down at Kang Sang-soo, who was unconscious on the ground. A reporter managed to push through the crowd, shoved a microphone toward him, and asked, Could you give us more details about what happened? Still acting heartbroken, Kang Yu agreed. Yes, of course. Then he recounted the story. At the moment, we entered a place that looked like a dungeon. We could already feel the intense presence of the beast. It felt like it was crushing our chests. Does that mean... He continued. That's right. The beast appeared right at the entrance. Kang Yu went on with his tale. We all knew the score as soon as we saw it. It was an opponent way too dangerous to ever appear in a rank B gate. The pace of his story quickened. We were planning to run. But because Mr. Sang-soo said that the monster might harm civilians if it managed to escape, we decided to fight back. The crowd nodded in agreement. That's why it happened. That monster was just too strong. Everyone imagined the monster from Kang Yu's description. It looked exactly like the government's reports. It had the head of a lion. Its power was terrifying. Because its attacks were so brutal, the team members under Mr. Sang-soo were killed instantly. Hearing that, everyone was utterly shocked. Right away, people around him might have even shed tears, hearing this part. As the situation became more desperate, Mr. Sang-soo told me, Run! And then... He faced that monster all by himself. He continued, I could have run away, but I was frozen in place from pure fear. He described it. It was a brutal and heroic battle. And when that life-or-death struggle ended, Mr. Sang-soo had defeated the monster. The reporters around him kept filming, along with the story he just told. Kang Yu continued with a look of gratitude, even after he defeated that monster. He kept mumbling the names of the members who fell in battle. until he lost consciousness. Even now, Kang Sang-soo is still whispering for help. Hearing this, everyone anxiously asked about Sang-soo's condition. Is he awake yet? Seeing this, Kang Yu covered Sang-soo's mouth and said, "Please don't say anything until the ambulance arrives. Save your strength, sir." Everyone heard this and spoke up. "But didn't Sang-soo treat you pretty poorly?" "Mr. Kang Yu?" The reporter from before moved the mic closer to him. "Do you have anything to say about that?" Kang Yu continued to act heartbroken and hesitated. "Well, about that," he explained, "it was because he was so worried about me. Since he knew my skills were still lacking, when we had to explore this rank B gate, he simply wanted me to keep my guard up." The reporter seemed to understand. "I see what you're saying." Then Kang Yu closed his eyes, forced out some crocodile tears, and spoke. "I had no idea he cared for me so much." He exclaimed with his most sincere voice, "He is my benefactor, and a true hero of this era." Following that, a series of articles were published. The headlines were all about the story between Kang Yu and Kang Sang-soo. Hero defeats terrifying monster in dungeon. An emotional battle has taken place. The reason he fought the monster to the end. Kang Sang-soo, a rookie from the Mir Guild, is in a coma. Donations from the public reach 310 million won. The hero has not woken up due to cerebral hemorrhage. He will be in a vegetative state. Everyone will always remember him as a hero. The phone screen showed a trending article. Editor's choice. The hero who took down the mutant monster. Cha Yeon-ju looked at it and commented, "No matter how you look at it, those wounds don't look like they were made by a monster." Thinking of this, a hint of panic crossed her face. They were made by a human. What the hell is that bastard old Kang Yu up to? She looked up and muttered to herself, "It's like I'm sitting on a ticking time bomb." Suddenly, she caught Jong Hyun-ju praising him. "Your new recruit is quite the cutie." She repeated it once more. "Your new recruit is quite the cutie." Then Jong Hyun-ju asked, "Where did you find him?" So she was the master of Samurai, Jong Hyun-ju. Cha Yeon-ju replied awkwardly, "New recruit, my foot." Then she continued with a tired tone, "Why don't you just leave already? How much longer are you gonna sit here, you old hag?" This made Jong Hyun-ju explode, and she yelled, "Who are you calling an old hag?" "You're the old hag here!" Suddenly, Cha Yeon-ju's attitude softened a bit. Furthermore, that mutant monster was probably the work of the demonic cult. Jong Hyun-ju stirred her drink and continued, "It's only a matter of time before the members of the 5 great guilds find out about them. Those scumbags have been really active lately." At this moment, the scene shifted to a person with a strange appearance, along with Cha Yeon-ju's thoughts. If people find out, there's some fake cult performing human sacrifices, right when everyone thinks an era of peace has arrived. After the founding of the 5 great guilds, she continued, then the world might descend into chaos again. Jong Hyun-ju paused for a moment. She took a sip of tea and replied, "Who knows?" Jong Hyun-ju's next words seemed to shock Cha Yeon-ju. "What does the Red Rose Guild think of this situation?" Seeing this, she continued, "Huh?" Suddenly, Kang Yu walked in from outside and called out, "Got company?" He was greeted warmly by Jong Hyun-ju. "Hello?" She kept waving her hand and said, "So you're the rookie handpicked by Cha Yeon-ju herself." Kang Yu spoke politely. "Yes, ma'am, pleasure to meet you. Who might you be?" Jong Hyun-ju replied, "I'm just a friend of Cha Yeon-ju." Then she stood up gently and said, "Since you have a guest, I should probably head out." Seeing this, he quickly tried to stop her. "Oh, wait, ma'am. Please continue your conversation. I'll come back later." But Jong Hyun-ju still insisted on leaving and replied, No, it's fine. I'm all done here." And then suddenly, her attitude shifted at breakneck speed. Jong Hyun-ju leaned her face in very close to Kang Yu's. "I already told you I'm Yeonju's boyfriend. Ma'am, isn't this a bit much?" Caught off guard, he could only stammer, what? After that, Jong Hyun-ju quickly moved toward the door. She called out one last thing before heading out. "Well, I'm off then." But she still turned back with a hint of regret. "Cha Yeon-ju." After she left, Kang Yu sat down and asked, "Who was that?" Cha Yeon-ju replied while sliding a card toward him. "Just an acquaintance. Here, take this." Kang Yu looked at the card with his photo and the words, "Temporary gate pass." Then he spoke slowly. "This is—" She quickly interjected. "It's the S-rank gate pass you asked for." Kang Yu picked it up happily. "Oh, that was faster than I expected. Is this the power of the Red Rose?" Cha Yeon-ju pulled her hat down slightly and replied, "Cut the flattery. I'm giving you this just as a precaution. But don't you dare go hunting there." Kang Yu heard this, but he just looked at her without responding. Then he slowly spoke up. "To be honest, I overheard a few things you two were saying outside." She gave a faint smile. "I figured as much." She reached for her tea and continued, "Anyway, sooner or later, I would have had to tell you about it anyway." On his end, Kang Yu was also holding his teacup, blowing on it, and then spoke. You mentioned the demonic cult, right? That fake religious group, behind the appearance of that mutant monster. Cha Yonju agreed with him. Yeah, they're psychos, sacrificing living people for some kind of ritual. They've suddenly become very active lately. The image of that strange creature appeared again. No one knows how long they've been around. Beneath it were figures in black cloaks, being observed by a group of people, or how vast their scale is. Around the group of 4, everyone wore the same uniform. Because of that, our guild is collaborating with the government to hunt them down. At this, Kang Yu asked curiously, what about the other guilds? I heard that the other 5 great guilds know about them too. Cha Yonju quickly replied, that's true, but we're the only ones working with the government. Hearing this, he felt a bit of injustice and asked, huh? Why are you doing this all alone? Is it to boost the guild's reputation? She answered calmly, we don't do anything for free. Suddenly, the image zoomed in on Cha Yonju's blue eyes, which were trembling slightly. Along with her words, we'll receive a massive payout from the government for driving out those cultists. But that's not the only reason. Cha Yonju continued, many guild members who went to investigate were sacrificed by those cultists. At this point, the spoon she was holding dropped from her hand. In an instant, Cha Yonju's entire body emitted a massive surge of murderous energy. Then she emphasized every single word. Now I will never forgive them. Kang Yu, as if familiar with this scene, just silently thought to himself, I'm not sure how many members were sacrificed, but it looks like the casualties are quite significant. Still lost in thought, so she's a rancor. Just by looking at her, I can feel it. Her killing intent is truly powerful. A dangerous smile played on Kang Yu's lips, so much so that I want to fight her right here and now. He thought silently, but the most important thing right now is, Kang Yu spoke up. So what you're about to ask of me is, without letting him finish his sentence, Cha Yonju cut him off and replied, exactly. Cha Yonju continued, I want to ask you to help us suppress them. Whenever we track down the Magi cult, with her head still lowered, she said, I'm not certain about anything yet, but they're way too OP for some knockoff cult. Cha Yonju quickly doubled down on her point. We're seriously short on heavy hitters right now. At this moment, she looked up slightly. With a sharp gaze fixed on Kang Yu, she said, if you don't want to, I won't force you. I want your decision right now. Kang Yu crossed his arms and listened closely. Do you accept this quest? His expression didn't change one bit. Kang Yu held up the card from earlier and spoke. Don't sweat it. He pulled it back toward his chest. A smirk played on his lips as he continued. I should at least stay loyal to the person who's helped me out this much, right? Cha Yonju stared at him, a bit taken aback. A hint of joy flashed across her face, mixed with a touch of happiness. Yeah. Cha Yonju continued, thank you. At that moment, Kang Yu flashed a creepy, twisted grin. Then he thought to himself, the Magi cult? Why the hell wouldn't I join? Every time I mess up their plans, I stack up more demonic energy. Cha Yonju spoke up, breaking his train of thought. Well then, from now on, I look forward to your cooperation in hunting them down. You'll probably be called during emergencies. Kang Yu replied, fair enough. Cha Yonju reminded him again, I'll repeat this one more time. Do not go hunting inside S-rank gates. He sounded a bit impatient. I know already. The scene shifted to a certain road. A blue car was speeding along. Location, Gawanseo GPS in Suwon. Kang Yu was driving, gloating to himself. Having a car is truly a flex. Suddenly, the system notification popped up again. Fifth Awakening trait. Demonic Beastmaster rank S. Effect. You can summon demonic beasts from other dimensions. The more demonic energy used during summoning, the stronger the beast becomes. Summoned beasts recognize the summoner as their master. You can only summon one demonic beast, once every 3 months. After reading it, he thought, since there's a 3-month cooldown, I have to summon the absolute strongest beast possible. Right then, Kang Yu visualized in his mind a massive void containing an Earth-like sphere. Inside it were monsters, emerging from the black holes that imprisoned them alongside his thoughts. If my theory is right, then gates serve as a bridge between Earth and other dimensions. The higher the gate rank, the stronger the monsters that come through. Those demonic beasts in hell are called rifts. Dimensional space works like that? If so, then this summoning skill works the same way. The strength of the beast I summon will match the gate's rank. Suddenly, the system flared up. Notification, you have arrived at the designated location. Kang Yu stepped out onto the ground. He was still lost in thought. Then it's a no-brainer that I have to use this new skill. Kang Yu continued toward the S-rank gate. He was gradually approaching the gate. A massive space. It was the entrance to the S-rank gate. Suwon National Player Team Hwarang, Team 1 Guard Post. Kang Yu watched as the staff member checked his credentials. Then the man said, "Card verified. Player O Kang Yu has been cleared for S-rank gate entry." The surroundings were chaotic. "Team 1, over here! Get back to your post. Fall back now." Kang Yu thought, damn, security is tight. Without that red rose, I wouldn't have even dared to step in. Others were still shouting, "Open the gate! Open it up!" He thought, well then, guess I'm heading in. After that, Kang Yu quickly proceeded deep into the gate. Just as he stepped out, he immediately encountered an incredibly beautiful landscape and couldn't help but praise, "Whoa, this sea is seriously massive. If it weren't for the S-rank monsters, this place would be a perfect vacation spot." Kang Yu thought as he started moving around. Let's see, this spot looks good. After picking a suitable place, he sat down. Summoning a demonic beast, huh? It'd be awesome if it were a Cerberus. Just based on its physical stats alone. It's already beyond the demons on the 3rd floor of hell. Kang Yu continued thinking, no matter what monster it is, I can just give orders to make up for their stupidity. Then he closed his eyes. Shall we begin? The system displayed a notification. Activating 5th Awakening trait. Demonic Beastmaster, rank S. At the same time, Kang Yu's body emitted countless streaks of purple energy. His face was contorted in pain. While performing this technique, the entire sky was affected by Kang Yu's massive surge of power. The system continued to flash notifications, creating a rift for summoning. Across the sky, a strange green crack appeared. Veins bulged across his face in shades of blue and purple. His eyes were filled with intense determination. Kang Yu took flight, his hands seemingly tearing the sky apart. The system updated again. You have successfully created a summoning rift. It provided more info. An even larger rift has been created due to the energy of 100,000 SSS rank mana cores. Kang Yu spoke exhaustedly. Why is it green? Then he thought, every gate I've ever seen has been blue. The system continuously flashed 2 pieces of information, connecting to an external world. Cannot be blocked due to a Gaia system error. At a certain gate, the connection space to the 6th Infernal has been opened. Kang Yu was stunned to hear that. Huh? Where the hell is the 6th Infernal? He shielded his eyes from the blinding light and continued thinking, I hope nothing goes south. I really hope I don't end up back in hell. The system announced, summoning demonic beast. Then Kang Yu slowly lowered his hand and sighed in relief. Phew, thank God that didn't happen. The summoned demonic beast was... He looked up in sheer surprise. What? A notification appeared. Summoning successful. The system continued. Ekiona, daughter of the demon dragon Kages, rank S, has become your summoned monster. Kang Yu stood face to face with the massive creature and cried out, A dragon? Seriously, a dragon? Kang Yu was a bit bewildered, but its current state didn't seem quite normal. Strange voices echoed out, and then some peculiar people appeared, jumping out from within the rift. They were speaking a strange language, leaving him slightly confused. What kind of language is this? What are these people even tripping about? Kang Yu looked at the blonde guy who seemed to be screaming something. He watched them and thought, I know that ever since the gates opened. But these aren't Korean clothes. But those kids really look like they just popped out of some fantasy world somewhere. I need to figure out what they're saying first. Wait, I think there's a power that allows me to communicate with people who don't speak the same language. Kang Yu began to use his power, the power of communication. Soon, the voices in his ears began to shift into words that he could understand. The leader among them was panting, ordering his teammates. Everyone fall back now! A girl standing nearby observed the situation carefully and spoke up. Stay calm, Danon. They looked at the dragon before them warily. Look at that dragon. It's literally on its deathbed. Another person chimed in. Ah, I see. It won't be able to harm anyone else anymore. Renan also felt relieved at his teammates' words. Yeah, what a relief. Suddenly, he spoke up, catching their attention. Who the hell are you guys? Renan turned around and smiled at Kang Yu. Oh, are you okay? Then he began to introduce himself. My name is Renan von Arknan III, Prince of the Arknan Empire. Kang Yu asked back with a strange look. Arknan Empire? The man immediately replied, correct. And you are? He looked at them, thinking to himself, I've never heard of the territory of Areno, or the Arknan Empire. Now I'm getting a clearer picture. That one is an elf, and the other is a dwarf. He looked at a short, middle-aged man standing nearby. Are they really from another world? Kang Yu stood there watching the dragon gasping for breath, its body covered in wounds of all sizes. What a mess, I don't know what's going on. But I can't let a demon I summoned die this easily. He then pressed his hand onto the dragon's head using his power. Power, resurrection. A flow of energy like thread weaved through each wound and began to stitch them shut. Renan shouted in a panic, "Wait! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The dragon's voice suddenly echoed, "So you are my master. Thank you for healing me." Kang Yu, while still healing it, replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Meanwhile, Renan stood there, frozen in shock, completely speechless. The dragon spoke up, "I'm sorry for appearing before you in such a pathetic state." Kang Yu looked at it and thought, "It's communicating directly with me through my subconscious. It definitely recognizes me as its master. But those injuries it took..." He began to comfort the dragon in front of him. "It's okay, it's okay." Renan stood behind him, pointing his sword at his neck. "You bastard!" He was furious. "Are you the master of this demonic dragon?" Kang Yu looked at him with calm eyes and spoke up. "Let me ask you a few questions first. Why were you guys trying to kill it?" Renan grew even more enraged. "Are you seriously asking that? Do you really not know? It's a brutal demonic dragon. It caused a catastrophic drought and the plague. Because of this demon dragon and its magic, countless citizens of the Empire have lost their lives." The dragon girl lay there, trying to explain. "I didn't do any of that." "I already told you about that, master." Kang Yu stood there, translating the dragon's words. "Yeah, she said she didn't do it. Besides, if she had the power to cause a drought, she'd practically be a god. If that were the case, no one could defeat her. She wouldn't be wounded." Gasping for her life like this, Renan still refused to listen. He snapped back, "No! This demon dragon definitely did it. There's no other explanation for what happened." He was getting nowhere with the guy. He thought to himself, "Tisk. Damn it, he won't listen to a word I say." Renan took a combat stance to save the suffering people of the Empire. "That demon dragon must die." Kang Yu looked at him like he was an idiot and spoke. "Oh, so that's how it is?" He thought, "I hate bastards like this. The type who only care about their own brand of justice and shut their ears to anyone who disagrees with them." Renan launched an attack, his power exploding, hurling a massive fireball at him and the dragon. At that moment, Kang Yu's voice turned mocking. "Maybe you're right. Perhaps this demon dragon was the cause of the drought and the plague that ravaged the Arknan Empire. But so what? I don't care what Ekiona did. She's mine now." He spoke with a low, angry growl, his fists clenching tight. "I have zero intention of abandoning a subordinate I've summoned." Renan's face no longer held the gentle expression it had before. He roared in fury, "You wicked demon!" Kang Yu decided to add fuel to the fire. His voice was dripping with provocation. "I really am a demon, kiddo." Renan finally showed his true colors. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "I knew it! You really are a demon, you piece of shit!" Renan raised his sword high, his voice filled with determination. "For the poor citizens suffering in the Arknan Empire, for the children crying in agony." The people standing around at that moment looked at him with pride on their faces. "We'll help you. Way to go, Renan. You've already taken down a dragon. There's no way. You can't defeat a mere demon." The girl, standing behind him, watched his back and exclaimed in awe, her eyes full of admiration. "So cool," the dwarf nearby chimed in. "I'll help you out, but later on. You're gonna owe me a ton of dark beer." "Kid!" Kang Yu stood there, feeling completely helpless, watching the idiots cheering across from him. These guys are literally a ficking joke. Did this whole group eat something wrong today or what? Ekiona behind him started worrying about him. "Master, please be careful." Renan began his charge, his voice booming. "Take this, power strike!" He slashed straight at him with an explosive sound. Kang Yu grimaced and took a defensive stance. "That's not an attack I can just block. Good thing I'm geared up. I'd better finish these guys off quickly." Then he slammed one foot hard onto the ground, followed by the other foot with immense force. Power up, explosion! The move caused the earth to crack and burst into flames. He combined his techniques together. Explosive power, adaptive skill. Heatwave surge! Flames like phoenix tails rushed toward the group on the other side. One of the members raised his shield to block it. Iron wall! But those massive fireballs seemed even more powerful. Following his command, they looped around and struck the man from behind, making him spin around in total shock. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a scream of agony, sending Renan's crew flying back. He called out loudly. Kang Yu charged out of the explosion straight at Renan, catching him completely off guard. He grit his teeth, his face twisted in anger. The battle was still raging on. Renan was being pressed so hard he had to keep backing up. Unable to fight back, he dug his heels firmly into the ground, then took another stance and lunged straight at him. Kang Yu saw this move, and it reminded him of a gust of wind. What kind of technique is this? Renan stepped forward. Arknan swordsmanship, first form, storm sweep. Then blades of energy began slashing wildly everywhere. Kang Yu had already used his power to coat his entire body. Power of the iron wall! He kicked the guy standing there, sending him flying away. Kang Yu looked at him with a look of utter confusion. Why does he have to scream the names of his moves while he's fighting? Though I do find it pretty hilarious. The other side kept shouting, "Now!" Renan lunged forward again, swinging his sword powerfully toward him. Kang Yu easily dodged by jumping to the side, but Renan wouldn't quit, relentlessly slashing at him. He slashed so hard that visible sword trails filled the air. Kang Yu seemed to be on the ropes now. He kept backing away, avoiding the opponent's strikes. Renan delivered a heavy downward slash, triggering a massive explosion on the ground. While dodging, Kang Yu thought to himself, "This kid is legit strong. If I hadn't gone through my fifth awakening, I might have been in real trouble." Renan, panting heavily, laughed out loud. "See that, you demon?" After being provoked, Kang Yu felt a surge of pure pleasure in his heart. "But the kid is way too honest." He shouted, "Slash!" Then he lunged rapidly toward Renan, forcing him into a defensive stance with his sword in hand. At that moment, Kang Yu suddenly switched directions, kicking Renan straight in the leg, making him turn pale from the sheer pain. He trembled as if he were about to collapse, his voice stuttering. "What the hell? You just said slash." Kang Yu looked at him and smirked inwardly. "You thought just because I said slash that I couldn't kick you?" He sneered mockingly. "What a dummy." The girl over there screamed in a panic. "Vina!" He stood there panting heavily but still urged his comrades. "Everyone run! We can't win this. He's way too strong." Kang Yu looked at Renan and let out a cold snort. "Yeah, running away is definitely the best move." The fight was over the very second. "Your leg was injured." The girl protested with a face full of reluctance. "No, we can't do that. How could we leave you behind and just flee?" Renan acted like he was perfectly fine and quickly insisted. "I'm fine, so just save yourselves. Everyone, the Arknan Empire is in your hands now." Kang Yu had reached his limit. He kicked him again, mocking his words. "The Arknan Empire is in your hands now? Just run away while I play the hero. Give me a break." Renan lay struggling on the ground, muttering, "Damn it." Kang Yu stood there, his voice dripping with menace. "Let's end this." To Kang Yu, battle was always like this. He hunted and killed to survive. There was no sympathy, mercy, or anger in hell. Emotions were a luxury. He swung his hand down to strike Renan, but the girl blocked his path. "Wait!" Kang Yu looked at her with a puzzled expression. The girl kept begging, "Please! I beg you, take me instead of Gina. If something happens to him, the Empire will definitely fall. Our brave hero." Renan was slightly moved. "Reina!" Tears began to fall. Reina, with glistening eyes, pleaded relentlessly. "The hope of countless people in the Arknan Empire, and the one I love most." Renan looked at her with a complex gaze, repeatedly calling out, "Reina!" ignoring his attempts to stop her. She turned and desperately begged. "Kang Yu, I'm sorry for confessing my feelings to you in this state, Prince Reina. But I felt that if I didn't say it now, I would never have another chance." Reina declared firmly, "I will give you my life. I will do anything you demand." The person beside her was still calling her name. Reina ignored him and continued, "So please, please spare Gina's life." He just sat on the ground crying out, "No, Jaina!" Kang Yu watched this touching scene and teased, "Oh? Ha, no way." Reina's eyes widened in disbelief. She blurted out, "What?" He continued, "You've been talking nonsense this whole time. If this guy dies, something will collapse and hope will be lost?" Kang Yu looked at them with pure contempt. "And what does that have to do with me? I couldn't care less about any of that. You guys were the ones who started this battle in the first place. If the situation were turned against me, would you have spared my life?" Looking at their expressions, he sneered. "Didn't think so. If you've raised your weapons to kill, then you must be prepared to die at any moment on the battlefield. Drop that cringy emotional crap from those TV dramas. Brats." Kang Yu's face was filled with disgust as he looked at them. Reina stammered, "Wait, about that." Renan still lay there, his voice full of hate. "You're disgusting." Kang Yu spoke up. "Disgusting, huh?" He looked at them and thought, isn't a group ganging up on a single person actually more disgusting? Kang Yu clenched his fist. "Fights are the basic foundation of combat." He spoke up. "Ha, let's just get this over with. I'll take you guys out in the least painful way possible." In one shot, a notification window popped up. Entities other than the summoned monster have been detected. All external entities are being erased by the Gaia system. The group suddenly began to fade away. They seemed on the verge of disappearing as Renan blurted out, "What the heck?" An irritated Kang Yu lunged forward with his fist. Damn it, I won't let you get away. That gear looks pricey. This is my reward. They are from another world, so even if I drop them, nothing bad will happen. I can't let an opportunity like this slip away. The system notification rang out again. System. Gaia has successfully removed the external entities. Kang Yu's bare hand passed right through the entity. He immediately muttered in annoyance. Freaking hell, he fumed internally. The world has become quiet again. How could this be so pointless? Wait, don't tell me. Kang Yu spun around in shock toward the dragon. He calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the summoned dragon was still behind him. He jumped down from the cliff, his mind racing with thoughts. But what exactly is the Gaia system? Is it some kind of thing? With a protective feature? To prevent external intrusion? When I first set foot on Earth, I saw a few messages mentioning the Gaia system. The Gaia system echoed in his head. Multidimensional protection mechanism. Gaia system has been activated. Completely eliminating the cause of the rift is deemed impossible. He thought the system seemed unable to operate on its own. Could the recent appearance of hellish monsters be related to this? I noticed they started showing up since 2 or 3 weeks ago. Wait, if it was during that time, then isn't this my fault? Kang Yu started sweating bullets when thinking back on his previous actions. Worrying about it now won't help anything. Crap. I just wanted to escape hell to eat kimchi stew, but what am I supposed to do now? Is there any way to fix this mistake? Akaina behind him suddenly spoke up. Master, are those people gone? Kang Yu jumped slightly, stammering, Huh? Akaina was quickly grateful. Thank you so much. He scratched his head and replied with a sigh. It's nothing. Kang Yu thought, exactly. Just thinking about it won't give me the answers. So standing around won't help at all. He comforted her. Just stay here for a bit longer. Let me treat your wounds first, Akaina said appreciatively. Thank you, Master. Kang Yu happily approached the dragon, using his power to heal it. I'm your master after all, so of course I have to heal you. He thought he should organize the new information first. Kang Yu suddenly said, but you're way too big. Can you control your body size? Akaina quickly replied, Yes! I can do that, just wait a second. He reached out to touch the dragon's nose. Yeah, thanks. I still have something to ask. What exactly is Ernor? Erner. According to Akaina, it's a place in another world, the largest nation in the Arknan Empire, where people know how to use swords and magic. It's a world filled with spirits, monsters and dragons. Kang Yu thought to himself, so all those monsters that aren't demons also come from Ernor? That would make sense. Akaina looked up and asked with innocent eyes, Master, where are we going? Kang Yu replied, Home, we're going to our residence. He thought to himself, because it's not really my home. Akaina asked further, What's a residence? Are we going back to Master's den? Kang Wu laughed shyly. Fine, you can call it a den if you want. He thought it sounded pretty badass too. Akaina was quickly touched. Master, thank you. She felt bashful for inviting me to her master's den. It's been a long time since someone shared a den with me. He chatted while driving. So you must have been lonely for a very long time, huh? Akaina quickly replied, Yes. Then she told her past. I used to live with my father. But one day he left me and disappeared. Kang Wu wondered a bit. He disappeared? She continued. That's right. After that, I spent most of my time living alone in a cave, in the den and reading books. All by yourself? He suddenly asked. With a voice full of empathy, It must have been so lonely. Akaina continued. Yes, I was very lonely. But then, someone suddenly walked in while I was there. Kang Wu asked quickly, Was it a disaster? She sadly replied, Me. I really didn't do anything. I didn't cause any droughts or plagues. I kept saying that. I didn't do those things. But no one would believe me. Kang Wu looked at her, his face full of heartache. This trembling, the look in her eyes. Akaina sniffled and looked at him. Master, do you believe me? Kang Wu felt a wave of empathy and thought, I know that look all too well, because I used to be just like that. As far as I can remember, I remember growing up in an orphanage. The desire to meet my parents was a total luxury. I just wanted to be loved. I wanted to be taken care of. And I wanted someone to acknowledge my existence. I told myself to throw away all that cheesy nonsense, like the stuff in TV dramas. But I was no different. Kang Wu suddenly spoke up. Even if everyone in this world blames and scolds you. He placed his hand on the little dragon's head to comfort her. At least we will believe you. Kang Wu wiped away, the tears still lingering on Akaina's eyelashes. He looked at her for a while, then focused back on driving. His face now wore a bright smile. Akaina marveled all along the way. Kang Wu, your name. I will remember it. Meanwhile, at Han Seola's house, She was holding the little dragon in her arms, with a look of pure joy. She's so cute. She hugged her so tight that Akina had to cry out. Kangwoo, save me! Hanseola held the baby dragon to her chest. Is her name Akina? Why is she this cute? Kangwoo quickly dodged her plea for help, munching away on his food. I didn't expect you to accept her so quickly, since she's technically a monster after all. Hanseola replied to him. How could I not accept a baby monster? Summon. That is as incredibly adorable as this? She hugged the dragon even tighter, adding in a doting voice, This little girl is just too cute. Cuteness is everything. Kangwoo looked at her thoughtfully while eating. Does her power also scale down with her size? Ah, she's trapped again. Akina quickly scrambled out of Hanseola's grasp and ran to him for protection. Kangwoo, this human is so scary! He turned to her to start a conversation. How is the team doing these days? Is the leveling going all right? Hanseola answered with a gentle smile. Ah, it's going well. Our levels are rising incredibly fast, so I think we'll be able to finish the third awakening and enter C-rank gates very soon. It's all thanks to you, Kangwoo. He was eating when he suddenly stopped and looked up a bit confused. Why? Hanseola continued. You helped me form a great team, and your teachings have been such a huge help. Kangwoo, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even been able to dream of a life like this from the start. She smiled softly. So thank you so much, Kangwoo. His heart was deeply touched by those words. So this is what it feels like to be loved. Kangwoo spoke up, smiling gently. I'm the one who should be saying thanks, he thought, feeling a secret joy. This feeling really isn't bad at all. Seol-ah spoke up, making a suggestion to Kangwoo. Can I take Akina to bed? He stammered, yeah. She acted natural, but thought to herself, I'm so jelly. The next morning, rays of sunlight beamed directly into his eyes. Kangwoo blinked his eyes in exhaustion. Why do I feel even more tired today? Seol-ah, who had just finished cooking breakfast, asked, Oh, you're up? He scratched his head, still looking groggy. Good morning, she said, looking a bit concerned. You're up later than usual. Kangwoo grunted, I feel dead tired after that sleep. Seol-ah quickly checked on him. Are you okay? He stretched his aching body. I'm fine, I'll be all right. Don't worry. Akina, sitting nearby eating breakfast, suddenly turned to him. Master Kangwoo, did you sleep well? He stammered slightly. Well, it was okay. His eyes widened with the look of pure frustration. Akina spoke up. Seol-ah, this is delicious. Seol-ah laughed happily as she set a pot down. Oh my, I guess you really like it. Do you want some more? Kang-woo, standing nearby, suddenly shouted when he saw what they were doing. Akina looked at her with puppy dog eyes and replied, Yes, please. Kang-woo looked at the girl next to him in shock. Akina, what's with this appearance? Seol-ah was also quite surprised. Wait, she can transform? He followed up with a question. Akina, can you shapeshift? The girl explained, I'm not really sure either. For the first time, I felt something weird while I was sleeping. When I woke up, I had become like this. Kang-woo slowly accepted the truth. Is that so? He thought to himself. She felt something strange during her sleep? It must be related to the fact that this morning, I feel absolutely dead tired. I hope she can turn back into her dragon form. Hopefully her powers were nerfed, just like mine. If she can't change back, it's going to be a real hassle. Kang-woo suddenly spoke up. Akina, can you return to your original form? The little girl began to shift her shape. 2 wings burst out, scaring the daylights out of Kang-woo. Oh, shoot, he yelled. Akina, stop! The house's windows were completely smashed after that transformation attempt. After she stopped what she was doing, Kang-woo stood there in a daze. You mean whether you're human or a dragon? Akina sniffled and replied, Yes. He stared at her. You can't even change your size? Akina looked away, too ashamed to look him in the eye. Yes, I'm so sorry, Kangwoo Sola. She smiled gently and comforted the girl. It's okay, you didn't know any better. But next time, don't transform inside the house, okay? Akina sniffled and bowed her head. Yes. Kangwoo sighed. Yeah, you should get used to human life, Akina. The little girl finally stopped crying. He thought that once she accepted him as master, she must have been influenced by him. Now that I think about it, her human speech is actually pretty lit. The girl gave Seol-ah a pitiful look. I'll bring stones so you can fix your nest, okay? She smiled awkwardly and replied quickly, That's not necessary. Kang-woo looked at the girl who was now pouting. Since she's in this form, I can take her to many places. That's actually a good thing, Seol-ah suddenly suggested. I've already called someone for repairs. Let's go buy some clothes. He looked up at her. Clothes? She looked at him happily. Yeah, for Akina. My childhood clothes are old and don't fit very well. Kang-woo naturally asked, Where do you want to go? Seol-ah spoke up. There's a large shopping mall near here. I was planning to head there. Her eyes lit up. Do you want to come along, Kang-woo? Akina, sitting nearby, also had eyes shining with excitement. Oh, are we going out to have some fun? Let's go, Kang-woo, let's go together. He felt flustered, seeing the look in their eyes. That might be a bit tough, Seola spoke in a sad voice. Are you going out for a hunt today, too? You should take a day off. Akina followed up. Master Kang-woo, you're not going? He scratched his head in confusion and gave a forced smile. I'm not going hunting. Kang-woo looked up. Yeah, I have to go somewhere today. At a building. So, you opened a spatial portal to a continent called Irino and summoned a dragon to be your subordinate? Kang-woo, playing on his phone, replied instantly, Yep. The person across from him continued asking, And those jerks came from that Irino place, getting lost because of the Gaia system? Why did you— Yep, he said again. Yeonju looked at him with a serious tone. And your subordinate has turned into a human. So you want us to issue an ID for her? Kang-woo stared intently at his phone. His voice was full of admiration. Oh, wow, you're surprisingly sharp. Yeonju looked at him with a hint of annoyance. What exactly do you mean by that? He began to ask, Do you know anything about the Gaia system? Yeonju took a sip of tea and replied, No, it's the first time I've ever heard of it. I can't believe it. You even summoned a dragon as a subordinate. Just what exactly is your true identity? Kang-woo looked at a photo on his phone and chuckled. He texted while answering her. Isn't it a bit late to be asking that now? Yeonju felt helpless. Ha! I really don't know what kind of person I've been helping all this time. Kang-woo's eyes lit up. So you can do it, right? Yeonju sighed and quickly agreed. Fine. Just send me the photo. Hearing that, he smiled happily. Thanks. I have one more request, though. Yeonju looked visibly annoyed. What now? You sure ask for a lot. Kang-woo quickly made his request. I need a rank S. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Yeah, come in. Sorry. He quickly looked over. That voice. Baek Hwa-yeon? She walked in from outside, her voice commanding, Cha Yeonju, I have something I need to discuss with you. Kang-woo looked at the girl and thought, Why is the Hwarang commander here? Hwa-yeon stepped inside. Oh, do you have a guest? Sorry for the interruption. Yeonju stood up quickly, her voice polite. It's fine. We're actually done talking. Hwa-yeon breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Oh, is this a rookie you're sponsoring? He sat there thinking, I don't think I've done anything wrong. Yeonju looked at him with a weary gaze and introduced him. Well, he's not part of our guild, but we've been collaborating lately. Hwa-yeon extended her hand, her expression blank. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Hwa-yeon, commander of the 3rd Squad of the Hwarang Legion. He also introduced himself awkwardly. I'm Oh Kang-woo. Then he thought, with the red rose backing me too. This is getting really complicated. Hwa-yeon's expression softened. Oh Kang-woo, oh. You're the person I met in front of the RNKC gate last time. Yeonju asked back, quite surprised. Huh? You two have met before? Oh, Kang-woo, did you pick a fight with the soldiers there or something? Hwa-yeon quickly turned to refute her. What are you talking about? He's an extremely polite and upright person. Yeonju looked at him with a gaze full of pure disdain. Polite? Upright? Kang-woo burst out laughing. You flatter me, Commander. I don't know if I can live up to such praise. Yeonju covered her face and sighed in despair. That's so cringe. Anyway, what were you going to say? He spoke up with a request. Can I get an entry pass for the RNKS gate? He then smiled slightly at their shock. What? Yeonju clutched her head and slumped into her chair. Why do you want to go hunting at the RNKS gate this time? Kang-woo quickly explained. Going alone would be a bit risky, but if I bring my subordinate, it'll be a breeze. Yeonju's eyes sharpened. You know what kind of things appear at the rank A? RNKS Suwon gate, right? He gave an obviously look. Of course. Giant wyverns, giant mountain ogres, and the LQR. Yeonju warned him, even if you go hunting there, do not go near the lake. Do you understand? Kang-woo nodded. I know. Don't worry. Hwa-yeon was now confused. Wait, rank S gate? What on earth are you two talking about? She thought for a moment and then spoke up. A few weeks ago, he was still hunting at the RNKC gate. Yeonju sighed, about that. This guy is an outlier. Just trust in his abilities. She felt helpless against Kang-woo's confidence. Hwa-yeon looked at his demeanor and thought, was he hiding his identity back at the RNKC gate? Even so, even national-level players want to avoid the RNKF gate. She spoke up, I don't know for sure. But it seems like you've got a real heavy hitter on your hands. Yeonju looked gloomy. I honestly don't know if I'm the one calling the shots, or if he's the one running me. Kang-woo suddenly spoke up. Well, I'm off then. Everything I requested will be taken care of, right? Yeonju looked up and replied, yeah. You should be able to start hunting at the RNKS gate starting tomorrow. She warned him, be careful. Even for someone like you, that place is still extremely dangerous. Kangoo gave a slight smile. All right, I'll keep that in mind. After he left, Yeonju's eyes were filled with suspicion. So what brings you here? Did you find a lead on the demonic cult? Hwayeon closed her eyes and replied, Not exactly. Yeonju adjusted her hat. Then what? The other person quickly followed up. But I am looking forward to this. Yeonju's eyes lit up. Looking forward? The other replied, Exactly. Hwayeon continued, You've heard about our member? Who infiltrated the demonic cult, haven't you? Yeonju quickly added, Yeah. I'm surprised you guys pulled that off. Hwayeon continued, That agent reported they could hand over a video to me regarding complications at the contact point. Yeonju asked, A video? Why couldn't they just send it? Hwayeon looked a bit flustered. The situation is pretty intense. We haven't been able to communicate much these past few days. Yeonju stared at her after hearing the update. Fine, where's the contact point? Hwayeon answered quickly. Tomorrow at Suwon Gawaseo? Yeonju muttered, Suwon Gawajo, as she remembered something. Wait, isn't that near the S-rank gate Kangoo wanted to hunt at? Ta-da! Akina jumped up excitedly. How do I look? Kangoo, do I look good in this? He complimented the girl while putting on his shirt. Yeah, you look great. Did you buy that at the convenience store with Seola yesterday? Akina twirled around happily. She smiled brightly and looked back. Thanks, Seola. Kangoo loves it! She looked at the girl and gave a shy smile. Akina is already very cute, so anything she wears looks good on her. Kangoo put on his shoes. All right, let's go hunting. Seola stood in the house and reminded him, Okay, Kangoo, remember to be careful. She looked at the two of them, her face flushing slightly, thinking about hunting with Kangoo. Meanwhile, he was talking to Akina, giving her firm instructions. You are not allowed to transform out there. Got it? The girl obediently replied, Crystal. Seola felt a bit down in her heart. I wish I could go too. But is my rank high enough to... A voice cut through her train of thought. Seola. It made her jump. Yes? Kangoo suddenly asked, You're going hunting today too, right? Seola replied flustered, Yeah, I'm just about to head out. He cheerfully suggested, Let's go together sometime. I want to try raiding with your guild. Akina, standing next to them, was also super excited. Can Akina come too? Kangoo teased her. I don't know about that. Akina pouted instantly. No way, Kangoo, you're so stingy. Seola watched them chatting with each other and gave a happy smile. Sure, I'm really looking forward to it. Kangoo looked at her smile and thought, Ha! Seola has probably gotten enough combat experience by now. I need her to level up even more. He spoke up. Well then, see you later. Akina also said goodbye with an adorable voice. Bye-bye, Seola. Meanwhile, at the Suwon Rank S gate, you must remember these 3 things, Kangoo instructed. First, don't go anywhere near that lake. It's crawling with dangerous monsters. Got it? Akina obediently replied, Yes. Okay, he continued his instructions. Second, after I've stalled for time, you shouldn't just charge in immediately. Instead, you must support me. The girl shouted enthusiastically, Yes, master! He continued, And finally, no matter what happens, do not transform back into your original form. We don't need any more unwanted attention. Understood? Akina shouted once more. Yes, Kangoo! After finishing the instructions, he placed his hands on the ground. All right. Then Kangoo begins to use the Omniscient power skill. Red probing rays weave through every corner. Let's see, they should be right around here. Target spotted a giant ogre, all right. Don't go all out right from the start. Just take it slow. Seduction technique. He activates another skill. Akina, standing nearby, catches the scent. What's that amazing smell? Kangoo calls out. Akina, get ready. The girl's face lights up with excitement. Yes. He raises his hand. A surge of power swells within him. Demon Baphomet's 10,000-mile authority. A blast of wind is unleashed. Then Kangoo lunges forward. He channels his strength into his fist and strikes at the monster. The sound of a massive impact rings out. Powerful shockwaves ripple out as the two fists collide. Kangoo looks at the monster before him and thinks, I'm guessing it's around S rank, huh? Even though I used the 10,000-mile authority, it hasn't even flinched. But at this level, I can definitely handle it. The monster slams its fist down, causing the ground to shatter. He continues to dodge and then activates an authority. Dark Spear power. A long spear stabs straight into the neck and throat of the massive beast, making it shriek in agony. The monster quickly clamps its mouth shut. Then it lunges to grab him. Akina from behind shouts, Dark Shadow Blades! Blades begin to relentlessly slash the monster, causing it immense pain. Its grip on Kangoo gradually loosens. He excitedly continues to use his power, his mouth full of praise. Nice, Akina! The monster growls after he lands a direct power strike to its head. The monster screams in pain as bolts of lightning strike it. A notification appears. You have defeated the giant ogre. Your S-rank EXP is increasing. You have leveled up. After a fierce battle with the monster, he wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a breath. Kangu steps on the monster's corpse and thinks, they say they only hunt with guilds, or players above level 6. The EXP gain matches the difficulty, since taking down just one leveled me up. Akaina runs over from afar, her face filled with excitement. Kangu, was I good? When he sees the girl running over, he praises her. Yeah, you did great. The ogre could only move at a moderate pace. All thanks to you. Ekina giggles. I was surprised too. I think it's because I was summoned by Master. That's why I've become stronger. Kangu looks a bit puzzled. Is that so? He looks at the girl and thinks, she's this powerful, even when she's not in her original form. Maybe when she goes back to her true self, we'll have ourselves a real windfall during the hunt. Akaina stands there, sniffing. There's a really good smell nearby. Suddenly a loud cry echoes through the air. He stands there looking up, his face filled with shock. A swarm of wyverns. Kangu quickly pulls the girl close. Crap! They must have been drawn here by the battle just now. He warns her, hold on tight, Akaina. The girl quickly squeezes her eyes shut. Got it! Kangu assesses the situation around them. There's too many of them. Retreating for now. He exerts his full power, super speed power. It's a flat plane movement skill, so it would be easy for them to intercept him. So Kangu grabs Akaina and leaps away from the spot. Sky wings. He uses his power to manifest a pair of wings and takes to the sky. The monsters behind them instantly give chase, trying to snap at those wings. Kangu speeds up and looks back to check. They're so fast. He weaves through the air, dodging the monster's jaws. He thinks to himself, but shaking them off won't be a problem. In front of Akaina, it felt as if something was being ripped apart. The girl trembled and hugged him tight. My dress, Kangu! She kept calling out his name. The power from deep within her surged out, making him quite shook. He quickly called out to Akaina. The girl let out a roar of pure rage. Kang, you said I looked pretty in this dress. A massive leg slashed through the swarm of monsters, making them shriek in agony. Akaina used her true dragon form to launch a brutal assault on the beasts, completely obliterating them. The terrified wyverns froze, glancing at one another in panic. Then Akaina began snapping them up with her jaws. She savagely tore them to pieces, right before Kang Yu's astonished eyes. Akaina attacked the monsters frantically as if she had gone postal. The notification rang out again. Your familiar has defeated an S-rank wyvern. Your familiar has defeated an S-rank wyvern. Kang Yu watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit helpless. He gave a wry smile and thought, is this the same Akaina? Who was getting wrecked because of Renan and his guild? The notification board kept pinging. Your familiar has defeated an S-rank wyvern. He looked at Akaina, stunned, thinking she was way stronger than he expected. Could it be that she... The notification rang again. Your familiar has defeated an S-rank wyvern. Kang Yu watched the dragon roaring in a frenzy. Is she even stronger than me now? A while later, Akaina slowly woke up in Kang Yu's arms. He asked kindly, are you awake? Embarrassed to be carried by him, she stammered, Kang Yu... Where are we? He replied. We're still inside the gate. Are you okay? Akaina clung to his neck, feeling dizzy. Yes, but I have no strength left at all. Kang Yu gently answered, I get it. Akaina, it looks like you overexerted yourself. You passed out the moment you shifted back. The girl looked down at her uniform with a pout, feeling bummed out. But what about my clothes? He comforted her. It's fine, don't worry about it. We can just buy more. There are plenty of clothes that will suit you, Akaina. With tears in her eyes, she looked up. But these were the clothes you gave me. Suddenly, Kang Yu put on a scary face to freak her out. Akaina, from now on, you are not allowed to transform without permission. I don't like people who lose their minds, because they can't control their anger. Seeing that, Akaina looked away. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Please don't ghost me. He felt bad and reached out to pat her head. What are you talking about? Leave you? This is our first time fighting together. Just don't do that again, okay? Akaina sniffled and clung to him, crying out. Kang Yu felt awkward, blaming himself. Did I overdo it? Meanwhile, his actions were incredibly gentle. Good girl, now let's head back and buy some clothes. Akaina obediently replied, yes. He thought back on what happened. But I still had to be clear. Going berserk in the middle of a fight is still a very serious matter. Though anyway, the result was a W. What pleased him most was his experience bar, which had jumped from level 41 to 49. I did think she'd be stronger once she shifted back to her original form, but I never expected her to solo that many. Wyverns like that. Kang Yu checked his body. Even though my mana is drained, it's just as I thought. Akaina can take human form, and she can even become stronger than her original self, because she has accepted my mana. After becoming my summon, Akaina's mana can unleash greater power than before by utilizing my mana. If my own mana increases, the amount of mana she can use will likely increase as well. Feeling uneasy, Kang Yu kept stroking the girl's head. It seems the strain on her body will also increase. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted from behind him. This sound, it's a giant ogre. 2 of them, and I have to fight them without Akaina. I was actually planning on wrapping things up here. Kang Yu walked to a patch of trees and set Akaina down. He was pumped, looking totally ready for a scrap. But should I warm up a little first? Before he could even make a move, 2 other guys already handled it. A giant ogre taken down before Kang Yu could get to it. One man had dark skin and an aggressive look on his face. The other exuded a cold vibe, bone-chillingly cold-blooded. Kang Yu just stared at them like, I'm just standing here with a poker face. The guy in the floral shirt sighed in relief and spoke. Yo, what's up? That was sketchy. Were these 2 your targets? Kang Yu stayed on high alert, taking a defensive stance against the 2, even though he had no clue who they were. Then the man beside him replied to the guy in the floral shirt. His targets. Can't you see how gassed he is? We clearly just bailed him out. Kang Yu silently analyzed their identities. The president of the Onuri Guild, a notorious scammer, Chae-min-hyuk, and the president of the Hanul Guild, South Korea's #1, Baek Kang-hyun. What are the odds of this? I actually ran into 2 guild presidents at once, and here I was trying to keep it low-key. Kang-hyun excitedly looked around. Looks like no one else is around, right? The man beside him replied, he's obviously a newbie who just got in, since the level caps were lifted. Kang-hyun walked over and threw an arm around Kang Yu's shoulder. That's perfect. It's fate that we met, so let me walk you to the gate. It made him feel awkward and jumpy. He glanced toward Akaina and said, You look pretty beat. Kang Yu kept turning him down. No, I'm fine. We can handle ourselves. You 2 must be busy. Go ahead. But Kang-hyun wouldn't let it go. Say what? Are you sure you'll be all right? At that moment, Min-hyuk turned around to loot items from the corpses. The ogre. He muttered to himself, this guy is a real pest. Suddenly his eyes were glued to something weird. Inside the monster. Nearby, Kang-hyun was still trying hard to convince Kang Yu. This is an S-rank gate, and you're even lugging a kid around. Just listen to me, okay? I'm not a bad guy. He could only give a forced smile to play it off. You 2 already did me a solid once. I'd feel bad for being a bother. Meanwhile, where Min-hyuk was, he reached down and picked up a stone embedded in the ogre's blood vessels. Kang Yu scratched his head with a faint smile. You really don't have to worry about us. After trying to convince him, Kang-hyun finally threw in the towel. Well, if you say so, then whatever. He cheerfully replied, thanks for understanding. After the weird find on the monster, Min-hyuk grew even more suspicious of the person they just met. This Kang Yu guy. Cut to a different scene. Kang Yu kept calling Akaina's name to wake her up. He cradled her in his arms and spoke softly. We're out, wake up. I promised we'd go shopping, so let's move before it's too late. The girl was still groggy and half asleep. She replied, all right. Kang Yu pulled out his phone, checking Google Maps. A lot had happened today. Akaina and Hwa-young, let's see. This is the shortest way to the mall. Wait, why does this look sketchy? But Kang Yu had no other choice. He had to follow the GPS on his phone, probably because it's near an S-rank gate. There aren't many people around. Suddenly, Akaina snapped awake and called out, Kang Yu! Akaina pointed deep into the alley. I smell blood coming from in there. Human blood. The story jumps back a few days ago to the reconnaissance mission of a mysterious young man. I disguised myself and infiltrated the demonic cult. From what I saw inside, they are way more insane and ruthless than I thought. I captured some shocking footage and stayed off their radar. Because of a jammer installed to block leaks, information couldn't get out. I couldn't send the video. After I messaged HQ to set up a meeting, the surveillance around me got way more intense, like they were just waiting for me to slip up, so they could nail me back to the present. The young man was covered in blood, using every last bit of strength to run for his life. Clutching his stomach in agony, has he finally hit his limit? No, I can't die here. I still have to get this chip out, no matter the cost. I must deliver it to Captain Baek Kang-hyun, whatever it takes. Suddenly, the sharp pain in his ribs intensified, forcing him to collapse in the middle of the road. The young man gasped, struggling to stand back up. Damn it! My body just won't listen to me anymore. But I can't just stop like this. Just one more step. He felt anxious, even for just a single step. I have to get closer to the gate where the Hwarang team is. At that exact moment, Akaina and Kang Yu arrived just in time. The girl pointed toward the blood-covered young man and shouted, "Kang Yu, over here!" He looked up at them, dazed and confused, then tightly grabbed Kang Yu's arm. Kang Yu was left completely stunned and baffled. The young man said urgently, "Here, please take this." Kang Yu asked curiously, "Is this a data chip?" After handing over the chip, the young man immediately passed out. It was unclear if he was still alive. Confused, Kang Yu knelt down and shook him. "Hey, what's this? Hello, sir?" Akaina hid behind him, timidly staring at the body before them. Even now, Kang Yu had no idea what information this young man was trying to convey. "What is this chip?" Kang Yu held up his hand. In front of him lay a man's body, motionless, covered in blood. He thought to himself, what the hell happened here? And what's the deal with this memory card? Kang Yu lightly touched the man's head. Let's see. He began to use his all-sensing power. Faint bits of information started to surface. He pondered. Sixth Awakening? This guy's pretty seasoned. Only players level 60 or higher, who have gone through that awakening, are permitted to enter the SNK gate. So he definitely didn't come out of the gate. Once finished, Kang Yu stood up abruptly. He carefully inserted the memory card into his phone. The only evidence I have is this memory card. Let's take a look. A document file appeared on the screen containing a video clip. Wait, is this it? Kang Yu's eyes suddenly shifted. He went silent, tightly gripping the phone in his hand. His body began to shiver uncontrollably. This strange behavior left Akaina completely baffled. Kang Yu's face turned beet red. He thought awkwardly, adult films? He lost his cool, trying to suppress his body's physiological reaction. Mentally complaining, what the hell? Why did he give me this with such determination? He didn't exactly look like that kind of guy. Kang Yu analyzed the video with intense focus. Or did I miss something? But a second later, his face flushed red again. He stared at the phone screen, clearly hyped. This feels so good. The first time I've watched porn in 10,000 years. Akaina asked innocently, Kang Yu, what are you watching? Kang Yu jumped and quickly hid the screen. Oh, he explained calmly. I'm just reviewing some important evidence. Internally, he tried to reassure himself, calm down, stay cool. Suddenly, an unexpected sound rang out. A group of mysterious and strange-looking people suddenly rushed toward Kang Yu's location. They landed on the ground one by one, standing boldly in front of him. He warily stepped back. Wait, who the hell are these guys? A man wearing a red demon mask spoke up. You bastard. So you've watched it. The video on that memory card. Kang Yu was still in a state of shock. He was bewildered. What? He couldn't believe his ears. They know? The other side suddenly gave a blunt threat. Because you saw that footage. We can't let you live. Kang Yu was genuinely confused. Huh? What are you even talking about? He thought to himself. Since when did watching porn become such a heavy crime? They took turns interrogating him. You still dare to play dumb after watching it? What a shameless prick. Or maybe you just don't know the value of this footage. Kang Yu was breaking out in a cold sweat. His nerves were on edge, stretched thin. What are these weirdos rambling about? He cautiously tucked his phone into his pocket. I have no idea what this hellish situation is, but I'm absolutely certain that they're planning to jack this video. Kang Yu geared up, ready for combat. His eyes turned cold and sharp. How dare you try to steal the first porn I've seen? In over 10,000 years, he thought with sheer determination. No matter what, I'm going to protect this footage. Kang Yu coldly rejected their request. Sorry, but I can't give you guys this. They gave a cold laugh and drew their weapons to attack. So you've finally shown your true colors. There's nothing left to say. With that, all the red demons unleashed their moves directly at Kang Yu. Kill him! He didn't back down either, leaping into the fight to counterattack. Authority of defense. Kang Yu shattered the red demon's weapons with his bare hands in the blink of an eye. He then used an additional skill, Authority of Speed, to deliver a flurry of kicks, eliminating each of them one by one. It was a total piece of cake. Seeing this, the leader of the demons panicked slightly, ordering everyone, release your powers now! His comrades hesitated. But sir, if we do that, the leader lost his cool and screamed, at this rate, we're all dead anyway. I don't know where this son of a bitch crawled out from. But standing before the imposing Kang Yu, they didn't dare to act recklessly. But he's a monster! He instantly landed a supreme punch on the leader, shattering his mask. A moment prior, Kang Yu paused for a second, his eyes wide with surprise. Akaina, standing aside, cried out anxiously, Kang Yu, what's that? Kang Yu stopped his attack. He instinctively became cautious, this aura. The red demons transformed into a completely different appearance. They grew more ferocious, baring their sharp teeth in a threatening snarl. He thought, demonic power, just as I thought. These guys are members of the demon cult. They're turning themselves into demons. Kang Yu gritted his teeth and let out a low sigh. If this continues, torturing them will be pointless. Akina softly reminded Kang Yu, they're very dangerous. The girl suddenly offered to help. Let me help too. But before she could finish her sentence, Kang Yu cut her off to reassure her. No need to worry, Akina. When it comes to the expertise of handling these bastards, he clenched his hand into a fist, displaying a terrifyingly powerful aura. I'm the absolute best. Kang Yu wasn't fazed at all by the hulking red demon monsters charging toward him. Intending to tear him apart, he leaped up, brandishing a sharp blade weapon, readying his attack stance. A demon roared violently, its mouth gaping in a hunger for Kang Yu. He unleashed the infinite punch directly, landing a fatal blow to its stomach. He thought confidently, they were just low-level punks to begin with. The demon let out a pained shriek and then collapsed motionless on the ground. Kang Yu calculated, but they still possessed demonic regeneration. So he became like a magical whirlwind, sweeping through and leaving no one behind. I'll at least pummel them with this much force. Every demon that crossed Kang Yu at the same pathetic end. Without breaking a sweat, he took their lives. Kang Yu swung his arm decisively, slashing the red demon's face before it could react. Another tried to take advantage of the situation to attack him, but he quickly sensed it, spinning around to evade. Kang Yu didn't hesitate to stab him, catching him completely off guard. The sheer destructive force from Kang Yu was beyond imagination. He could easily crushing almost every attack from the red demons. The leader watched his comrades fall one by one, right before his eyes. He grew restless and uneasy, breaking out in a cold sweat. The red demons growled, originally intending to intimidate Kang Yu a bit more, but they never expected the terrifying pressure he radiated would send them running in fear. They were so yellow-bellied they didn't even dare to look back. Kang Yu curled his lip into a sinister smirk. He pointed his finger forward. A single purple drop dripped from his fingernail. Earth bless, it's a bit too late to run now. The fleeing red demons suddenly exploded into pieces, consumed by agony. The leader couldn't take it. He was in so much pain that tears welled up. He let out a pathetic scream, but it was already too late. With the matter settled, Kang Yu leisurely withdrew all of his power. He nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and walked past the corpses scattered across the floor. Kang Yu picked up the phone, wondering in confusion, what the hell is this thing anyway?